right on the nose.
All right, that should start our 1 minute timer because Miria is now dead. As long as I'm.
No, GG, Shirley.
Yep. GG. So
GG's for Team Nina.
I'll give you a 5-second count in once we hit 55 seconds. So we'll be switching over to Drexus soon, Ashen. $20 seconds remaining. $10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
Hey, Team Nina. Woo! Go, Nina. Go, Nina. Go. Go, Nina.
Right,
go, Nina. Go. All right. What if Drexus actually managed to fly that sand flyer from the start of the game right to Sinesta? What then?
Then we'd be all tied up. Although I'd have a lot more levels.
And he wouldn't have Rio inertia, I guess.
I think I'd be going straight to trying to bot grind. I think that's what I'd be doing.
Nice. Also, I should have made sure to do that actually before we are all here and live, but how do I pronounce the name correctly? I am so sorry to ask this now.
I mean, I'm not too funny about it. It's even Draxus. Most people can just call me Draxus. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm so sorry. I should have asked beforehand, but I thought before I mispronounce it for the next 8 hours or so, I just get it all the way at the start, and then we just roll with it.
Yeah, I realize that is something I probably should have asked beforehand too. I'm like, oh no.
Anyway, it's boss fight time. And this is one of the best tracks in the game, don't at me, but I just love the track when you fight Khan. Khan is a little interesting. He has 3,000 HP, and he can straight up one-shot some of your characters if he does the little power-up into the punch thing he does. He can also shout, as he just did. And what shout does is it has a chance to cancel any of your character's actions, which can be problematic if he repeatedly gets us off. So he managed it once. Let's hope he doesn't do it again. He can also guard. Guard is fine-ish. Obviously, you know, it's good because he doesn't attack you. It's bad because he takes less damage. And the way we go through this fight, we bought another weapon for Cray because Cray is basically our best physical attacker at this point. However, Cray, as most, you know, big and beefy physical attackers in JRPG, suffers from a low-ish hit chance. So there is quite a high chance of him, you know, missing his attacks and us wasting our turn in turn. So yeah, this fight is not necessarily that bad. It can just drag on a little bit longer than you would want it to. Another thing we're trying to do here is combo Ryu and Nino's attacks. And again, this is why we learned Burn earlier. Not the only reason we learned Burn, but one of them. Because this game has a combo system where if you manage to use specific attacks one after the other, they form a combo attack, which is stronger than the two individual attacks. In this case, we combine a fire spell with a wind spell to create a... I don't even know if it has a specific element. I think it's just counted as a wind element spell because that was the last element used in the combo. And in this case, Burn and Sever form a fire wind, which again deals more damage than Sever would have done on its own. So, you know, you just can add a little bit more damage output as you would normally have at this point. But the combo system will be very important the further we get along in the run. There are specific combos. I think the other one was like Earth and then a fire spell. and then there was water, and then earth. Like it is like this usual elemental rotation of, I think it's fire into wind, wind into water, water into earth, and earth into fire, if I remember that correctly. The only problem with this is that there not necessarily are few water spells in the game, but obviously the higher the quote-unquote level or the tier of your is, the higher the corresponding combo attack would be. However, since both Ryu and Faolu, share opposing elements, in this case Ryu is fire and Faolu is water, we will actually never get access to high-level water elemental spells. So there's actually a spell in the game that we don't get access to by normal means, which is kind of interesting because it is coded in the game as far as I'm aware. You just can't access it because, we don't get I think it's a level 3 or tier 3 water elemental spell, if I remember correctly. But hey, here we are.
So Chino told us that the last person to see Alina alive was this guy, Marlock. And then we had to fight his bodyguard, and that was Khan. And I'm actually now a little worried about Nina's XP because I wanted Ryu to die, but every time Khan just would not focus or attack, and he missed. And the one time he attacked Ryu, I was guarding, which was dumb, but I don't know. I'm a little worried. We'll see.
As I explained earlier, like you really, and I want to stress this, you really need Nina to be level 14 a little bit later in the run. So if you are able to kill off some of your party members during the boss fights, up to the point leading there, obviously it basically guarantees that Nina will get to level 14 at that point, or even a little bit earlier. But it depends on what the enemies are doing to you, right? Like sometimes the enemy just don't focus the right characters, or they focus the wrong characters, or whatever it is, and everybody survives the fight because the experience at the end of the fight is divided through all party members that are alive in your party. So obviously the less members are alive, the more experience the surviving party members get. But yeah, Moloch here wants us to run a couple odd jobs for him before he divulges his information. Now, he keeps Nina not necessarily as a hostage, but she is doing some other things for him while the lads are sent out to retrieve some stolen goods from him, which this thief here took from him.
She's just massaging his shoulders. That's it. Just massaging the shoulders.
Why does he have that glint in his eye? But yeah, when they were talking to the thief, they didn't know at that point that that was actually the thief. So they were just having a chat until they noticed it. Also, of course, now we have to catch said thief, and it's another, minigame. Because Breath of Fire just loves its minigames. And for this minigame, we basically have to, quote-unquote, set a trap for the thief by pushing barrels in a way that we basically form a blockade to trap him in. Now, he can still outrun us if you're not, quick enough in your button presses. But hopefully this will just be enough that he runs into it on the way out. We are then able to press the button when he passes us by in order to go ahead and catch him. Go and just lead him into the dead end, hopefully on the way back, because he is a bit of a slippery bastard. You have to be very careful there. As you can see, he's just zooming at the closer you get. But yeah, very nicely done there. Because if he manages to get out of that little dead end there and actually accesses the rest of the cave, all bets are off when you will be able to actually go ahead and capture them. I guess that is also why Countdown went out of the cave and made that safety save that, in case things go wrong, he can just load that and try again, because it's very hard to try and maneuver Stolf, which is the name of the thief there, back into the little cubby hole. But in the meantime, Drixus has met Ryu
Yeah, it just straight up reset all the things I did to OBS too.
Yeah, if it crashes out, it generally doesn't save everything properly.
Let's see. You wouldn't happen to have the stream key on hand, would you?
For
RPGLB.
ooh,
I have it here somewhere. I've just gotta find it. Important. There it is.
so don't have it quickly to hand.
Alright, use stream key. V apply OK. That should get it going. Now I'm just gonna figure out what because I don't have the streams on my end, that's why. So the easiest way is I'll just have to open the streams back up. But chat should be getting what they need.
Right, we're back.
Should be. So let me. Okay. Okay, there we go. And then move this below live split. And the next thing is just going to be adding a
Alright, Drax says you gotta beat a 109 crane game.
I'm not
Should be free.
worried a moment. Oh dear.
weird. Why is the audio?
There we go. We're good.
Yeah, the audio is still crispy. You need to. Did you restart what you need to, Ashton?
I have not tried that on my side yet. Let me go.
Thought earlier how easy calm is and how nobody's ever gonna die to that thing, and then he was nearly proving me a liar.
I have never died to that yet in any run. I think yellow health is the lowest I've ever got, but yeah, the early Mystic Fire and his first move being a crit physical was
Yeah, that's rough.
Let's see here. So.
Yeah, while we sort out the rest of the technical issues, you haven't missed a lot. Like on Countdown's side, there was just a lot of mini games you had to go through for Moloch here before we get transported off. And then on Drix's side, we had our first boss fight. Also mostly a non-issue, except he
audio is feeling right now. I think we've hit enough buttons that it should be better, theoretically.
Yeah. Ideally, hopefully, fingers crossed.
If it isn't better, you haven't hit enough buttons.
Right? Up, up, down, down, BA, start.
Yeah, forced restart in the middle of a run, my favorite way to go down.
Happens.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But hey, at least we have double Fulu on the stream right now in the runs. Well, not a
Paste this again. All right. Turn that off. And then hopefully we should be good here. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I can switch. So you guys should be able to hear everything again until we get a chance to fix our other sources. So give me a second here to set everything up. Unfortunately, it's a bit sticky to try and set this up on the fly. Okay. Nope, I want to move countdown. Not everything else. There we go. Get that in the right spot. Okay. That should be reasonably good enough. Now let's get Nina on the board too. Sorry about all this. Yeah, we're switching back to a different, to me capturing right now. I need you. And then I want to be on, let me check. Okay. It should be this one. Okay. Yep, that is correct. Now let me just pop this out. We're going to do some boop. Oh, thanks for nothing, Twitch. Okay. Sorry about all this. I just decided to crash, so some days you just get wrecked. Google Chrome. Okay. Should be able to see all that. Yep. All right. Undo, undo. Let me get this out of here so I can tweak it real quick. If it, we're doing it live. I must have left the Discord channel because I'm not hearing much anything.
No,
Oh,
you're
I
here.
think we're all just giving you a chance to
Oh, yeah.
figure out what's happening.
Yeah, we've got the capture back for the moment. So the video feed should be good, audio should be good. I have no idea why it decided to crash, but isn't that just the live marathon experience, right?
Sid, when you get the chance, could you also stream it in Discord again?
Yeah, I'll get that in just a second. I'm almost done tweaking the
Yeah, no worries.
capture. All right. And then the next thing is going to be figuring out where our timer died so I can just put a... It's plus this time. Sorry, guys. I can't do anything about it.
Yeah,
can also
I've got that for you in a second.
You can have live split start at a certain time too, if you want.
Yeah,
Just add the times
I'll add
together.
it in, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I know what I'm missing. I need to go virtual cam,
You.
and then I can give you that.
Alright, I mean, basically just in time for a double boss fight against Captain Rasso happening here.
Okay. There we go.
Nice. Now, on the right side, we have our first encounter with Captain Rasso, and on the left side, we have our second encounter with Captain Rasso. Now, Drixes will be fighting Joe once again. Pretty easy fight. Luckily, you just have to use Sever a couple times, make sure that Nina is healed to full before you go into the fight, and it should be pretty easy on there. Just cast Sever a couple times, and Joe will basically fall over. No problem if you have the Sage's Staff equipped.
However, on my side, much more difficult and testy fight.
Things are a bit more difficult, yes. Because Countdown will be facing Imachev. Imachev has about 6,000 HP, and he has a bit of a gimmick to him where his weak point is on his back. Now you can try and brute force your way through this if you're playing casually in a speedrun setting. It's just not feasible. The fight would drag on too long and you would run out of resources, so we have to play through the gimmick. Now, how do we play to the gimmick? Well, you saw us do combos earlier, and this is basically where Ryu learning the burn spell at the very start of the run basically comes into effect, because Ryu and Nina, if they use burn and sever, use Firewind, which is a combo, and if you use a combo, Umichov will turn around and expose his weak point. And then we'll go ahead and use Cray in order to deal massive damage against him. So basically what we're doing here at the start, we're using a Ginseng on Cray, which raises his physical attack by, I think, 20 or 25%. And then in the meantime, we'll go ahead with Ryu and Nina to use the combo here. And luckily it worked, because that's the big thing. It might not work every turn, and then you are on a world of hurt. The nice thing is, if you use a combo on Imageov, he unbalances, turns around, and he won't use an action this turn. So on the next turn, we can now use Cray to hit him for a lot of damage in the back. He will turn around, and then immediately Ryu and Nina will use their abilities again, hopefully combo and turn him around again, and then we repeat that until the fight is over. Now sadly, as you can see here, now the combo didn't work, so Imageov did not turn around, and he will actually get to attack. So that is just a tough luck. So hopefully this won't happen a lot of times, because then we might actually be in a bit of trouble here. The other thing that can happen is, we talked about this earlier, right? Like your whole party is in this fight, even though you only see your front-facing 3 characters. However, Urshin is still part of the fight. Now the thing is, with your characters that are in the back row, so to speak, they can use certain actions when they are in the back row. That are basically assist actions. Urshin's assist is that they will try and attack the enemy by, shooting their arm. And this would be very bad, because the way that we have set up our turns, right? Cray attacks, turns Imageov, so his front faces us. Then Ryu and Nina combo their attacks to turn him around again, which is where we want him at the end of our turn. If Urshin then comes in and shoots Imageov, she would damage him, and then he would turn around again, so Cray wouldn't be able to hit the back. So that is the trade-off that we are having here with this strategy. It's a little bit better, because, Ryu and Nina are able to combo off each other a little bit easier, as we all think, than Urshin and Nina would if you were to do the other strategy. But again, it comes with the trade-off that
no.
Earthshin is in the background. There we go, covering fire. Here it comes, 64 damage.
Thank you,
Whereas
Urshan.
Gray would have been able to deal about 700. So yeah, thank you, Urshan. Much appreciated.
And a no combo. This is a really crappy fight.
Oh yeah. The problem with this is also that eventually your characters will run out of AP. Like I think Nina will be the first one to run out. Because if you just continuously using Sever, that of course uses up your AP. And Imichev can hurt. He can hurt real bad, especially if he keeps focusing one character.
Dude.
Like, optimally, Imichev would not get a single turn other than the first one, because he would continuously be off balance at the end of a turn. But yeah, this fight is definitely going a little bit sideways, and this is also why runners generally opt to do like a safety save at least before this fight. But yeah, generally if you're on world record, like grinding or something, if something goes too wrong in this fight, it's basically run over.
I think this will do it. Yeah, that's enough. All right. That was a really bad fight, but we lived.
But hey, you made it through first try. Nice. But yeah, bottom line is basically there's like two sources of RNG in this fight, right? Like, will Rio and Nino combo their attacks, and will Urshan assist you?
Yeah, and this is something that the record holder for the PS2 run, Zeal, has said as his justification for Urshan. It's that Urshan won't attack if you're using Urshan in the front to combo. And also, again, there's no empirical evidence about the combo thing. It's just vibes. And so it's really just my stubbornness to not learn, how to ensure that Urshan learns Wild Shot, and then, continuing to see that strategy through. I just haven't practiced it. So I'm just going with what I know. And I got through by the skin of my teeth.
But hey, maybe we'll see Drexus doing it later, because I have to admit, I missed if his Ryu learned Burn or not.
No,
No,
Draxus
I
does it.
do the other strat.
Yeah, Draxus does
You do the other
Urshan.
side. Okay, so we will actually see that in, I don't know, 1.5 hours or so-ish. So, yeah, stick around, everybody.
Urshan likes to not do enough damage for it to count as a combo occasionally.
Oh, wow, that can happen with that? That is wild.
I think if Urshan does 0 damage, right?
Yeah, you have to actually do damage for it to count as a combo still.
Or if Urshan misses.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just using the ability, it's also the ability actually contributing to something.
There's other
like
factors than just vibes, yeah. It just adds to the vibes.
Nice. But yeah, with that, Genja has officially made it into the Empire. Woohoo! Because the reason we climbed up that tower, you saw it there. There is like this portal that connects basically the Western continent to the Eastern continent. So the Eastern continent is inhabited by the alliance of, different tribes and whatnot, whereas all of the West is just the Fu Empire, under Faolu. And basically both sides were at a very terrible war at each other for a long time, and they just recently-ish basically made a peace treaty. But it's still a little bit uneasy, so access to the Empire is, I want to say, almost off limits to, except like merchants and diplomats and stuff like that. So we had to find like a bit of a sneaky way to actually be able to get into the Empire, because once again, this is where we now believe Elena, Nina's sister, to be, as the Dragon Eye showed us all the way back shortly after Chambai. We will actually see that scene again shortly on Drex's side there.
Are we going to sink the real thing in the dream?
I
I'm entering the dream,
not,
the
but
real
it's
thing
not
right now.
that far off. It's not that far off now. He's still in Chamba. Like, he hasn't even made it to Skullfish just yet, but it's close. But honestly, like, the difference between the two teams is actually kind of working out, so... We will actually be seeing the dream very shortly on Team Nina, whereas Team Rio is actually living through the actual right now.
Yeah, we
Like,
get to
give it,
find
like,
out what's on the other.
maybe 5 minutes or so, and they would have synced up perfectly here. Which
I
would
get to
have been
find out what's
actually
on the
great.
other side of the curtain now.
Ooh, mysterious.
Well, I know. The viewers get to find out.
But the speedrunner knows what's actually going to happen in the run? Preposterous. I think we were all just running this blindly. Chad, I was betrayed, I was lied to.
Unfortunately, it's not much of a. It's kind of anticlimactic because we get caught immediately after we go through that door by the guy we were spying on, Yuna, and is a deeply evil character, as we will find out later. And so we will not be finding out what happened to Nina's sister Alina. We will be captured and sent back to the eastern continent. And as we will see in just a few seconds, Cray is going to have to face a tribunal for his actions of infiltrating the western continent unannounced.
I think some would even go so far as to say that Yuna is the true villain of the game in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. But Yuna is a pacifist, unfortunately, so there's nothing we can do about that.
All about that. But yeah, basically, as Countdown has touched upon, what's happening now is we got captured, trespassing on basically Empire territory. And because the peace treaty between the Alliance and the Empire is still so uneasy, the Empire treated this basically as grounds to say, hey, you are basically, the Alliance is in breach of contract, quote unquote, invading our territory. So we have to renegotiate this peace treaty and make a lot of ramifications for the Alliance there. So like harsher conditions and whatnot. And now Cray is being put before this tribunal and try and explain what the hell he was thinking, because he is the chieftain of the Warren tribe, right? Like technically, he is a diplomat in a way and representing all of the Warrens, and so he now has to answer for his actions in front of this tribunal. And also keep in mind that Nina is the princess of Windia, so they are actually like political goings at work here. So we're basically just, chilling around. Like, we have actually been put under house arrest, and this is Sias, the dog in the green kimono over here, and he's basically the bodyguard making sure that we are not misbehaving. But very importantly, he has been asked to watch us. It's a very important distinction that's to be made here. Now we're trying to go into the castle to, see how Cray is doing and maybe watch the tribunal. Yeah, but we are not allowed in.
We want to reason with these people because Nina is a reasonable person and they aren't. And yeah, they don't want anything to do with us. Also, oh no, never mind. Next time we go through that door, our heads will clip, I think. If Sias goes through the north tile. There are a couple of doorways where your heads will clip. It's kind of goofy looking.
One of the things that Cray has to answer for is, if you remember, like back at the start of the game, like Nina gave Rio the King's Sword, which is like a symbol that, symbolizes the peace treaty that the Empire and the Alliance has made. And if you remember, he broke it when he rescued Nina from Captain Rasso. And that is also another point, that the Empire is bringing to the tribunal. It's like, hey, you broke the symbol of our peace treaty. How dare you? So what Nina is thinking now, if they could manage to repair the King's Sword, that would, ease up the tribunal that Cray is about to face. So we are now trying to go ahead and find a way to basically reforge the King's Sword at this point. Also, Draxus just made it through North Chamber, disposed of the Skullfish, and yeah, he's gonna have that dream we spoke about in just a moment over there with the Dragon's Eye.
I managed to get both lucky and unlucky with that Skullfish fight, because the poison stuck, so we didn't get second Venom Breath, but it then used Confuse, which is really slow anyway.
Ooh. Yeah, Confusion, of course, every JRPG player loves it to bits, am I right? We all love Confusion when one of our characters gets hit by that, because it basically makes them do whatever the hell they want, and we have no input and no reasoning about it. Also, apparently, Nina just disappeared.
The nice thing about Confusion is that if they also become unconfused from magic damage, they don't have to just take a physical.
Hmm.
I got a cutscene on the tile. The cutscene start. I mean, I got a battle. The tile. The cutscene starts. That's awesome. I was gonna say typically there's an encounter there that if you move perfectly you'll skip every time, but never lucky.
Not this time. Also, yeah, there we go. There is the dream sequence. It's almost like we've seen this before. Almost. But yeah, as it turns out, there are fairies living in the Witchwood, and they are of the impish sort of fairy who like playing tricks on, the passers-by going through the Witchwood. And in this case, they have shrunk Nina to the size of an ant or so, because they thought it would be funny. And because she has wings, she immediately got adopted by the sparrow, who thought that she was one of its fledglings, and put it back into the bird's nest. So we're actually gonna have another solo boss fight. Well, I say boss fight very loosely at this point, with Nina in a moment here.
I have a question for you, Draxus. Who do you use the ginseng on for Con 2? Or who uses it?
On 2?
Yeah, do you use Urshan or Ryu to throw the ginseng?
Oh. Well, normally I use... Well, it depends. Last time I forgot to heal Nina before it, so I ended up using Urshin. But normally I'd throw it with Nina in Warrant. And she just survives the Tiger Fist after.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, literally
I thought I killed her.
I used to back when I would unequip her armor and stuff. But with armor on, she survives.
Oh, yeah, interesting. Oh, feeding time? Okay, good thing the life sandals saved me.
Yeah, that's the worst place to get confused.
Hmm.
I've
Yeah,
never
the
lost
sparrow
five
can use feeding
for that.
time, and I think it afflicts a random status effect.
I think it's random, but I pretty much every time I see it, it's confused. You might be able to get poisoned too, or sleep.
Whatever the effect is, it's pretty bad in that fight because once again, Nina has to fight it alone. So there's really no real place to, get rid of the status effect, whatever it is. Luckily, the sparrow has very little HP, so 2 uses of Sever generally ends the fight. So at least he won't be in there for long. And with that, hey, at least you got Nina back. But don't worry, we'll be back to those fairies. And not too long a time. Right, now that we are in Warrant, which is, the place where Cray is the chief and off, I think I kind of spoiled the story a little bit because we are actually not trying to reforge the King's Sword just yet. We are going back to the Warrant tribe to figure out how to help Cray. Because, we think that somebody there might have a good idea how we would be able to do that. And that is a little bit later when the King's Sword gets brought up.
Oh yeah,
repaired.
strict
A little bit
volume
too early
warning,
on
by
that.
the way. The spell that Khan is going to use at the first turn of this battle is, for whatever reason on the PC version, very loud. So I implore everybody, when the battle starts, even though the song is really good, you should probably turn your volume down just a bit. If you have your volume up loud, you're gonna go deaf.
You're talking about Team Ryu here?
I think there's some audio doubling or even tripling going on with that move for some weird reason.
Oh, you know what? It probably would help if I...
But yeah, definitely make sure that everybody's healed up for the next boss fight because, hey, our favorite Bai is back.
You're talking about
It's
Ryu, right?
Khan.
For the audio?
Yes, Team Rio.
Yeah,
Oh.
Team Rio.
I'll give it a little bit of a turn down here just to assist with that. Let me know when it's bad.
Just the first attack he does. Because Khan has leveled up and he is gonna use Tiger Fist. There it goes.
Damn. Should have turned it down more. Is it just that one
I told
time,
you.
Or is it going to happen again?
It's gonna
No,
happen one more time. It can happen in the next con fight.
Oh, in the next fight. Okay.
Yeah, that won't be until a couple hours later then. Because yeah, the fun thing is, you know, Khan, after his defeat at our hands a little bit earlier in the game, he has, well, been in search of a new master that can teach him how to be stronger. And he found a master in Una, here in Warrant, and she taught him Tiger Fist. Now the problem with Khan is though he's a bit of a dum-dum, so he doesn't have a lot of AP, so he can only use Tiger Fist once at the start of the fight. I mean, luckily for us, because if he would keep using it, I don't think he would be able to take him on, because it deals a lot of damage as you can see. However, it also has a high chance of missing, so yeah, give or take. But yeah, other than that, the fight isn't that hard, I want to say. Like, you can still use the shouts that can stun your characters or rather cancel their attacks. But luckily we also have Sias on our side now, and he deals quite a bit of damage with his Shining Blade there, as you saw, like about 1,000 every time you use it. The problem with that is just he doesn't have a lot of AP, so you can only use it like 3 times until he is out. So, you know, you have to make the fight not last as long. But Khan only has like 3,500-ish HP, so with 3 uses of Shining Blade and a bit of more, fight is already over there.
Yeah, I forgot until it was too late, but I think we're even worse off now with Nina's XP. So we'll see how this goes.
Right, we still have that problem, yeah, because we are fast approaching the point where we need Nina at level 14, so she has learned Cyclone, which is basically the next level wind spell that she can learn. Because there will come a point where we desperately need the damage it does. But first of all, we are now basically looking for Kray's mother. She is of the Warren tribe, however, she is not living with the Warren right now. She has gone to the Golden Plains to live there. She was a chieftain of the tribe before Kray basically took over. And ever since then, you know, she has become a bit of a recluse, I want to say. However, the Golden Plains are like this vast grassland that you can't just, you know, walk in willy-nilly. You will just get lost and never find your way out. So you have to take one of these whelks, I think they're called, which are these weird floating sea urchin thingy that you can ride or something. And one of them has taken a liking to Rio, even though he has absolutely no idea how to ride them properly, at least now.
Yeah, but Ryu's an endless, so he figures it out. And the Whelk, him and the Whelk are vibing. They're bros.
As you can see, yeah, that thing just
helps.
absolutely loves the guy.
Yeah. They were like,
Though
we
he's
can
just
take
face
this.
planting.
They talked to the salesman, and they were like, yeah, we could borrow your horse. And he was like, I don't think the horse is going to make it to across the plains. And then the Whelk sort of crawls up to Ryu and starts, displays a little smiley face and starts walking around him with Urshin in a circle around Ryu. Basically to say,
See, like this.
We're all endless, he.
You can see this little screen shake when Ryu goes off screen, basically indicating that he fell off the thing again.
Yeah, he's struggling. And Sias, of course, is wondering why we're doing all of this.
Yeah. But yeah, now we are in the Golden Plains for the first time, and the Golden Plains kind of works like the desert at the end of Breath of Fire 3, where you can find a lot of different things in there if you follow certain routes. Like, as the game describes it, you would have to follow a more complicated route to get to the camp of Kray's mother. However, you can also just align yourself very acutely before setting out, and then just follow that straight line, and then you will still reach her. So you don't have to follow the, or you don't just, go into that straight line as long as you know where it is. And the problem with all of that is the nut enemies that you saw there, Count on Fighting one. Because they are small, but they are very fast and they can dodge your attacks pretty easily. So they can be very dangerous because at this point in the game, you are only in control of Ryu. And, you know, it's a speedrun. We are pretty much on the level at this point. So these nut tubes can make very quick work of Ryu. But that is also why we still bring a couple of extra Molotovs, because the Molotovs kill them in one hit. And especially if you're fighting the nut mages, they actually drop Molotovs when you kill them. So you're basically trading a Molotov for a Molotov. Which basically just nets you the experience out of that fight. Which is kind of nice to have. Because we still need a couple more Molotovs after we are done with the Golden Plains for a boss fight coming up. So you don't want to just go ahead and go ham with your Molotov usage. And I'm really saying Molotov a lot, aren't I?
Oh, is this audio bug a PC version thing only, where the ringing of the bell can carry on after the guy's already underwater?
I think it also can happen on PlayStation, but it happens a lot less commonly. It sounds like it happens pretty commonly on PC. It happened to me in my practice run.
Yeah, I've got it at the moment. I've got the extra ringing.
All right, there's 3 encounter planes on the way to Tarn. You can get to Kray's mother with just 2 encounters if you're lucky, but also if you're really unlucky, you can get 4. So anywhere from 2 to 4, 3 is average. I'll take 3. I bought some extra Molotovs, so I should be good.
But yeah, this is Crazy Mother, and we're basically like, they're like, okay, what can we do? You know, what can we do to help Cray get out of this sticky situation that he finds himself in? And she is the one basically proposing about the repairing of the King's Sword.
Actually, it's Ryu. You have to that dialogue that I'm gonna do when I wake up.
I mean, technically, yeah.
She's gonna be like,
It's
she gives you a
Dragonfly
list
again.
of the game gives you a list of options to propose to her, as far as what you want to do, and the correct answer is picking the King's Sword. And Tarn then goes, "Oh yeah, well why don't you try and I know a guy. Why don't you try and repair the King's Sword, so that you can show them that you didn't actually lose it or break it, and you're not irresponsible, all that." So we're on a bit of a fetch quest here at the beginning of chapter 2. And this is a little insight into Kray's tribunal. He's saying, you know, they kidnapped a princess, and the tribunal is saying you can't break international law for 1 life. It's not worth it. Also, you shouldn't have slashed Captain Razzo's face and broken the King's Sword. You dum-dum.
Even though you totally should have, because he is a bit of a bum.
Don't worry, he'll get his.
But yeah, it's like a nice little, you know, flashback scene in a way. We're just going through the game, like a couple memories. But also scenes that you haven't seen before, because of course you weren't there when Cray was standing before the tribunal. But it's still, you know, shown to us through Rio's Dragon Eye. And in the meantime, over Drex's side, we got a little frog lady song again about the endless. And how they, you know, you should abandon yourself to them.
Yes, sadly, we're never going to know what a baby frog is today, though.
God damn it.
I love
Not gonna lie,
accidentally
that
double
Tadpole
talking.
song is a bit of a banger.
I love accidentally double talking to Tarn because it reminds me I have to go to Warrant first before going back into the plains. Otherwise, you waste a lot of time.
I think we got some Dragon Quarter on stream right now.
Yeah, that is my bad. Boop. There we go. Should have been in studio mode.
No worries. We caught it.
Yeah, the pre. So during that crash, it turned off my capture card, so I can't play on console anymore. Now I have to set up the emulator. That is the only reason I did that.
Oh no.
Luckily, I've done both. The only reason I didn't want to use the emulator is it gives me weird input sometimes, so let's just hope it doesn't give me a random left into an enemy. Luckily, I have a ridiculous amount of save states, so we should be able to... We'll get there somehow.
Goddamn tech issues. We love them, but we hate them.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one, that is for sure. I guess it could be worse. I don't know how, but it could be.
Oh, don't jinx it, please.
We've already hit peak. I'm not even concerned at this point.
But yeah, so at this point, we were at Han's camp, learned about that we should go ahead, repair the King's Storage. Then we went back to Warren, talked to the elders about where to find the guy that could help us repair it. And now we're back in the Golden Plains on our second trip to try and get to Mount Glom. What is Mount Glom? Well, it is the smoking volcano that you can see a little bit in the background there. And you would think, well, how hard can it be to find a volcano in a very large, flat environment? And let me answer that by saying, if you walk straight at the volcano in the Golden Plains, you will not get to the volcano.
Well, not only that, but if you don't go and talk to the elder in Warrant, if you do walk correctly to the volcano, it will just be a cliff, and you will not be able to enter the volcano, even though you know where it is.
Yep. You have to follow the critical steps in order to get to the volcano. Kind of interesting how that works, but I guess that's video games for you. Don't look too hard into some of the logic here. But yeah, we actually want to make it to the volcano.
I think my XP is just a little short, but I should be fine. I'm fighting all the plains encounters to make up for it, so it's 200.
You still have enough Molotovs?
Oh, well, yeah, I've been getting major.
Okay.
Yeah, I still have 5.
I think you need... Okay, yeah, I think you need 2 or 3 after this when it's done.
I'll need 4 for the fairy world encounters, but then I'll be good. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, this is Mount Glom. Mount Glom is kind of interesting because it actually has different levels of the lava that you can see here, and it changes after every... Is it every encounter or every second encounter? It's definitely after the first one and then after the second one, or the third one again. And you want to take one encounter here at the start in order to lower the lava level in the next room that we're going into, so you can actually walk onto a platform. And you have to take another encounter there for it to rise again, so you can continue on your way. So it doesn't matter too much where you take that first encounter, as long as it isn't too early, so you would get a second encounter before you are able to get onto the platform that you need to wait on before the lava rises again. But yeah, it turns out running away from tree stumps can be trickier than you might think. I can kind of see these platforms. Countdown is on now. You have to get into another encounter, yeah. Or the lava, or I think it's just the platforms, not actually the lava that rises, but the platforms themselves that go up and down.
The platforms in this room rise and fall, and so I'm trying to get one and force an encounter. I mean, I just walked optimally for the first one, but you saw me force the second one. I got some safety vitamins out of that chest there too. Hold right strats.
We make it to the cabin of this little dwarf here. that is willing to reforge the King's Sword for us. However, in order to do that, he needs a fairy drop. And you can kind of see where this is going, where we're going on another fetch quest back to the Witchwood, where the fairies are, to go ahead and ask for a fairy drop, so you can actually go ahead and reforge the King's Sword. In the meantime, Drexus is coming up on Mammon. Mammon, once again, being a fight where you basically just chuck a bunch of Molotovs and hope for the best.
So I managed to have the worst possible forest there. Every encounter had a fungoid in it. We failed to run away from all of them. And we got
I was just going to say,
the
it looked
enemy
a bit
at
rough
every
going through
turn
there.
in between. Just demonstrating the worst it can get. It's fine.
Are you trying to get Rio killed off for it?
Not really.
Okay.
Ideally,
Let's
I'd
see if
like
Mammon plays
Urshin to
ball.
live here, but it's not mandatory, really. It's just Nina and Cray has to live. Oh, and of course, Nina's maximum health is lower because she got killed on the way through here as well.
Yeah, that's a thing that they took over from Breath of Fire 3, I think, also had it, that if a character dies and you revive them, their max HP would actually get lowered until you rested, like in Inn. So that can lead to the odd problem here and there. In the meantime, Countdown now getting taken to Fairyland. And the fairies, once again, having a little problem. This time, not of the dolphin kind, but there are some phantoms skulking about. Kind of forcing them out of the place. And we have to, of course, go around and help them. And the phantoms obviously are undead creatures, so what we can do is we can just go ahead and heal them to death. And this is once again where the combo system of the game comes in, because Sias has a heal spell. Nina is high enough level to have Rejuvenate, which is basically the next level healing spell, and you can combine those to deal even a little bit more damage, which is kills these ghosts outright if they manage to combine that way. However, one of these ghosts here actually doesn't count as undead, or at least doesn't take damage from healing spells, and that is basically where the Molotovs come in that we've been holding off to for now.
Oh,
Which is like very cheeky if you think about it. Oh god, the double sleep. Yeah, so everything is going well at the moment. Like Urshin is dead against Mammon. And then both Sias and Nina have been slipped. Oh boy. Now luckily, you can attack your own party members, so you can try and wake them up, because we're also a little bit low level, so you know, we're not dealing that much damage with physical attacks on some of our members here. I guess if Sias was to attack somebody physically, it would probably kill them, but Urshin and Rio at least, and even Nina, really deal that much damage with physical attacks.
This is not good. I guess I have a panacea. I don't.
This is where it can get a bit dicey. Because the problem here is, of course, that we don't have a lot of items to heal, and you can't really use your AP to heal as well, because you need them for these fights.
Oh, Nina's awake. Okay. Sias, don't fall asleep, please. Oh my god!
Oh no! Oh my god, that is amazingly bad. But again, you need both Sias and Nina to do the healing combo to be able to kill this ghost guy.
It's fine.
I guess just
Everything's fine. In fact, I'm funneling more XP to Nina.
I was just gonna say, maybe this will actually work out in your favor with Urshin and Rio dead. And now Sias is awake, so we have a chance. We have a chance of resolving this matter.
No way. There's no way. There's simply no way.
Speaking
Oh
of
my god.
resolving matters, we're gonna try and pivot over to Ashen to do the restream at a point in the nearest future. We don't have it fully set up, but if there's a good spot to take like a 1 minute break for everybody to cycle over, that'd be great. I'll let you know when Ashen's ready to do takeover, because he's still getting live split set up on his end, since I have this super arbitrary green color combination that's really annoying to set up without the file.
Sounds interesting. I mean, I guess we could technically do it after this gauntlet-ish. Or how much heads up would you need?
Just a little bit. Where I'll let you know as soon as Ashen's ready, and then we can find a spot and we'll take a quick break and then start up as soon as Ashen gets the stream live again.
Yeah, but Udi here, he is the ghost type that you can't just heal to death, so we actually have to fight him quote-unquote normally. And when I say normally, that basically just means just chuck a couple of Molotovs at him. You know, interspersed with the odd spell cast. I think the most important thing here is that he doesn't drain too much of Nina or Sias's AP. I think Nina's actually more important, because she uses more. Sias should be good with his usage. Alright, one more ghost to go. And luckily this one is just like the first couples where you can just use heal and rejuvenate again and the fight should be over.
That's sketchy.
But we're not done yet, because of course there is like a big bad ghost, or phantom, or phantom, if you will. Like this guy. And he's a bit of a doozy. Like, not necessarily in the fight. The fight is pretty simple, as long as Nina is at least level 11 and has her learned rejuvenate here. Because once again, he is susceptible to healing spells. So if you just go ahead and use the tried and true combo of heal and to rejuvenate,
So
we will actually be able to kill him in 2 applications of that. But it does matter that we get combos off of it like both times. Because he has 5,000 HP. And if you see the damage number here, if we get the combo, because it actually does, I don't know if you've noticed that, but it does like an extra hit when it does the combo. And just that little extra deals enough damage that we can kill him in 2 turns with that. Also, why the hell is his nose, his mouth at his nose? That's just like, ugh. Ugh. Yeah, you can see, like the combo just deals like 2,503 damage, and again he has 5,000 health, so we are just able to kill him with 2 of those combos, which is just amazing routing.
So, about how far behind is Drex's? Are we about like 2 hours behind, or did we manage to make up some time?
I don't know. I'd say about an hour.
About an hour? Okay.
I think it was an hour and 20-ish when I started.
Yeah.
I've been playing really safe
roughly that.
and also just got owned for like 5 minutes. So
Just
yeah,
wanna
I'd say
make-
about an hour.
Okay. Just want to make sure Rex had the right time.
I need to remember I haven't checked that one in a moment, because, you know...
But yeah, the fairies are so thankful that we helped them that they give us this fairy drop. And if you paid very close attention, you saw that fairy go into the bushes and squat down before she gave us the fairy
It's
drop.
fairy poop. It's fairy poop. Let's be real. It's fairy poop. She pooped, and then we're gonna smith a sword with it.
You know,
Yeah.
If-
Yeah.
I'm thinking since the Bot 4 run got shredded into like a billion pieces, we can, once the relay's over, we can schedule a solo show just for Bot 4 so that we can give you guys another chance at it if you want for a good clean run on the Limit Break channel.
I forgot one of the children.
Oh no, which one? And now goes the search. Which one was it?
As soon as I realized, I know which one it is.
Ah, this little bastard over there. Yeah.
I haven't done that in a very long time.
It's just been a that's never happened before, just across the board.
A breath of that's never happened before.
If
Like,
it doesn't go off the rails, is it even a relay event?
I've never had OBS crash everything. I've had it crash itself before. But it like nuked everything,
I mean-
and then the computer came back up. I didn't even need to restart it. I was like,
I mean, it's kind of just, you know, in line with the title of the game, right? Because it's Breath of Never Happened before. Huh? Before? Hmm?
The shame is
Anybody?
Ashen was set up.
Anybody?
If the audio hadn't decided to glitch out, we could have just shifted over to Ashen. It's like a double decker. It just two things broke at once. It's like repairing a car.
Hey.
Oh yeah, it's got to be the battery. No, it's the battery, the alternator, and the wires. What? That it all three at the same time? No, that's just uncommon.
I mean, you don't want it to be just one thing, that
Hmm.
because then you could have just easily fixed it. So why was it broken in the first place?
Yeah. Normally with anything in general, especially with cars, it's usually like one thing. And it's an extreme rarity for multiple things to break at the same time.
Hmm.
Obviously, like one broken part can make another part go bad sooner, but
Yeah, sure.
usually doesn't break it at the same exact time. It's such a unicorn moment, and that's what we had right here, where it's like two things completely independent of one another broke at the same time for some reason.
Gotta be a connection somewhere. Speaking of connections, while we were able to repair the King's Sword with the fairy drop, you know, we now proudly went back to Lydia and saying, hey, you know, we've got the King's Sword here, like, it didn't break at all. And then we learned that, well, the Empire, not the Empire, the Alliance here has gotten another King's Sword, courtesy of the Empire, who repaired a King's Sword, quote unquote, by themselves and gifted it back to them, you know, as a show of goodwill, and of course, with a list of things that the Alliance now has to adhere by. So, basically, everything that we've been doing Act 2 so far was for naught, if you think about it. And also, Sai got a little bit of a talk down from his employer there because, you know, as Sai put it, he was paid to watch them and not to stop them where they to do anything. And that is basically why Sai went along with us this whole way. Because nobody ever told him not to. You know, it's just that literal of a guy. So we're basically out of options now to get Cray out of the pickle that he is in. So what we're basically opting to do now is to just break him out by force. So we are sneaking into the castle, and we have some special battles to get through because these guards will actually sound the alarm if we let them. So what we have to do is we have to kill them like in one turn, because if it gets to a second turn, the gods will basically wake up, call for alarm, and we get thrown out of the castle again. Luckily we have Sias, he can just, Shining Blade his way to victory, and there's also not a lot of encounters we have to get through here. I think it's only 2 of them actually.
Yeah.
So it's not too hard.
I'm queuing up Sever with Nina. Nice, she hit 14. I'm queuing up Sever with Nina just in case one of the hits of Shining Blade misses.
Yeah, because it's a 2-hit attack and each attack gets rolled individually, so one of them can hit, one of them cannot. And of course you have to land both of them to actually be able to kill that guard. Also, an interesting thing about Size is that in the English translation, he stutters when he talks. However, this is basically censorship happening in the Western releases of the game, because in the original, he's more embodying like a Ronin type of character who is basically constantly drunk. And so he is not actually stuttering, he is slurring because, well, he's drunk. But that has been changed for the Western release of the game because, alcohol usage and whatnot. Just a little bit of a tidbit for you guys there. But yeah, we made our way to Cray, and he's a bit reluctant to just go ahead with us, but obviously, it serves his life because they were actually gonna go ahead and make an example out of him. So really doesn't have a choice but to go along with our plan here. If he wants to live, that is. In the meantime, Draxus has made it over to the first con fight. See how that one is going.
He's guarding a lot, is what he's doing.
Yeah, I got 4 or 5 guards too.
It's all he's done so far is guard.
Yeah,
he's parried
same.
like 2 of my attacks.
It was so bad. Yeah, I had a really bad con 1 as well.
That's like the thing, right? Like, if he is just guarding, I mean, you're not taking damage, so you don't have to heal and, run into a situation where he might kill off a character that you would need the XP for. But it also means that you're dealing a lot less damage, so the fight just goes on for longer. But hey, he's shouting and missed everybody, so that's good.
Yeah,
Basically the
luckily,
best can go, honestly.
His shouts have missed Cray so far, which is ideal.
we also get to duck the audio issue.
Oh no, that's still to come.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, but if
That
it's
is
not
not
on
the,
if Drax's
that will
audio
work
isn't
that.
up, then okay.
Yeah.
That was so many guards, I actually nearly ran out of AP on Nina.
Yep. I also almost ran out of AP on Nina. Actually, I think I did. I just ended up guarding guard Cray, which I actually think might be optimal.
Yeah, because I guess you possibly don't need to rest before the causeway.
Yeah, that's right. That's why you do that. That's why Magus would do that, because then you wouldn't have to rest before you mid-chaff. But who knows?
I did save before that one because in my last practice run, Cray got focused so hard he just kept getting killed. We only have 1 ammonia at this point.
Okay, thankfully, the last trip on the Golden Plains, all I had to do was hold up. I don't have to rotate or like go in any specific direction. I can just run.
Yeah, thankfully the third trip to the Golden Plain is the last one. I guess it just kind of is like a bit of a callback to the End of Breath of Fire 3, where you had to go through the desert, I think, for 3 days, was it? Or was it actually longer? It's not like we just saw 2 Breath of Fire 3 ones, and I still can't remember how long you spent in that desert.
I think we're looking at getting ready to transition over to Ashen's. Yeah. So we'll switch over real quick, and you guys can keep playing. It shouldn't be that long. So I'm gonna cut stream and let Ashen go.
Fingers crossed.
Hopefully. Either way, it's gonna be his problem.
Time for me to demonstrate you can be terrible at mini games and still have world record.
As we're back at the part where you have to block off Stolf's, not escape, but you're trying to capture him. And the easiest way, or basically the only way to do that, is to basically lay down a trap for him with these barrels, push them in a way that he can't slink between them, and then try to maneuver him into that little dead end and just catch him there. Again, if you miss him, though, like all hell breaks loose, and you just, in a dead ringer to try and get him. And there we go. Hey, first try. Nice.
I don't fail that often at all, no.
Yeah, it's bad. It compounds itself if Stole like gets out of your little trap, because then you start running into encounters, and then your time loss is exponentially worse.
It can get a bit scary when you go into the second group of mini games, breaking the barrels, getting encounters, and failing to run away when your people are already hurt.
Not off.
Yeah, that's right. The barrel breaking minigame that Draxus is going to do, that I did earlier. When you break the barrels, it's like a 50 or 25% chance, I think.
I think it's a 50-50, actually, yeah.
To get a random encounter.
Right, we'll actually see that this time, because I think that was when the tech issues plagued us.
That's right, yeah.
When Countdown was going through it.
I think I only got 1 roach battle, thankfully.
On average, I get every battle.
On average? God damn.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel that for sure.
I wish I was exaggerating too, but I literally every time nearly get. You're actually going to prove me wrong now with people watching, but.
And all of a sudden, laser puzzle, or I guess light beam or whatever it's supposed to be. But yeah, we're basically making our way through these ancient ruins that for some inexplicable reason have these light beam / laser puzzles. Because we are on our way to Windia, because we don't know really where else to go at this point. Because we kind of effed up our friendship with the Alliance, so to speak. We can't just, use the normal routes anymore, because, Ray is basically a fugitive at this point, because he just escaped the castle. Even though the tribunal was still going on. So we have to go this roundabout way to get to Windia, where Nina is from, and, she's the daughter of the king of Windia, so we can hopefully, like, get there and be safe for a while, so to speak. Also,
Nice.
Birds are jerks.
Yeah, these birds are really annoying to run from. They have really high agility. It's this is at least 1 run fail is pretty common.
And
But after 2,
Drexels,
I was just gonna say after 2 run fails, you're guaranteed to run on the 3rd turn.
Yeah, over on Drexel's side, we are basically in minigame hell right now, where you first have this little minigame where you have to push the vases and the barrels into the corresponding spots. However, the easiest way to do that minigame is just push 1 barrel and 1 vase where they belong and just break everything else. But as we talked about a little bit earlier, every time you break a vase or a barrel, you have like a 50-50 chance of getting into a fight against these cockroaches, which obviously loses your time, so it's always a bit of a gamble to do that. But the more egregious minigame I want to say is the one coming up with a crane,
Okay.
At least I hope we can all agree on that.
We'll try this
because
again, I
it
guess.
is horrible.
Stoop. Take you out. Try and install this fucking thing again.
With that barrel and vase one, I found you only actually need to have one or the other on. You don't have to have one of both.
Oh, is it?
You can just
I
have
thought you
one
needed
or
one of
the
both.
other, and you get 1,900 points from it, and it's still enough.
Sid, you're unmuted.
But yeah, the problem with the crane minigame, as you can probably see, is you want to do it fast because it's a speed run. However, the crane sways a lot from side to side if you just swivel it around very fast. So you kind of have to account for that. Like the easiest way to do it properly is to more memorize where the arm of the crane is, so you know if you're on the right spot or not. I don't know if anybody actually does that or not. But it is at least, something of a more consistent visual indicator, I want to say, than just going by where the box is. Because you actually have to go ahead and place these boxes in the correct spots. You can't just place them willy-nilly.
2 times double run fail from crackers.
Birds are jerks, everybody.
That's right.
RPG birds are jerks. It can't be stated enough. I think the fastest I've ever seen anybody do this crane game was with 1 minute 20 left on the timer. But I think everything above 1 minute is very, very good.
Mag has grinded that out, man. He I think his best is 136 or something in his PB. It's really nutty.
Holy shit. But I mean, you might not think it, but since there are so many mini games in this game, it really adds up over the course of the run. If you do badly all of them. But I think, oh no, wait, there's actually one more mini game coming on later on that might be even worse than the crane mini game, but we'll get there when we get there. Goddamn chicken.
I mean, overall, I think if you actually did terribly at every mini game, you could end up in trouble because your evolution system's based on game score, which comes from the mini games as well.
Yeah. But I mean, you only need the one evolution, which should be easy enough to get.
Yeah, you just need a total of 10,000 points, I think. Or, yeah 10,000.
Yeah, it's 10,000.
It's really easy to hit.
I think it would definitely be more of a problem if you would need more evolutions of the dragon forms. But I think for one, you should be good whenever. I might be wrong.
It's just that sometimes...
Yeah, you would have to do very terrible.
Pretty much getting points in all the minigames requires you to go fast. So, even if you beef the minigames, you're still losing time. So, it still sucks.
Hmm. But hey, Nina finally got reunited with her father.
Yeah, and her father's oblong chessboard.
I think this might also be the only Breath of Fire game where you don't have a problem with the royal family of Windia. Because at least in 2 and 3, you run into some problems with them at some point or another. I think in this game, they're actually pretty chill in comparison. For once. In Breath of Fire 2, you have the whole scenario, with Nina having the black wings and being expelled from the family. And then in Breath of Fire 2, there's the whole thing of Ryo being a dragon and getting captured with Balio and Sunder and yada yada blah. This game, not much so. Not just chill. Daddy's just happy to see his daughter again. It was fine, Breath of Fire. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so it's not only Breath of Fire 4 then.
Oh,
All right, let's see what Kafu does on Drex's side. Starting with Eldritch Flame. Love to see it. That's like pretty. I don't think there's anything worse that he could have done in turn 1, is there?
I mean, you can only do Eldritch Flame or Simoon. I think he only can do those 2 spells, and that's it.
he can normal attack, and you can get a combo
Oh, can
counter
you?
there if you're lucky.
Dude, I don't think I've ever seen him normal attack first turn, let alone get a counter. I don't know if you know
can
this, but I'm like
happen.
one of the least lucky players of this video game in existence.
Well, the more I run this, the more I'm like, I didn't realize this game could do that.
That is some true, well, that's never happened before moments right there. On the other side, Countdown upgrading the equipment a little bit, getting new weapons for Cray and Sias, as well as a new armor for Nina. Make it a little bit more durable. While Kafu shoots his second Eldritch Flame, because of course he does. Yeah, there's a physical attack. There we go. No counter though, sadly.
It's not the worst fight I've had there, but I've seen it once where he did nothing but Eldritch Flame and Simoon the whole time, and that was just really sad.
I watched 4 Last Resort animations in this Cask Woods.
I think the boars are trying to tell you something.
The boars are somehow the worst enemy in this game anytime you can encounter them.
Yeah, even with
They-
Folu solo, they can kill you with Folu solo.
Yeah, I've taken to
At
just
least they weren't
attacking
using
them.
Blitz. At this point, basically trying to figure out what to do from here, and who might know what to do is Punryong, the Wind Dragon, who resides at the top of this incredibly tall tower. However, in order to be able to enter said tower, we need the Wind Flute, which happens to be in Windia. So back we go. And speaking of towers, Jax is making his way up the connector tower here. I forgot what it's called. God damn it. Dodgeway?
Causeway?
Causeway. Thank you. Which is also, type of tower. Which we will actually see the other strategy with Urshin and Nina doing the combo. that of Ryu and Nina.
Right there. You saw me fall victim to the game gives you 2 different camera angles the 2 times you enter Windia. So you have to remember which one is which and hold the D-pad accordingly.
That can definitely take you off guard. You're not prepared for it because I was just here like not even 5 minutes ago, and this is the way I went, and you come back to it and it's a different camera angle. I was like, huh? Why?
Yeah, we briefly mentioned it earlier, but like I'm gonna never press my shoulder buttons to rotate the camera unless I absolutely need to for some reason. The game will just rotate the camera angle for you based on certain cutscenes, and it's actually consistent every time if you do that. But still, you got to get used to it.
Yeah.
It's one of the few things that is messing with me having just done the PS2 version, because it is the opposite shoulder buttons to change character and turn camera on.
I know. I actually fixed that because somehow it unfixed itself. So at the beginning of my run, I had to stop and reassign my buttons.
I did just get a preamp, which I pretty much can guarantee probably did save me time, because I always failed to run away from the fight right before getting the last elevator.
Also, just to quickly answer the question in chat, yes, it is absolutely fair and reasonable to say that Breath of Fire 4 is your game of the year, no matter the year. I'm standing by that.
Well, this year especially. This year especially because the GOG version got released.
Hell yeah.
So technically it did come out.
True.
I'm not sure let us nominate it, though.
Probably not, no.
We can try.
I think whoever doesn't let you nominate it should just not be allowed to, hold a competition.
Agree.
It's just... But yeah, Countdown making his way through the wind tunnel is like... The gimmick of this dungeon is basically that it has these, winds going down the tunnels. You can tell by these little fans. If they are spinning, obviously the wind is pushing you. If they are standing still, there's no wind, so you can actually move. And there's no way for you to walk against the wind, so you have to wait in these little cubby holes to the sides until the wind has passed, so you can, make your way through it. On Drex's side, though, we have the Imichov fight again. And if you remember, in order to eat Imichov, the gimmick is that you have to do a combo which unbalances him, and then he gets turned around so you can expose his weak spot, and then Cray is supposed to hit it for big damage. What we saw Countdown do earlier was that, Cray was still the physical attacker, and then he had Ryo use Burn, a spell that he learned from an enemy way back at the beginning of the game, and combo that with Nina's Sever, to use Firewind as a combo attack. The problem with that was Urshan was in the background and could try and assist you and shoot Umichov at the end of the turn, which would basically screw up your strategy here, because Umichov would have then turned around again before Cray was able to attack. Now with this new strategy, we have leveled Urshan a little bit more so that she has learned an attack which can also combo with Sever to form Firewind and turn Umichov around. So Urshan doesn't have to be in the back row. So that means he also will never use the assist attack and balance Imichov again before he turns around or gets hit by Cray, I should say.
I lost a good 30 seconds in the Wind Flute Cave. Nice. So just walking into the wind tunnel by accident.
Right, please don't use anything mean.
Oh, there's a combo miss.
You just don't want to see Whirlwind.
The annoying thing is, I think there's only one more attack left to go. Oh no. Apparently I can't count.
But yeah, as you can kind of see, like the damage is like all on Cray hitting the backside of Imachov there. Like if you just hit his front, you barely deal any damage.
Oh no.
Yes, that is what happens because Urshin did use Wild Shot, but because it missed, even though it technically comboed, it didn't unbalance Imachov. So it kind of didn't count. And now,
Yeah, that
on the other
first roll
side,
of
that
10
is
for the low
the
roll.
that is the plus side with using Ryu and Burn, because it's a magical attack, so it can't fail. But then again, you have the detriment of having Urshin in the back row, potentially assisting you and screwing everything over. So it's really like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. You just have to pick and choose what you want to try and do. But hey, good job. He's down. And the other side, Countdown is now able or about to enter the Wind Tower. It's not called a Wind Tower, it's called Pung Top. But yeah, it's the Wind Tower. The Wind Dragon is on the top of it. Checks out, I feel. But Pung Top is also the point where it's required to have Nina at level 14, so she has learned Cyclone. Because otherwise the next, boss fight, I want to say. It's not really a boss fight, it's more of a group of enemies, but they count as a boss because you have to defeat them. Is very hard, if not impossible, in the speedrun if you don't have Cyclone. So that's really like a hard point where you need Nina to be level 14.
Yo, Douse strats? When are we gonna break that out? Add that to the run. Douse is an ability that makes enemies take more damage or lowers their fire resistance, I guess.
Does that even work on bosses though?
I don't know, and I don't know if it makes you take more damage if you don't already have a resistance to fire. So it's just something that Zeal noticed and was like, hey, this spell exists and all we use is fire magic.
Yeah, pretty much from the ship onwards, it would
point.
possibly be good if it works on bosses.
There's only one encounter pack that you can learn it from, though, and it's in Pung Tap. I almost got an encounter skip, but you saw I got an encounter like right before I went through a door. It's unfortunate. Into this wind area.
Yeah, this part always makes me a little bit nervous because, you can see by the little flags going in the wind there when the wind is rushing up. And as long as you jump while it is rushing up, you basically go to the next elevation. But if you accidentally jump while the wind is not there, you plummet, a lot of the way down, which makes you lose a lot of time, obviously. So I'm always a bit, in trepidation making my jumps here. Always like, what if I jump when the wind isn't going? I'm not sure I'm ready for that resolution. Also, you might have noticed that Sias isn't in our team for a while now. He just kind of up and left. I wonder if we'll see him again. Yeah, we made it top of the tower. And up comes this little guy, that we've seen before. Who was like the source of some of our woes while we were in the Alliance. And he kind of can't have us rummaging around any further. So he's actually trying to be a little bit more proactive at this point and off us with his little assassin dudes he brings along.
He also outright says that Jenya is the Yore dragon.
But yeah, the grunt fight is a pretty tough encounter. Like, you really need to bring some form of AoE damage with thankfully we have with Cyclone here. But the grunts can deal like pretty big damage, and since there's 3 of them, it can add up really quickly. And one of them even has sleep. I think. Well, yeah, it was sleep. Which can, sleep your characters and then all bets are off. Thankfully, it has a low-ish chance. But yeah, just imagine if all of your team members were to get sleeped here at one point. That would just be... In the meantime, Draxus has just cleared chapter 1 of the game, and also into chapter 2. Very nice. So we can see the whole capture scene, yeah. The whole fetch quest thing all over again. But hey, we beat the grunts! Oh no, there are more of them. Because yes, you actually have to do this fight twice. However, second time around, you get help.
I'm gonna show off the character portrait, of course, if I can.
Yes. Yeah, basically what's happened there, once Sias has heard that you were trying to get the wind flute out of Windia, he silently ditched your group and, went back to his employer here. So yeah, look at that grin. To tell him what we were up to this time. And you got a nice fat stack of money for it. However, in the meantime, he has changed his mind again, so he is now actually on our side. He has paid the money back, and he is now helping us with his boss fight, which is very much appreciated, let me tell you.
Also, you notice that in the previous grunt fight, I went for Simoon with Ryu and Nina. The fact that Sias is in this fight as an NPC, like friendly helper, pretty much always goes after the first character. So it will pretty much always break your combo. Thank you for waking Nina up. After immediately...
A rough awakening, but it helped.
Yeah, hey.
I think there's actually something that we haven't touched upon, because, yeah, the combos obviously only work if the 2 characters that you want to combo go immediately one after the other. There can't be any action in between. So even like an enemy could just, go ahead and interrupt that, which is kind of where the order of your characters and who goes first comes into play. We'll see that a little bit later when we get our last party member, actually. But yeah, it's actually very important that you, have people go in the right order there.
That was an incredible grunts too. That was really fast.
Yeah, that was really good. Like, Sias can do a couple of things depending on the state of the fight, so to speak. Like, if all of your characters are healthy, he's generally bound to attack the grunts. But if you're like in a bit of a pickle, you can actually go ahead and throw like healing items at you, which, is nice because he saves your characters. But on the flip side, he doesn't deal more damage to the grunts and help the fight go by quicker. So it's a bit of a give or take there. But yeah, the grunts is actually one of the hardest fights in the run, I want to say. So good job on getting through that pretty much unscathed.
Yeah, it was chill. And I went into it with Nina at half HP too, so that was really scary. And I didn't notice till after my first turn. So I got really greedy and it paid off. Anyway, this is one of the longest cutscenes in the game. So talk about Drax's run. I'm gonna go get some water.
Yeah, because from here on out, like the run will also be a little bit more chill for the next hour or so, I want to say. So you're best definitely out of a rough spot once you get through the grunt fight. But yeah, on Drax's side, we're back in Witchwood. Nina just got cursed by the fairies again. So she has been shrunk to the size of, I don't know, is it an ant? Maybe a little bit bigger? Probably a little bit bigger because the sparrow mistakes her for, a fledgling bird.
I think it's about the same size as one of its like weird maggot things it tries to feed her.
But hey, at least you didn't get the encounter on the tile.
That is such a common encounter as well. It's so annoying. There's like 3 or 4 places in this run where you'll get an encounter literally on a tile that triggers a scene immediately after.
But yeah, also the reason that Countdown can take a break here, even though, the game doesn't have auto-scrolling cutscenes, but recently the community has allowed turbo controllers to be used in a speedrun, so that you can just, hold down the button or make the button continuously fire and just take a bit of a break, because otherwise there would actually be no breaks in this run whatsoever. And it is a 7 to 8 or even more hour run with technically no breaks if you don't have that. So, it's just really nice that the community allowed that. Makes it a little bit more approachable. And just all around, like doesn't strain your wrists and fingers as much. Always welcome. No, there are definitely some speedrun communities out there who are a little bit iffy on the allowance of turbo in their speedruns, but I think especially like long RPGs like that, it's definitely good to have. But yeah, Pongryong distilling some wisdom to our heroes and then promptly crashing the little barge they're on, so they are now stranded on top of a wintry mountain. Stranded with no means to escape. I mean, it's not true. Just setting the scene here. On the other side, we are now fighting a sparrow with wind magic. I'm really trying to imagine what is going through this sparrow's mind, when this little winged creature just blasts them with wind in the face.
I'm just glad I got the easy fight for that. No feeding time at all. Because I've never lost 5 minutes to being confused and the bird then sitting there doing nothing afterwards until it just runs away. And then you don't get any EXP from it either. It just runs away and you get nothing.
Oh, I've never seen that. Really? Just runs away?
Yeah. There's a certain amount of turns and the bird just flies away and you get nothing.
Oh my god. And that's great. We love confusion in RPGs, especially when we are on a solo character thing.
I shouldn't need to, but I'm going to save.
Yeah, back on the countdown side, on the ice peak, there's actually one very, very important item that we have to pick up, which is the icicle. And speaking of enemies not doing anything, these ice peaks can just sit around and do absolutely nothing. You just have to go through that, text box there telling you that they're not doing anything. And it's just like, I mean, I guess it's better than them using attacks or anything, but just sitting there wasting time. There they are again. But yeah, the icicle is an item that you can use in a fight to cast, I think it's a level 2 ice spell. And it is actually very important for the next boss fight that we're gonna face. believe it or not, because we're actually going to go ahead and use it in a combo of sorts. But more about that when we're at that point. In the meantime, Draxus has made their way through, or to, Warren Council, or the Warren Elders here. Once again, asking them for help on what to do with Cray if they have any ideas. Which also means that the second Khan fight is coming up. It's again not... I mean, I don't think your audio is playing on stream, so it should be fine.
Yeah, it's only me who's going to go deaf. It's okay.
Are we going to see Tiger Fist again? The countdown is going around, just pushing some snowballs down the mountain into bigger snowballs. You can actually take a bit of time around here to, push these snowballs into like gaps and whatnot to get a couple more treasure chests. Obviously not needed in the speedrun. But you do have to be careful how you push those snowballs, because you can definitely, like, quote unquote, not necessarily soft lock yourself, but you can definitely put yourself in a situation where you can't progress anymore. And then you have to go back to the previous screen to reset the puzzle. And then you're just crying because you just lost time. So yeah, you have to be kind of careful how you push it, especially like these last two snowballs there.
I think Sias was like 10 HP off being put into Rashaka range to potentially save a turn on this fight.
God damn it.
Alright, skipped an encounter, but my run luck was so bad.
Yeah, those ice peaks really did you dirty. Also, hey, I think we just passed the 24-hour mark on the relay. I know the timer is a little bit off, because of the technical difficulties we had earlier, but I think it started about 24 hours ago that the stream went live.
Yeah, that's right.
So, hey! Second
Scheduled
day
to
of
start
runs,
at 3
everybody.
Eastern.
But yeah, Sias has a mechanic where if he is in yellow HP range, I think it is, like low HP, he enters what is called Rakshasa, which basically makes him... Does it deal more damage or do an additional hit? But he does
like
something damage related.
Resort, sort of, and
Yeah.
it just boosts his attack
Yeah, okay.
greatly.
He does more damage than... Yeah.
It takes his defense and puts it into attack.
Hmm. But also we made it to check where we are now meeting the mediators. Which actually have a very important role in the world, I want to say. And they tell you like about these, what do you call it? Energy streams that like every person, every being basically has, and how the endless, have like these endless energy streams and basically start pulling and twisting everything around them in a way. Which is kind of what, the story was all about with the dragon, for example, at the beginning of the game attacking Nina and Cray because Ryu was in the vicinity and everything was starting to revolve around them, kind of as it is with Faolu on the other side of the world. And the chieftain here like enters Ryu's dreams. So they're basically like in a dream state right now talking. And for some reason, Urshan is there, which is very peculiar because you wouldn't think that Urshan would just be able to enter other people's dreams, right? And there is actually a reason for that. Because as it turns out, Urshan itself is possessed by an endless. So our next course of action is basically trying to figure out what is going on there.
And Craig gets some second thoughts. He's like, "This is crazy. This is too big for my pea brain. I can't change the world. I'm just a guy. We should turn Ryu into the Empire and be done with it." And Nina is like, "Are you insane?" So anyway, Now we're going to enter into Urshan's mind and see what's going on in there.
There's a character coming up that I think everybody is looking forward to meeting again. The Ocean's Mind is a very interesting place with all these twisting and turning pathways and enemies in it. Not the most welcome place for sure. But thankfully we won't be here for a long while either.
No, we will only get one dragon form.
Oh, look, it's Dice. Ooh, what a thought. And yeah, once again, she's trapped in this magical pyramid thingy that you have to break out of by defeating these 4 pillars. And this fight is really interesting. As you can probably tell, like all these pillars have like different elemental weaknesses and strengths. So we have like an earth, fire, wind, and water pillar. And this is where we use the icicle that we picked up just earlier on the Shining Peak to basically immediately get rid of the fire pillar. Then we have Dice use Shining Blade on one of them. Nina using a Cyclone to get rid of water and earth, so only the wind pillar is left standing.
Well,
And then we just
kinda did
attack that
wrong.
once more. And goes down. Oh wait, Dice was supposed to attack that one, wasn't it?
Yep, and I healed it by using Cyclone, so I have to just double Shining Blade and hope nobody dies.
It'll be fine. But yeah, it's a very neat
Yeah, it's fine.
fight, just because of the icicle used at the start here, because it just immediately gets rid of the fire pillar and like heavily damages like 2 of the other ones. And then you can just, muck up the rest of them pretty easily. It's like it's a really neat strategy that they came up with here. And that frees Dice.
Yeah, huge shout out to Magus and Bowie and Chibi Zero for doing a lot of the heavy lifting on the routing, most of which we still use today.
Another important pickup that we have on the way back here in this treasure chest we're passing by is a water ward. I think it raises your defense against water attacks, so even outright nullifies them. It's not something that we're actually gonna equip with any of our characters at any point, but it does sell for a pretty penny later on. And as we already established, like money is really tight over the course of the run. So we could basically grab everything we can quickly that we can also sell for a lot of money to be able
That's
to
right.
afford the equipment that we need later on.
So Deus is like, in order for me to be free of the Urshan armor body, I have to be able to possess a medium, essentially. She can't exist in her current form in the human realm. She's cursed to the armor. So we get one of Abyss's strongest soldiers who looks exactly like a time mage from Final Fantasy Tactics. And now she's possessed with Dace.
Nothing ever went wrong when like a dark spirit like that possessed somebody else, right? Right?
Right. No, I mean, all she's going to do is eat food and pass out. I mean, tell me what's wrong with that. Who doesn't love doing that?
Exactly.
You're going to eat an entire animal. We're going to find a ribcage of an animal that's larger than the medium.
In the meantime, hey, Faolu's still alive. You ever remember that guy? He got shot down like a while ago. And he has regained consciousness, and he's once again being taken care of in a completely different place. Slowly coming to his senses. That's nice. Good on him. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to him ever again. But yeah, Di's having a bit of a Thanksgiving all for herself here. Like, look at the size of that ribcage on the right side of the screen there. And she ate that all by herself, essentially. Lady has an appetite. What can I say? Also, she's a bit rude at this point towards basically everybody because she, you know, has an endless herself. Sees herself as a little bit better as the rest of them. While everybody else is trying to, you know, figure out the pieces, she's just basically going all over them. But we'll also get to that in a little bit. In the meantime, yeah, Faolu is in this little village here, and this baby can just block you for minutes if it wants to, basically.
It sure can, but
you know,
you can reload the screen and it puts the baby into the default on position and it'll walk in a different way. But like, if it starts blocking you for more than like 2 seconds, you need to just reset the screen.
Yeah, like you can just stand still in front of that bridge that they're trying to get over, and it's just like, agony.
So this woman that's caring for Faolu, her name is Mami, Mami, and she lives in the village of San, and basically she's lying and telling people that that's like her cousin or something back from the war, but really it's a god that she found in the forest, and she's a kind soul, so she doesn't want to. She nursed him back to health. She doesn't want anything bad to happen to him, but she doesn't know how truly evil his intentions are. But it's actually just, you know, one of the few humanizing moments that Faolu experiences in his travels to meet up with Ryu and co. That makes him sort of reconsider. Anyway, that's a little bit spoilery for the end game, but just some context for what's going on here. And we're going to start running some errands here for the people of San Village.
Also pay special attention to that little jingle sound that happens whenever Mommy is on screen, because she has these bells, I think, in her hair.
That's right.
Every time, you know, she moves around, you hear this little bell jingle. And that will be like a very interesting detail that will be important later on. But it's just like a little, you know, thing that already is starting to condition you to her presence on screen. But yeah, especially the mayor of the town is getting a little bit nosy at this point at who Faolu really is, you know, pressing Mommy for explanations where that guy come from, because apparently the major has a bit of a crush on her or something. And he basically sees Faolu as a bit of a competitor in that regard. But as it turns out, the village itself seems to have a bit of a problem with some animals and some monsters around here that Faolu is just gonna take up on himself to try and resolve. Now, remember the Mammon fight that we had a little bit early on the run? You know, that huge hulking elephant kind of thing in the woods? Well, there's a counterpart to that. And it is this guy. That is Papan. Who would have thought? Whereas, you know, we chucked a bunch of Molotovs at Mammon with the party. Faulu will just go ahead and charge at that thing until it's dead. Like, it's really as simple as that. There's really no strategy needed. Faulu is just so strong, you just press the charge button and he just auto-attacks the thing until it's dead. It's barely a boss fight, I want to say.
If it
Wow,
high
this
rolls
is,
with the body press, it can get scary with just charge.
Yeah, well, I got 2 counters and only physical attacks, so that was pretty easy.
I'm not jealous at all.
Oh, don't worry, that's just payback for having Sias and Nina put to sleep in the fairy world.
I don't say that, I'm there now.
I
You'll
was
be
just going to
fine.
say, speaking of the fairy world, we just ended that on Traxxaside. And if you remember, we have to go through, wait, is it 5 of the small phantoms and then the big one? 4 of the 5 phantoms you can just basically heal to death with Sias and Nina combined of heal and rejuvenate. One of them you have to like more physically, not physically attack, but you know, use more Molotovs and sever. But we'll see how they go. But usually this is the point where you need Nina to be at least level 11 so that she has learned Rejuvenate. So you can't do the combo of Sias's heal into Nina's Rejuvenate. Just immediately get rid of those phantoms. Oh, here goes to sleep.
Yay.
And oh, thank God. Only Ryu got put to sleep. Yeah, when we were here earlier on Countdown side, like he immediately slept both sides and Nina, and I think he did it a second time as well. So that fight
He did,
was
yeah.
going a little bit sideways.
He slept Sias the second time. But thankfully, they both, like, Nina was put in the back for so long that, like, the MP regen part was not a big deal. Because normally your AP is really tight through there, and you actually have to, like, put people in the back row to get them to regen their AP, like, specifically. This encounter is super early. Ugh.
You know what? They look just like the ghost that Rexus is fighting in the Witchwood. Like, different color.
That's right.
But
And there's your
the
stone
exact
pillar.
same enemy model.
I think the party needs to have Nina heading this because I think Ryu is slower. There needs to be a reorder.
Rex is doing them a little bit out of order, opting to, you know, do all of the ones that are susceptible to healing magic first before going for the one that doesn't do that.
Sias was close enough to leveling up that I'm going to hope that him getting the level up means we might be more likely to get the combo on this one.
Wow, that encounter was
I mean-
super early and I still skipped the second one. Okay. So there's 2
Nice.
possible encounters I can skip in Urshan Dream 2 here. But what's more important is the Chippendale men she's got in her dream. just
I mean, you know,
and
if you
stuff
are
swagged out.
if you're being with godlike powers and you can just do whatever you want, you know, why not opt for this? I guess. Who's stopping you?
That one guy's pants are unbuttoned.
Oh, well, who knows what they were doing before you arrived, huh?
That's right.
He, in fact, still did not combo.
Oh, are you trying to combo Sever Frost?
Yeah.
Yeah, it never happens, man. I don't understand it. I think I've had it happen in one run ever. I usually just like save extra Molotovs to make it and just eat the 3-turn fight.
All right, time for the phantom fight. And just gonna go ahead and heal that guy to death with Sais and Nina. Yeah, once again, if you combo heal and rejuvenate, it deals more damage than both of them would do individually. Because it deals a little bit more damage, like this third tick at the end that it does there. And that gives you just enough damage that you are able to finish this fight in 2 turns.
That's right.
Because he has 5,000 HP, and each of your combos does about 2,503 to 6, I want to say. So it's barely over half of his health every time
That's
it
right.
happens.
Yeah, it's always 2503 per hit or per combo. And you end up doing 5,006 damage to a boss that is 5,000 in 2 turns.
Yeah.
It's very nicely routed.
Yeah, great fight. Easy every time, as long as
Also, I
we're living.
somehow I skipped both skippable encounters in Urshan Dream 2, so that was good.
God damn.
That made up for the double run fail. My run luck in this run has just been absolutely atrocious.
Yeah, I think we've both been having terrible run luck. But that's Breath of Fire 4, I guess. So I never used to get terrible run luck, and now I always do.
The interesting scene here, like as we see, you know, like Dice is not inhibiting Urshan's body anymore because she is now in this medium. However, for some reason, like the armor still has retained some form of consciousness because it was possessed by Dice for so long that some of it just affected that piece of armor. And it is now basically searching for, you know, a reason to live, so to speak. Like, what is its purpose now that its master, so to speak, is not inhibiting it anymore, right? So it basically goes here to Dice. It's like, okay, what am I supposed to do? And Dice is pretty rudely saying, just piss off. You know, I don't need you anymore. Do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. And it's a bit heartbreaking to see. And it's just like, just go back to the village. You're a piece of armor. What does armor do? Well, armor protects people, right? So just go back to the village and protect the people there. And that's basically what the Urshan is going to do, because it's also not going to be part of our party anymore because we don't have a use for it, I guess.
Not at the moment.
More importantly, though, we are now in Sinchon, which is the ritual site that the mediums basically use to summon the gods to this realm. Because as we've learned in our time while we're at Czech, is that they mediums there, led by the abbess, basically are performing rituals to summon gods to this world. And that is basically how all the dragons in the world have formed. Like, they are godly beings summoned from other planes who first basically look like humans when they arrive, but after a lot of time has passed and they are gradually starting to lose their powers, they are turning into dragons and then more or less peacefully live out the rest of their lives there, because they are technically immortal on this realm in their dragon forms. And at this point in the game, we're basically trying to communicate with all of the dragons and trying to figure out what Ryu actually is, because yes, he is an Andalus, but he doesn't fit the dragon mold in a way. There's something a little bit off about him. We're trying to figure out what that is. And thus, we are trying to communicate with all of the dragons to see if they know anything about this, because they have been around for so long. But yeah, while that is going on, we are switching back to Faolu, and as you can see, there are some earthquakes shaking the land. And apparently, as it turns out, the god of the mountain is angry. And Faolu scoffs at that and wants to investigate this supposed god. As well, yeah, he knows what's going on as he is a quote-unquote god himself. So he's curious if another being like him is actually inhibiting that mountain or not. In the meantime, Draxus is about to rescue Cray from the castle. We talked about this earlier. You have to go through these encounters with the guards before they roll over to the second turn, because otherwise they would, sound the alarm. You would get expelled from the castle again. Also, you have to make sure that you kill them on turn 1, which is easily doable with Sias's Shining Blade. However, it can miss a hit, and that is mostly why you use Nina with another Sever. Try and kill the enemy off should they actually survive Shining Blade.
Just to show how tight EXP really is here, I have only just got level 14, which is needed from that last encounter.
Dude, this has got to stop. These double run fails are killing me.
Oh, I'm definitely getting an extra encounter here now.
Lava puddles just not letting you go away. I mean, thankfully, Breath of Fire has this runaway pity system, where the more you try to run away from an encounter, it increases the chance of you actually being able to run away. But yeah, sometimes you have to go through all of the build-up before it actually triggers. And yeah, that surprise attack is not helping.
It sure isn't.
Funnily enough, there are actually some encounters on this mountain that you can take because you can get through them pretty easily. I think it's the Black Goose, if I'm not mistaken. That you can kill pretty easily because, it's obviously faster to take the encounter if you can kill them in one hit than to try and run away and probably fail at it. But yeah, there they go, Black Goo. Let's go ahead, pop it, fight is done. And basically no time lost compared to a potential flea fail. Maybe we should start talking more about those to actually, manifest them on the run. Because it apparently worked. As soon as I brought them up, they were there.
So far, I've pet the cat and pet the horse for good luck.
I did not pet the horse. I did pet the cat, though. Maybe that's why I'm getting all these double run fails. The horse is
Maybe
mad.
it is. I mean, the horse is probably faster than the cat, right? Maybe that's it. But yeah, here Faolu meets this god of the mountain, and as it turns out, it's just, a rock golem thing that is, once again, infused by quote-unquote leftover endless energy, if you will. It's not really a god. Faolu says as much, and he's just, mopping the floor with that thing. You're just busy transforming and then use Eraser Breath until it's dead. Because it does summon some ads every time it can. And if you would just use like single targets attacks, obviously the ads would still be alive and heckle you. So you can just use Eraser and erase them from existence. Now you have to watch the whole animation once. And after you have watched it once, you can then skip it on subsequent uses. Thankfully. Because while it is nice to watch the first time around, starts adding up time. More often you have to watch it.
Yeah. It is also pretty short, even by itself.
but your Maul has about 16,000 health, if I'm not mistaken. So a couple uses of a razor and over.
I found out the other day that guy can use Quake, and if he uses Quake, it makes the fight really slow.
Oh, well, thank you for manifesting that. It literally just happened to me. Actually, that was pretty quick. I think it was fine.
Yeah, the issue is if he does it really early and does it more than once, because your HP gets below a certain value and Eraser starts doing less damage.
That's right. Yes. You bring up a good point. Dragon breath attacks across the spectrum in this game do less damage if the less HP you have. So if you're at max HP, they're at full strength, and since I just took 700 damage from Quake, I might have to use an extra eraser here. I don't know. I think this is number 5, so if it kills, we're good.
In the meantime, Drexus is making his way through the Golden Plane for the second time.
Nice counter. Yes. Okay.
Making up for the loss of damage on the eraser. Nice. Oh no, wait, it was the third time. Sorry, that's the time. We already repaired the sword. Going through Fen soon.
Luckily, just made use of all the extra Molotovs I still had left over.
Yeah.
I swear it's quicker.
It's always such a freedom. It's always such a freedom call once you're just done with the Golden Plains. I feel. I don't know.
I have one multivitamin I can use on Folu as well, but I'm just gonna hold it for now because I'm pretty good on HP.
Well, the interesting thing about the mountain that we're making our way through here, on the way back, the camera angle has changed for whatever reason. So while you're going through the same environment, you're now doing it at a different camera angle. So it can be a little bit disorientating, you know, when you've just gone through this whole area one way. And because we're not changing the camera angle because it would take too long, quote unquote. You know, it can be a little bit disorientating going back, but with a different camera angle here. I don't even know why it changed necessarily, but the game just thought it would be funny to do that, I guess. On the flip side, you can see this part of the mountain a little bit clearer, so it's a little bit easier to navigate your way out of it. But,
it's fine. Also, the camera angle changes just because of the cutscene with Marl. Afterward, the camera rotates
because
onto
that is
Folu.
already all right.
I see,
just
you know,
that way then after.
Yeah, Folu does his little musing about what this this quote unquote god's purpose was, or why it exists.
The village mayor not all too happy with Folu having, you know, killed the god of the mountain, so to speak. And here are all the dragons in the world being summoned. And, you know, having this little council meeting and telling us, you know, about the Endless and about what Rio actually is. Because as it turns out, not only the mediums, which, you know, normally call all the gods to this world, have summoned gods or have tried to summon gods. No. The Empire has also looked into summoning gods for their own purposes. However, their ritual, with which they use to summon the gods, is prone to failures. You know, it's not like perfect. So whenever they summon a god, it goes a little bit awry, and that is actually what happened with the Yore dragon that they tried to summon like hundreds of years back, which turned out to be Folu. However, Folu arrived in an incomplete state. He was still able to more or less fulfill what he was summoned to do, which was to, you know, end the war that was going on in the Empire, or in the lands of the Empire, and establish the Empire going forward. However, he was incomplete, and it was said that his other half would arrive sometime in the future, and that is basically why Folu went into this deep sleep that he awakened from at the start of the game, because his other half has finally arrived in the world, which happens to be Ryu, because of course it does.
That's right.
So the reason we are swapping back between Faolu and Ryu is because they are, one half each of a complete whole. And the way they are going through the world is like very different. Like Ryu is meeting all these other characters that are friendly towards him, that help him. And I guess you can make the case that that also happens to Faolu in a way, but there's also a lot of negativity going on with him because he's being chased by his own military. Everybody's trying to kill him, as we see here. The military is just right here to try and kill him again because his mission is basically to grasp power of the Empire again for himself, and finally reunite with Ryu so he can basically conquer the whole world under the Empire. However, that would mean that he would substitute the current emperor of the Empire, and that guy very much does not want to relinquish his power to Faolu because, he's emperor now. He wants to keep being emperor. So he's sending an army after Faolu to try and kill this incomplete god, so to speak. And, his army keeps failing about that, but it also creates a lot of negative emotions and energy and whatnot in Faolu. However, since they are both endless, and as we have learned, you are supposed to basically surrender your fate to the endless because you just keep getting swept away in their energy swirl thingy, whatever. That is basically, why all the other characters are drawn to Faolu and the Ryu because of their endless energy. And but they keep getting swept up in all the happenings right here. Like Mami, for example. Mami is drawn to Faolu, not only because, he's a dashing looking guy, but also because of the endless energy turning her towards him, which is why she is now very much risking her life for him so he can escape, and she gets captured by the Empire instead.
Yeah, so Yom and the current emperor know the plan that is in place for Faolu, which is why they're sending the army, the Imperial army, after him repeatedly, because they know that if he has time to fully power up and then fuse with Ryu, it's over for them.
Exactly. And that is also why they actually sent Captain Rasso, Daniel Craig, the guy that we saw way at the beginning of the game, the blonde guy, is in the Alliance territory because he is the leader of an expedition of the Empire to look for the second half of the Yori dragon, which is Ryu. So they can, eliminate him before he has a chance to meet up with Faolu.
Don't you worry, Blink. There's, another 3 hours of this run? I'll be able to show off just how unlucky I am. I'm sure. If my triple or double run fails weren't enough.
Countdown is now tempting fate for Faolu at the end of the game.
Oh, God.
That's right. There's always the end of the game. Thankfully, there's a save point right before it.
There's a hack to that.
We run out of soul gems.
I'm more worried about running out of Ambrosia and Dragon.
Just go for the bad ending. It'll be fine.
I had Astral in my practice run. Astral used what's that attack that does 900 damage to the whole party? He used it like 4 or 5 times after Tyrant made me use an Ambrosia, so I was toast.
Oh God, yeah. Love to see that.
Anyway, there's no way that'll happen twice. No shot. Also, speaking of unlucky, or lucky, depending on how you want to look at it, I have not yet seen a 3-bot.
Let's keep it that way for now, please.
Well, yeah, I want to save it for later, for sure.
Exactly. But yeah, with the revelations that we've just had about, what Ryu is and how the world is governed in a way, we're now making our way back to check to, talk things over with the party, so to speak, and see what our next moves are from there.
Okay, this is a heads up from me. I'm going to be stepping away probably for the rest of the relay, but please keep the Cid and Rexdon in the loop for when you're at about 1 hour warning, 15-minute warning, and then when you finish. We will need to pull them into the relay channel, so ping Cid to join the Discord for that.
Okay.
Well,
I'll let
thank
him know.
you.
Thank you.
Catch you soon. That one log there caught me out for so long because I could not see that log there. I went the long way around for so long.
Yeah, that's the thing if you never change your camera perspective, right? Like sometimes you just don't know that an object is there that you can traverse over. But yeah,
Going
as it
past
happens.
woods. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
As
tricky.
it happens, the Empire has now found Czech and, is rounding up the people there. And the Abbess has talked to Urchin because, protect us, please. We can't fight. We are small little humans. And these guys have weapons and whatnot. So we are going on a little solo adventure with Urchin here, fighting the Imperial army that is invading Czech. Now, thankfully, these fights aren't too hard. Like, Urchin should be able to one-hit kill pretty much everything around here.
Yeah, we also have the red cape equipped, which greatly increases the chance for Urshan to counterattack, which is really nice. You saw there, it helped me. It shortened that battle by 1 turn.
In practice, I actually had a run where I had to healing herb there. I got 0 counter attacks and they kept crit hitting me.
Yeah,
Oh,
it can happen for sure.
And that's again like the problem with that we never did any level up sessions until this point. So Urshan is going here very underpowered. Now, thankfully, the game is programmed that all these enemies are kind of weak because it knows it kind of throws in the deep end here with Urshan going alone against 5 enemies in total. But yeah, it can still go wrong. Hopefully it doesn't.
My Urshan's level 14 or 15. I'm definitely good. It's just, just a formality. Alright. And now we hide under our cape. Just to pretend like Rasso can't see us.
Surely can't. But yeah, the dude isn't really impressed with you, killing off his troops. Also doesn't really care for Urshan. He just cares to know where the Yorei dragon is, or Ryu to be more precise. But clearly he has been through here, so, he wants to round everybody up for a little bit of interrogation. Just wants to talk things over, Nothing bad happened with a little bit of talk ever, right? That basically happened during the time that we were, convening with the dragons earlier. So when we come back to check, like it's completely abandoned. And Urshan there just barely scrounging into frame. Yeah, I was telling them that Urshan stayed behind to protect the villagers. Yeah, Urshan is basically dying at this point. I was just glad that it was able to, help for the time it was able to. And the lights go out. Now, thankfully, the Abbess was able to evacuate, like, most, if not all of the village to, like, a secret place that they have somewhere up in the mountains. So we're now basically rushing there to hopefully find all of them alive and healthy. In the meantime, Drax is over there making his way through the wind tunnel, once again to find the wind flutes so he can enter Pung Top as well. Now These rotating platforms. I know they're not trolling because they are programmed like in a hard way that they always have the same amount of revolutions before you can get out to the next point. But it always feels like they're trolling you a little bit by just going like halfway and then going more than another halfway. So you just basically just past of where you want to get off, and it's just like, oh my god, just let me get off here, please. They're basically a bus that drives past the one bus stop where you need to get out of just to back off and return and drop you off then and there, like after being at another place. It's like, why? Why does the bus driver hate me so? There's the wind flute. I just have to make our way out of this again.
Surely I won't fail to run away from any more fights on the way out of here.
Fingers crossed? Question mark? Yeah, Dice having a bit of a moment over there, how useless humanity is with all of their crawls and their wars and whatnot. So why should she care about anything they do? And speaking of, well, damn. I guess we got captured by the Empire here. They surprised us in our sleep. Nina and Cry trying to reason with the commander there, but to no avail. Just being brought to the abandoned village, which is the place that, the villagers of Czech are hiding out in cases of emergency. And there is Captain Rasso. Excuse me, Daniel Craig. Sorry. And he's just telling them, like, yeah, he's been interrogating the villagers to see where the Yore dragon is. Even though it was Ursula, the lady with the purple hair and the red uniform there, who actually captured us. And then we see this. Like, it's one of the villagers barely crawling out of that. And, yeah, like, Rosser was doing a little bit more than, just talking to the people of the village. And this is definitely the point where the story of the game, like, the crumbs were there, but I think this is like a turning point in the game where the story starts turning pretty dark with all of its themes all of a sudden. Like, it was always leading up to this, but like I think this is the part where it like really hits you that, oh my god, like shit is going down here. Which leads us to this boss fight. So this is Ait. He has a very big shield and he is not afraid to use it. Which also means that we're basically not dealing any damage to him. Like, you cannot win this fight at this point. So you are free to try, but nothing will happen. In order to win this fight, what you have to do is you have to kill Ryu. Which will, naturally happen after some point because I deals a lot of damage. Because as soon as Ryu quote-unquote dies, he will automatically transform into the Kaiser Dragon. Now, as everybody who has ever played a Breath of Fire game probably knows, the Kaiser Dragon tends to be a little bit unstable. However, it's really your only chance of beating Ait at this point. But Ryu will also automatically just use Kaiser Breath and basically obliterate this boss fight. Yeah, you definitely need to put the F in Ait here. Very well put. Yeah, it doesn't do a lot of damage to Ike. You think with an animation like that, it would actually deal more damage, but it gets rid of his shield, and it actually reveals his weak point. And that is really all we need at this point, because Ryu is basically out of control at this point. You have no control over his actions during the fight. He just does whatever he wants to. And he just wants to go ahead and spam Kaiser Breath, which, is actually a-okay with us because it's going to lose this fight pretty easily. But yeah, once again, after you've seen it once, the second time around, you can just skip the animation for the breath attacks, which is pretty nice. And that gets rid of the boss fight. Hooray! But it's not kind of ending there because, Ryu is completely losing his mind at this point because of all the abuse that has been happening so far. So, the Kaiser is kind of taking over at this point, and he's not happy. Especially at what Rasso did. So after, 3 fights now with the guy? 3 run-ins? He just absolutely obliterates this guy out of existence and half the village with him, I guess.
Yeah, he's
So I
toast.
guess we're finally rid of that guy. No? Ursula is kind of, fortuitous in that she was standing a meter behind where that thing just went off. But she's unfazed. She's like, arrest them! And, and then Rio's just doing, the one look over his shoulder with the dragon mimicking it, and these guys are just kind of, nope. But too late. And then Ursula has the gracious idea of just trying to shoot Ryu, which, I think Kaiser's kind of against that.
I sort of had a thought the other day with whether this is maybe happening simultaneously to the next bit that happens, and maybe Faolu's mental state in the next bit might have influenced Ryu here as well a bit.
You know what? That's actually an interesting idea. Yeah, I can see it. But yeah, this is where Nina is just, barely able to cool Ryu down, so to speak. So he snaps back to his senses. And yeah, like she said, this is the first time that she actually prayed looking at a dragon. Never happened before. But yeah, switching back to Drexus for a moment here. He's also now in the grunt fight. So let's see how that goes. Luckily, he also made the level 14, so he has access to Cyclone on Nina. But yeah, that is also back on Countdown side, the end of Chapter 2. The game has 4 chapters in total. The first 3 are basically the longest chapter, and then Chapter 4 is basically just the last dungeon. So we are a bit more than halfway through the run at this point, actually. Grunt fight looking good so far, I would say. I mean, Cray
that was a
getting
misclick.
slept.
That might be bad.
Ooh.
I was meant to throw a healing herb, but
I guess we'll see what the grunts do. And Nina is looking a bit. Ooh.
Yeah, she's been focused a little here.
Axe. Okay, it should be fine. At least for this round.
Yeah, I need to make sure she's at good health going into the next fight, so...
Yeah, because keep in mind, there are 2 grunt fights back to back. Just because you live through one of them doesn't mean anything, if you go into the second one with barely any HP and they just kill you off instantly.
Verily, a river.
But yeah, this is the part, where Faolu is making his way towards the Empire, and the only way to get there is through this passage. However, you have to present a sacrifice for the passage to open, and in comes this creature, which was Popon previously, willingly sacrificing itself for Faolu so he can continue his journey. Because, keep in mind, once again, he's an endless. He kind of twists and warps reality around him. So this creature is willingly/unwillingly, helping him get through this. And he just kind of laughs at the absurdity of it all. Because there was no creature, reasonably would just sacrifice itself like that so a human could, well, he's not technically a human, but you know what I mean, be able to continue like this. Yeah, second ground fight on Drax's side. Ice has now joined in the fray. It's actually helping off the Shining Blade. That's pretty nice. Where is the fight along? Sleep on Cray should be fine. Would have been nice if one of the grounds always had woken him up, but I guess you can't have everything.
Oh, I wasn't scared. That's on
I
me.
mean, the
and some
grunts are
like
actually kind of
70
helping you
seconds.
there, aren't they? Like, you know, diversifying their targets like that.
All right, so we'll see. There's enemies here that can. If I fail to run, I might get Raging Demoned. Any Third Strike fans? They put a little Easter egg that those bandit enemies that I just ran into can use, like, it's called something else, I can't remember, but it's basically the exact same animation as Raging Demon.
With Street Fighter callback. Yeah, that was all in all pretty good grunt fights there. Drax has also made it through the gauntlet. Can now relax for a little bit.
Nice, we're both in cutscene hell.
Yeah, so this is the point, like a bit of a turning point, I want to say, for Faolu, because the Empire, you know, has failed to stop him and his advance on the capital so far. So the only recourse left for them, so to speak, is to try and use the cannonade on him. The cannonade, as we have established, like way at the beginning of the run, right, is this huge cannon that they have, with which they can put hexes on an area. Now, a hex, once again, is fueled by the suffering, basically, of other human beings, and then puts like this whole curse of negative energy on an area that, well, curses the area. Hence, it's called a hex, right? And that is what the Empire is now getting ready to shoot at Faolu to try and stop him, because it's basically the only thing that they can think of that might actually be able to stop him, because, you know, he's becoming more and more powerful the longer that he is awake after his slumber. And the way the hex can get amplified is if you are able to sacrifice a being that is from the area that you're trying to put the hex on, the hex gets more powerful. And if you remember a little bit earlier, they actually captured a person that was from roughly this area that also had like a close connection to Faolu, which we will hear in just a second here. I mean, you already saw it in the cutscene earlier if you played very close attention when they showed the inside of the cannonade. And here it is. Remember that jingle? Yeah, it's Mommy's bell. So at this point, you basically know, and I mean, Faolu also knows that they sacrificed Mommy, and I don't know who else, to fuel that specific shot of the cannonade. So you know that Mommy is dead at this point. And, you know, since they had, she had a bit of a connection to Faolu, you know, he's starting to get really, really pissed off.
Yeah, he's not happy.
But yeah, as Drex has already pointed out earlier, you know, it's like both sides have bad things happening. You know, we just saw Faolu with the cannonade, but a little bit earlier, we had Ryu just go absolutely batshit with the Kaiser Dragon. So, like I said, you know, it's really like a tonal shift in a way for the story, like a very hard tonal shift in the story at this point. Again, it's been building up to this for a while now, but this is where it kind of starts, you know, crashing down all around you. And I want to say, like, in a way, it's probably one of the most mature stories, like, in the Breath of Fire series. I mean, there's debatable about 5, I guess, but if you compare this to the other games, like, not saying that they didn't, touch upon sensitive subjects or anything, but I think, like, this game is, like, very much more clear about this. Also, this animation, with the cut rope around Ursula just, falling down, it's just, such a good animation. And then just Sai is also exclaiming, "Yeah, it's not right to tie up women," which is like,
it's not good to
like again,
tie up women.
It's a bit of a tonal shift again, to what we just talked about. But you have to have a little bit of levity and all of that, otherwise it would just go, like emotionally bankrupt, I guess. But you know what else we are going to do? We are going to run around the world like a headless chicken for a little bit, because at this point in the game, and this is like the last big open chapter of the game, or rather, it is the point in the game where it kind of starts opening up a bit more. Like so far, we've been pretty much going straight, like from one area to the next, following a straight path with a little bit of backtracking here and there. But at this point in the game, like the game is really starting to open up so you can go to more areas more freely, because very soon we're also getting the shift ability, which like really just allows us to warp to every point that we have visited previously whenever we want to. You can also start doing more side quests and whatnot if you want to. So it's not just, like a straight shot from A to B anymore. I mean, it kind of is, but, you have the option of it not being that. But also, guess what? Urshan's back.
I too.
It turns out, like, Dice was. Oh my God! The Cid is Urshan.
It would be a better existence right now because I've been jumping through hoops trying to fix my capture card, and it's like, this works.
Cross-reading the chat a bit, yeah.
It works fine on the TV. It doesn't work here. Didn't work. Now it works. I'm just like, all right, it's functional. I'm gonna stop pressing buttons.
It's sometimes just the thing that you have to do. Just stop doing anything. Just let it run its course.
Yeah.
Don't ask why it's working. Just be glad that it is. I think that's the nicest ice peak I have ever had.
It looked pretty good, yeah.
I normally at least see one of those birds try and gobble a fish at least once.
But it's better than failing the fleas or then just, sitting around watching you. But yeah, we're busy going through, the whole check part of the story on Drax's side again. So if you missed any of that, now's the time to recapitulate. We learn about the Endless and their energy streams and how they twist and turn everything around them.
Meanwhile, I'm writing a raft.
Hey, minigame! It's been a while since we had one of those, isn't it?
I was gonna say, I was like, who snuck Final Fantasy VI in here?
And where's Ultros?
Indeed.
Now, if you just chant Ultros 3 times on a raft, he magically appears somewhere or something.
Oh, that sounds abysmal.
So yeah, fun fact, you kind of want to pilot this raft as best as you can, because every time you crash into something, you lose a little bit of the logs, keeping the thing afloat. And if you actually manage to completely dismantle it, you have a longer walk down the mountain path than, just riding it all the way to the end and being able to immediately exit the mountain here. So you do want to kind of try and not be too badly at this minigame. Also, very important that we speak to this NPC right here, because I just touched upon it a little bit earlier, but this is where we learn the shift ability. Now, the shift ability is very important and very useful because it basically allows you to warp to any previously visited place on the world map whenever you want to. So you don't have to go through, the whole walking animation whenever you want to go somewhere else. It really cuts down on travel time. Also, once again, we are on the lookout for a means of transportation. In this case, another sand flyer or a ship or something. And Ursula is just more than happy to oblige. Yes, she's just gonna try and capture that ship right there. And Sias is just following along. Chat, do you want to guess who that ship belongs to? Because you might actually know who it belongs to. That's right. It's Morlock. And he is more than happy to see his favorite friends again. And I lose the term friends very lightly. Yeah, he's just literally giving them a verbal beatdown, and Cray and Nina just keep shrinking over the course of the conversation.
Yep, they're just totally embarrassed. But still, Marlock knows. And you'll see in a second. Perhaps maybe this game is hinting that Marlock 2 could be an endless.
Hmm.
He says, you know why I gave them the money? Because I know they're going to do great things. And then his eye glistens.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember. I haven't casualed this in a long time, so I don't remember what that actually means, but that's what it seems to me.
Like, I think he was just trying to make a play
that's getting money
or something. Yeah. But honestly, I kind of like the endless read of that scene. But yeah, I mean, the man literally just gifted you your very own sand flyer that you can now use for, say it with me, mini games! Yay! Because, whenever you use the sand flyer to go from A to B, you now have to go through this quote-unquote racing mini game, which, let me just tell you, this sand flyer controls like hell. At least in my opinion. I don't know how Countdown or the other runners are feeling about this. But it's the turning on it. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. This thing just goes flying wherever. And don't you dare touch any of the walls. Then it just goes completely off the rails. Now, thankfully, we don't have to do a lot of these races.
You lose points if you hit the wall.
Oh, that too, right?
Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe not. I think 6,000
at least
you can get.
At least you bump off them like pretty hard, and it just kind of sends you careening. But yeah, we're looking for a way back into the Empire because, we know Faolu is there, and Ryu and Faolu are destined to meet. So we're like, hey, you know what? We can just go ahead and use the causeway like we did at the end of the first chapter. And then this guy just tells us, yeah, no, some idiots broke it a while back. So like, oh. Wasn't us.
Yeah, now Ursula is gonna verbally browbeat us because she's like, "What? Are you kidding me? You guys did that?"
Yeah, I guess we have to find a different way to get into the Empire.
Yep, I'm definitely not skipping the extra encounter here now. That was terrible.
Oh. Oh, maybe? Nah, there it is. Damn. Well, I guess the Spectre just made you depressed.
Yeah, we weren't enough already for messing that up. sounds really evil. You literally have like 1 tile's worth of bad movement and you get the encounter.
Oh, pushing the snowballs, you mean?
Oh, the
no Urchin's Mind.
Urchin's Dream.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Urchin's Mind bit.
Yeah, you'll see I got 0 points for that.
Damn.
That's okay. I have enough for
PlayStation.
where. Sid, you wanna mute?
I think he's sorting cables. At least it sounds like it. A very important pickup that we have here on Mount Giga. This is going to be the first dragon crystal of the game that we're going to pick up. And it kind of works similar-ish to the Dragon Gene system in Breath of Fire 3, where you pick up these crystallized things in the overworld and they give you different dragon forms. However, unlike in Breath of Fire 3, you're never actually combining any of these crystals to form, different dragon forms that Ryu can morph into. But rather, they give you like distinct dragon forms or dragon variations with different abilities. The one that we're going to pick up here is the fire crystal, which gives us a wyvern or whir, depending on the evolution that you have. And we touched upon that very briefly at a previous point, where the points that you get during any of the mini games, accumulate over the course of the run. And every 10,000 points that you get through the mini games, if you then go into a battle and transform into a dragon form, it unlocks its evolution, basically making it stronger, giving it more abilities, and blah, 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 blah. And that is also the reason why, as Ryu, we kind of don't want to transform into his first form anymore after a while, once we have basically hit that 10,000 point threshold, just to make sure that the first time we transform into Wyvern, or Whir as it's called in its evolutionized form, we get that transformation, because that is basically the only dragon form that we really need in the speedrun. And of course, we want to make sure that's as powerful as can be. There are, is it 5 or 6 different dragon forms I think you can pick up. But again, we're only going to take this one because it's the fire-based transformation, and that's really all we need for the rest of the run here.
This right here is also one of the first cutscenes that was cut from North America, or like part of a cutscene, where Ryu sticks his hand out to block Ursula from basically saying don't proceed, and then Ursula kind of gives him a tongue lashing for putting his hands on her. So Ryu just sort of awkwardly sticks his hand out at this point, and then the cutscene continues.
Yeah, it looks a bit weird where he puts his hand from that angle, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Everything's fine. Okay, hopefully Cray doesn't die.
Yeah, so keep in mind, we're still looking for ways to get into the Empire, so the causeway failed. So now we're trying another checkpoint, but then the soldiers immediately recognize us as, the troublemakers from earlier. So Cray gets into this one-on-two, not a boss fight, but fight against these troopers here that he has to do on his own.
I gave him a wind
Nina
ward.
explicitly want him.
I gave him a wind ward so that he wouldn't take any damage from that sever. Although I hate to see it because it's slow. No crits, 1 counter. It's alright.
In the meantime, Drex has got baby stopped for just a little bit there. That damn baby. This is bad because you have to go through that bridge like, what, 3 times or so? It's like, every time.
I always lose track of which scene here we actually come and fight the boss. So I ended up saving twice there when I didn't need to.
It's like one of these points in the game, you know, that you come to like 3 times in a row and you have to go to different place like every time. It's like, oh god, which part am I on?
Oh, all right, opening crit. That's good.
Anyway, we're back on the Papan fight once again. Papan, not much to do here. Just charge and I guess pray that body press doesn't hit you too hard.
Yeah, I got a 600. Oh my goodness, triple body press. If it wasn't for that crit, I'd probably transform already in some ways, but... There we go.
Nice.
I won't lie, if it wasn't for that opening crit, I would have, I'd have definitely transformed there.
Also, hey, do you all remember this guy that we're talking to? You know, the little bald sailor there? That is Zig. Or I think Ziggy, as he's actually called in this one. Oh, no, it's still Zig. Never mind. You might remember him from Breath of Fire 3, where he was a little bit of a bully, I want to say. Still a sailor, but a bully. And he's back. And once again, we need a ship from him. So we're now trying to, you know, charter a ship so we can take that from the Alliance over the continent of the Empire. And he's basically the only one who is more or less willing to lend us one so we can make the trip. However, we have to do a couple things beforehand. The first one, wait, we're actually doing that a little bit later. I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Somehow, even with saving twice, I gold split that one.
Oh, nice. How bad have your previous Papan fights been then?
Let's just say the notes say you will rarely need to transform. I pretty much always need to transform.
Nice. So we're making a bit of a round trip here back to shortly after the dam. If you remember here, you know, we got quote unquote attacked by that mud dragon, or rather we met the mud dragon here after being quote unquote attacked at the dam. And now that we have met all the dragons back in Sinchon and communicated with them, we can now actually go around the world and collect all of them to get their abilities. And we specifically want this one ability from the Mud Dragon here because it will actually be very important for a, well, believe it or not, normal enemy encounter later on in the game that this ability will help with. Now, we couldn't teleport here with Shift because we technically haven't been here yet since we got the Shift ability. Like, you can quickly warp to everything you have been ever since you got the Shift ability. So everything we did before that, we basically, you know, have to redread the ground in order for the warping to work here. And that is why we had to go there manually. Also, look at all these studs. Guy's really living the life here. You know, we can see once again the guy with the zipper down for some reason. Why? Nobody knows. Also critically important, we are making some of our members here apprentices to Abbas, because once again, the master system from Breath of Fire 3 is back in place, where certain characters can serve as masters to your characters, altering the status points you get on every level up. Now, Abbas gives you a lot of AP, and I think it is intelligence to your characters on the level up, which is very important for us because, once again, we are following a magic route through the game, which means that we will lose a lot of magic spells in order to kill the bosses. We haven't necessarily done so in the bosses leading up to this point. I mean, we have been using spells, but we'll also be using other abilities. But from this point onward, it's basically spell. And this is also why we are finally doing a grinding session, because we basically have not grinded at all during the game so far. We've been running away from everything that we were able to run from. Of course, we had to fight bosses, but we are really hurting for levels and just straight up power in our characters at this point. So luckily, the game provides us with a fountain of experience, if you will, in the form of the bots. So we go back to Sinchon, where we communed with the dragons earlier, because that is where the bots can spawn. Now we are specifically looking for an encounter with 3 bots on them, which can take a while. Obviously, it's RNG at this point, how long it will take for this encounter to spawn. It can be the very first encounter that you run to. It can be the 50th or whatever. Hopefully not. But we'll see once we get it. So there's really nothing else you can do at this point other than run around in the screen and hope that the 3 bot encounter comes your way sooner rather than later. I mean, there's 1 bot, which is nice, but not really what we want. Yeah, Countdown is basically in RNG hell right now. Aldrexis is catching up on the story and check on the Endless and whatnot. Oh, yeah, just about to go to Sinchon, yeah. So like the big story part. First Dice will chew out Urshin and tell it how useless it is.
This is where we sort of get an idea of how long Urshin's really been in this world, though, because of course the armor is put in uses language of the old empire still. So I'm not sure how long Dias has actually been in the world, considering the word Urshin is actually comes from pretty much the first emperor's time here, and it means master in the words of the early empire.
Fun fact, in Japanese, his name is just Master. There's no version.
Okay.
Oh, there's a prot and a protobot, but again, we're looking for 3 bots. No less. Maybe more, but that's impossible. But hey, you're actually in the same screen right now. High five. Couldn't see each other, but you were in the same screen just now.
Let's go.
Give him a high five on the way back through in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll still be here.
Oh god. Imagine. But yeah, so maybe while you're fishing for the bots, I can probably go ahead and explain how it works. So what the bots basically do is whenever you hit them with a combo attack, and I think it can be any combo attack, it doesn't have to be of a special element or anything, they break and they double the experience that they give. So what we're going to do is we're going to break them 8 times in one fight, because that basically puts us at the maximum experience that you can get in a fight. And we want that experience to go to Ryu, Nina, and Ursula, because those 3 are basically going to be our carries for the rest of the game. Like the other 3 might get a little appearance at some point or other, but Ryu, Nina, and Ursula are basically our main team going from here on out, because they are the best magical attackers, and they get the spells and everything that we need / want. And the way this is gonna work is basically that we will combo with Ursula and Ryu to break them. And then after the 3rd break, we will have to use Nina to heal the bots back up, because at that point they will be at very low health. And we don't want to kill them after the 3rd break. We want to kill them after the 8th break. So we have to go through that twice where we heal them up. And then basically after the 8th break, we can just go ahead and kill them then, get the maximum experience. So it can be, I don't want to say stressful, but like a lot is riding on this experience grind, because this is basically the only point in the game ever where we will go out of our way to gain any sort of experience. So obviously, we want to make this count as best as we can. But yeah, again, it's RNG to run into the fight. It can be the very first one you run into here, or you're just running in circles for, I don't know, minutes. I think I will take this moment actually to go ahead and fill up my water and maybe use the bathroom real quick. So I will see you guys in a minute or so.
See you in a moment.
I'm at 15. So you got a big chance to catch up, make up some ground.
Crazy thing is that you'd be like, oh, maybe after a point it's just worth taking a couple of 2-bot encounters.
I'm thinking that as well, because I've gotten like 2 or 3 in a row.
The problem is, I think you have to take 3 2-bot encounters to get your levels to where you need them to be if you take the 2s, which is crazy that a 3 gives like just that little bit more than killing 4 would do, and it's kind of weird.
I think you can you not just do 12 rounds with 2 bots instead of 9 rounds or 8 rounds with 3? I don't know. Maybe that math doesn't work out.
Actually, you might be fine with just 2 lots of 2. Is it 120,000 you get with 2?
Do you have enough? You don't even have enough resources. I think with Nina, you need more MP.
You'll get just enough MP pretty much from the initial one's level ups to give you enough MP to do the next one. I have tried it before. It is possible to do, it's just incredibly slow. So, of course, the encounter itself by the end's like 5 minutes long after you've broken it open 8 times or whatever.
I think that I am approaching 20. Alright. I will just take the next 2 bot, I think.
In worst case, you get a 3 bot immediately after the 2 bot, and you just end up over leveled for the rest and get Inferno early. It looks like you did, in fact, get your free bot.
It is there, yeah. I think it was like 21 or 22.
Oh, so we're at the bot grind now?
Yes, sir.
How's it been? Feast or famine?
It's pretty rough.
I think
we're making it work.
I think Team Nina needed that.
I come back and I see 3 bots. I guess I should have left earlier.
I do get that same feeling sometimes too. It's like, it's me. It's clearly me. I am the bad luck.
Yep. Yeah, I guess the thing that I forgot is you saw Countdown use the combo with Ursula and Nina to break the bots open, so to speak. And once you've done that, it will stay in this broken state for 2 turns and then reform on the 3rd turn. So You're basically just doing nothing in that interim time, or you're using the time to kill off Cray, Urshan, and Sias, because you absolutely want to make sure that they do not get any experience, so everything gets funneled into Ryo, Nina, and Ursula. But you can also use that to preempt the next combo, so that as soon as those bots have reformed, they're immediately getting broken again, to not only save on the time, but also to make sure that they actually don't get a turn in and start attacking and, screwing up your party and whatnot. Yeah, we'll need 8 breaks of the bots. I think there was second one. And then on the other side with Jaxus, we are now in the mall fight again, so it's just, transform into the dragon.
Yeah, I got
and use
cute
a razor
and get the Retro Tank
until
5X,
dead.
which I thought was going to fix my video issues. Oh, it's just an endless cycle of unplugging and plugging things in. So sorry, chat, for making noise in the background. Dang,
I mean, you still have a couple
got
to
the
solve
best
your
of me.
problems there.
Got me all hyper-focused on this silliness. Speaking of chat, let me bring you guys back, so I can at least see what's going on. Great, thank you. I'm glad you could come in here and then bark immediately. Good dog.
He just wanted to tell you that he has had enough of these tech issues. Stop it.
Good Puppy is actually the one that's been my co-pilot for the first day. Got like a rescue that was like, I guess, borderline feral, and she was chilling with me all the first night. She
Ooh,
barely
nice.
ever barks unless she wants attention from the other dog.
Oh, and an ambush on the
Yeah.
last tile.
The staff, I mentioned it in like the staff Discord, and now I have to give the staff updates every couple of weeks.
Understandable.
All right.
Oh,
Drax is fighting really hard to make up time, and then these lavoids just go, nope. Ambush!
yeah. It's kind of annoying as well, because I'm
Do it to
pretty sure I'm
yourself.
on the last tile
man.
before it triggers the
I enjoy it.
dialogue as well. Oh no, maybe I was 3 tiles away. Okay.
They knew.
I was literally about to say how nice this split had been. Like,
Maybe you should have said it earlier, and that would have prevented it.
You know, whenever I'm at the live event, when like just everything kind of goes quiet, I'm like, did the audio break? Oh no.
yeah, we've gone. We're not here anymore.
Yeah. You get very paranoid about it. You're like, oh no. And then somebody talks to you, you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can definitely understand.
Oh, I thought the kid was going to get him away again.
Actually. All right. Tweaked my input sensitivity so it doesn't show like I'm yapping all the time when it's just my fan pushing a little bit of air. Yeah, the Team Nina has faced some very unfortunate luck this entire relay. The only real like setback Team Ryu had was at the start of Breath of Fire 1. One of the early bosses saw fit to kill the runner. Actually, I think it was the first boss. Yeah, it was a high roll on the boss that even most of the runners were shocked by, unfortunately. Well, actually, that's not fully true. Blink and Charles both knew it could happen. They were just like, wow, it can, but can't believe it. I can't believe it's
Hey,
a high roll.
we're out of the bot grind. Grinding is over, y'all.
Yeah, I guess that's got to
Continuing
be the
run.
big downside of this, huh? This brutal grind.
Yeah, it definitely takes a while, especially if you can't get the encounter quick. But luckily, I guess it's also the only one that we do during the whole run, so at least it's a one-off. But yeah, this catapulted us from like, I want to say like the mid-teens of levels into like the low 30s, so we are quite a bit stronger now than we were before. But on the other hand, unfortunately, we basically stay that way for the end of the run. Like we will obviously, defeat more bosses and gain a bit more experience and gain a level here and there, but it won't grow that much anymore from here on out. So this is basically what we get. I mean, theoretically, if you want to, be safe and make sure, you would maybe do a second round of bots, but yeah, that will obviously take you another, 15 to 20 minutes or so, depending on how quickly you can get another 3-bot encounter.
It's just not worth doing any more than that. You're totally fine
Yeah.
at level 30.
The bots don't have a chance to flee like metal slimes, right? They'll stay once you find
No,
them.
they stick around.
You just have to be careful not to kill them.
Mm.
That's why you have we have turns built in where we use Nina to heal them.
So like we said, before we started the grinding and got turned around a little bit here, what we're actually trying to do is we're still trying to get a boat that will take us over to the continent where the Empire is. And before we are able to get that boat, we have to basically appease the sea gods for a safe passage and whatnot. And that is why we're here at this water shrine, getting this orb, and then just going to go ahead and drop it down a well, and that will, pray for safe passage and blah blah blah. But another thing that we haven't talked about, remember a little bit earlier, we also talked to that one dragon, the mud dragon, to get its ability. And so the dragon system in this game is basically twofold. One is the dragon crystals that allow Ryu to transform into these different dragon forms and basically become stronger during a fight. The other is like the actual dragons themselves that you can find in the world and talk to, which also bestow their abilities onto Ryu. And the thing is, of course, the Kaiser dragon transformation is in this game as well, which is, of course, uncontrollable as it was in Breath of Fire 3. However, if you are able to get all the dragons and the crystals, you are actually making the Kaiser controllable. So that is how it works in Breath of Fire 4, as opposed to Breath of Fire 3, where you needed like a specific gene combination to make it controllable. But for the speedrun, Kaiser Dragon is not needed, so we're not gonna go out of our way to get all of those. So yeah, you won't see Kaiser Dragon anymore, sadly.
No, there is one instance of using Kaiser Dragon still.
Oh yeah, right.
You'll see it soon.
What was it? Was it Dragon?
It's 1 and 2.
Oh right.
The dice.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the dice, right. Right. I forgot about that encounter for a moment there.
Because one is only immune, or one is immune to physical, and one is immune to magical, and neither of them are immune to breath attacks.
Yeah, it's like a special attack type that, you know, pierces those immunities. Well, not pierces, but yeah.
I got every counter.
Whoa, in Urshan?
Yeah.
Solo Urshan? That's awesome.
But yeah, for the dice encounter, you at least don't need Kaiser to be controllable, so, you know, it doesn't matter as much. You can just use the uncontrollable version. That's fine. Also, look who's back. It's Khan. Hey! Clap for old boy. I guess it's time for a rematch.
Ursula doesn't seem to think so. Whoa!
Yeah, the story point here is, you know, that the sailors are a bit superstitious. They don't allow women on their ships. So, yes, they would make the trek with us, but only if Nina and Ursula stay behind. And then this whole discussion starts, okay, if both Nina and Ursula can prove that they are, quote-unquote, strong enough to make the trek, would they be allowed on the ship? And the sailor's like, yeah, okay, I guess so. And then Ursula just, you know, whips out her pistol and shoots Khan over the top of the mast. And is like, does that mean I'm strong enough? They're like, But yeah, now we have to get through this awful minigame. And this is one of the games that I absolutely hate. I don't know. Like, I just can never get it right. Like, you have to push this guy off the mast here. And in order to do this, you have to make him like run at you and then, you know, jump so he runs past you and falls off the mast. Because you can't just push him off because, you know, he's physically way stronger than Nina is. But it's kind of tricky to do.
Half the problem is he'll half the time just troll you and not actually walk where you want him to be either. He'll just do his own thing.
That too.
You probably turn turbo off before that minigame, huh? It's probably a good idea.
I guess I can see how that would help, yeah.
Anyway, I got it in less than a minute, and I'm fine with that. I'm pretty sure that you can, if you do the exact same movement, he will do the exact same movement, and you can trick him and just get it immediately. But my turbo buttons are on, so that was out the window. I had to just figure it out. Mainly just turbo circle. That was a bad one.
Mm.
That's a good point. I can't remember what the buttons are on this one instead of PS.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm using a PS2 controller or PS1 turbo controller.
I want to say it's
but even after all of that,
circles to charge. I guess I'll find out soon.
But even after all that, the sailors are still like, yeah, nah, we still have one more trial for the ladies to go through, and that is to spend the night, like the lowest part of the ship that is haunted. And yeah. So while the boys get to, you know, sleep in the hotel until the next day, the ladies have to spend the night down here and prove that they are brave. And absolutely nothing bad is going to happen to them down here. Except they're immediately getting attacked by a ghost for some reason.
So whether you start with a physical attack or a magic attack determines what enemy spawns out of it. So in this case, it's a Chingle because I physicaled it. If I used magic first, it would be like a wizard enemy. But yeah, it dies to Typhoon.
Of a quick fight. I can kind of see, like, you know, Nina having a bit of a rough time there, whereas Ursula just kind of shrugs it off and keeps going. Because she's a battle-hardened warrior or something like that. Oh yeah, also no problem. Meanwhile, on the other side, Draxus is nearing the end of the second chapter. So we are going through a bit of a rough spot in the story in a way.
I wonder how Nina and Ursula are doing. Maybe we should go check on them. We're dumb boys.
Just hanging them out to dry.
Yeah, the
You
Ide
slept in a
fight.
hotel last night.
The fight against Ide, again, you can't do anything against him. Everything you do will just do 0 damage. So your only recourse is to either wait until Ide has killed Ryo, or just, you know, go ahead and do it yourself. Because as soon as Ryo reaches 0 HP, he will automatically go ahead and transform into Kaiser Dragon. And that will basically go ahead and wipe the floor with the boss fight.
All good fun until the Cray and Sias decide not to die.
Cray a turn early, and you're like, yes, I can start full comboing.
I mean, I've almost wondered if there's a weapons.
And that's just too much effort for Cray, unfortunately. Cray is just useless in this route.
Oh yeah, speaking of, the Master System works a little bit different than it did in Breath of Fire 3. Like, obviously, you know, you're still gaining stat bonuses on level ups when you are on the Master. However, the way you gain their abilities usually revolves about certain things you can do instead of just leveling up. Like, for example, there are Masters that teach you their abilities once you've reached a certain amount of combos or a certain amounts of battles that you've won, or just how long you've played the game, for example. So it's not as, you know, dry cut as it was in Breath of Fire 3. They were a bit more experimental with the requisites for the Masters this time around.
Oh, hey, volume warning, by the way. There's a chance of getting Tiger Fisted, so people could go deaf again. Because we are fighting Khan again, and he does still have Tiger Fist in his arsenal. He may not use it, but just
also,
be
he
careful.
has trained with dolphins or something? I don't know. Yeah, he is back for his 3rd match against us. Wonder how it will go this time.
Also, you'll see the title card for my transformation here is going to switch from Wyvern to Ware, which would indicate that I've gotten enough bonus points in minigames. Nice parry, Sias. Parry's his own Shining Blade, dude. He's so good.
It's always so funny when that happens. It's like, how is that even possible? You know, like, how are you attacking yourself with your own weapon and parrying the attack? It's like, what? But yeah, this is basically the first boss fight where you will see how, you know, the boss fights from here on out will gonna go. Like, we're gonna go ahead and kill off Sias and Cray, potentially also Urshin. And they're just mopping the floor with the boss with Ursula, Ryo, and Nina. So you kind of saw how much damage Ryo just does on his own there already, and then, you know, you combo that with Ursula and Nina, and it just, you know, exponentially deals more damage.
Nice. We're off to a great start, Nina. For whatever reason, at this point in the game, Nina loves to never combo with Urshin. And so you'll get Ursula and Ryu combo with each other, and then Nina will just throw out a solo Typhoon. It's quite enjoyable as a runner.
And there is an accessory called the Harmony Ring in the game that potentially increases the chance of combos happening between characters.
Again, it's just vibes, man. See, look, it happened again!
The other side is also that the Harmony Ring sells for a pretty penny, so you could afford to buy more soul gems if you needed to. So I was like,
Well, by the time we're buying a bunch of soul gems, you have 2 Harmony Rings, so you just sell one and keep the other.
I must admit, I did have a giggle at your notes at the bit for selling the Harmony Ring there.
Yes, because I made that mistake at one point. I finished that run, but I did sell both of them in like one of my first attempts. I was like, it's probably fine. Combo system in this game again. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. It's all vibes. It doesn't make any sense.
Lol.
But yeah, all you Breath of Fire 3 lovers, now that if you have seen Zig in the game, you might be wondering, hey, is Bade also in the game? And to that I will just say, just wait a couple more minutes, we'll get to him.
Yeah, stay tuned. But first, route improvement that I actually found, a small one. I'll show it off after this next boss fight. Actually, I forgot. I have to fight a boss first.
It's kind of funny that Nina, the narrator of the game, basically just tells, oh yeah, after the Khan fight, the rest of the trip went out without incident, and then immediately there's an incident where you have to go and resolve. It's like, make up your mind.
Right, is there an incident or not? I mean, the wind stopped. That seems like a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it turns out the wind stopped because there is another quote-unquote deity causing trouble on the nearby island, and that we have to go check out and resolve. And in the meantime, Faolu is about to be hit by the cannonade again. Kind of. But yeah, we touched it upon, but you can kind of see that, the woman kneeling there in the middle of the, butcher circle, I guess, sacrificing circle, whatever you want to call it, is actually Mommy. Like, you probably can't tell the first time you see this scene, but once you know, it's like, oh yeah, that does look like her. Also, you just can't help but appreciate the aiming that those guys did. Like, you saw it on the map, how long of a shot they are about to do. And they, basically managed to hit Faolu, dead center. It's like, that's a hell of an aim, man.
I mean, the crazy thing is, this is in their own nation, not that far from the capital. Just think they hit Chamber and Sinister with this thing as well on the opposite side of the world.
Yeah. Robin Hood has nothing on these guys, I tell you.
All right, well, I forgot where to go, but that's okay. We made it to the boss.
So this is Gleb. He's basically the same as Mal that you fought with Faolu a little bit earlier. Just that, this time we're not just transforming into our dragon form and using Eraser or any dragon breath ability all the time because we have a proper party. So we're just going to use the power of friendship and combos to take us through this guide.
I'm getting a crazy number of gold splits in this run.
Hell yeah, let's go. Relay PB.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder whether I'm going to regret not local recording this.
Eh. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
But wait, you getting a PB, would that mean new world record? It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it would.
God damn.
It's not going to
I'm
happen.
gonna
though. Not in a marathon run.
I'm gonna stop talking about it immediately just to not jinx it.
I mean, it would be the run where like our equipment just died like 16 different times, so we don't have a beginning to end recording. Now I'm gonna feel bad. I murdered a world record recording. Oh man.
I am sure the mods will understand.
I can vouch.
If we
You'll
all
be like,
just tell
nope,
them-
it's my fault. Don't blame him. My computer is apparently a piece of POS. It's just ruining all the
We
fun.
all were there. We all saw it live.
Yeah, we got four vouchers. I think that might be good enough.
No shenanigans were happening during this run.
Nina, you are killing it with the combos today. I don't understand if it's what it is about this dragon form that just makes her suddenly incapable of comboing.
Scared of dragons, maybe?
Look, like, I hate to tell you this, but Nina is actually an agent of Team Nina. Trying to
You know, I would believe it if this weren't so common in the late game.
Yeah,
Traitor!
it's sadly, it really
Traitor!
is. Like Ursula and Ryu just basically combo off each other like every single time, or maybe like 98% of the time. And then there's just Nina, who is like, I don't know, every third or so, maybe, if you're lucky. But yeah, Giga Flare, this is the thing that you want to see. This is the big damage. Yeah, sadly, because Nina is just not feeling it today.
Okay,
What a
this is
bummer.
the part that I discovered that people didn't know before I started running this game, which is the way to exit this dungeon. So it used to be that getting an encounter in this dungeon was required when you left, but not anymore. Not required, but unavoidable. Turns out you can just jump off the top of this ship here instead of walking through the bottom. And yeah, if I took one more step, I would have gotten into an encounter, but I didn't. So not only is it a shorter walk, but you skip at least one encounter. Easy peasy.
And we love it.
Maybe Chad's right. She's just down bad for dragons. That's the problem. She's too distracted. It's not that she's scared.
I mean, to be fair, she did say at the end of chapter 2, you know, looking at Ryu in Kaiser Dragon form was the first time she was ever afraid of looking at a dragon. Maybe it just stuck.
This is a great perspective for the boat coming on screen. You can't tell where the ground is and where the boat is and where the water is.
You could if you know, make a new angle. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird shot for sure. We just wanted to illustrate how crystal clear and, you know, unpolluted the waters are around here or some such.
Best mini game ever.
Rafting! Ooh!
I got the big bag. I'm super
Almost as
happy.
fun as riding a barrel
Ooh.
down a waterfall. Koopa shell.
Super
forget to
Mario
collect the 4
RPG,
coins.
isn't it, that does that?
So this is our first run in one of the pop-ups. Those are these little furry creatures. And this one was hungry, so we gave it an apple. I'll say our boat trip came to an end, so we're finally on the western continent. Woo! We're not quite to the Empire yet, though, because we have to, we landed at like the northern tip of it. So we still have to make our way through this jungle section before we actually get into the Empire proper, but getting there. The inevitable meetup of Ryu and Faolu is getting closer and closer. And checks this side like Nina getting the talk down by Moloch. About all they're doing to him, the poor merchant.
Casually gives us like 100 million zenny.
Yeah, I mean, it really puts into perspective like how expensive those sand flyers really are, doesn't it? Like, my God.
I don't know. I kind of feel
so many
like
of them around anyway.
The dialogue here that he just takes all the money, and really we could have got some change for this, but the guy was like, "Oh, I'll take that." Yeah.
You know what? Fair.
So yeah, we Breath of Fire 3 heads. We are finally meeting our boy Bade. We find out what he's been up to. Just living in a jungle with these Karibo-looking creatures.
I mean, it goes further than that. Like, one of them is his wife.
That's right. He is married to one of them. That's correct.
Like, Bade, my guy, do we have to talk about this or what's going on there? Because I have questions.
I find it funny you call them Karibo-looking creatures. Not because they do actually look like Karibos, but when I was like chilling and waiting for the end of the Breath of Fire 2 run, I got called out. They're like, "Hey, you're being real quiet." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm playing Master Duel." And I should have followed it up with like, "Why am I playing this? I hate this game." Why am I... This is just self-inflicted punishment.
That's like get the first shortcut fine on this. I guarantee I won't get the second Blinking Sandflyer shortcut fine.
Yeah,
the shortcuts with the Sandfly are actually pretty tricky. Like, you saw it to count on earlier, and I guess Drexus just now. You can ride over these sandshell-like structures to, take a shortcut over the boundaries. The problem is if you're angling just a little bit wrong, or if you don't have enough speed, you can like land on the boundary itself, and that will crash the Sandflyer and will just put you back on the track instead of just propelling you on the other side of the boundary, which is like really weird and anti-speedrun friendly, I want to say. Also very finicky to set up because the Sandflyer controls very I'm looking for here very lightly, like just a single tip on your joystick is like already making it go all the way one side basically.
A good analogy my dad that gave me is it controls like a cow on roller skates.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit more control, but at least as finicky.
Just slightly better. Maybe a camel would roller skates. Why is it gonna always be roller skates?
All right, let's see on Drex's side if he gets the second shortcut. To get the angle just right with the speed. And... Oh, nice. Was a close one, I want to say, but he did it, the mad lad. I think if you see like rollerblades like in a movie, it kind of is shorthand for telling you it's set in the 80s or something. Like that.
Fair.
Wasn't this game sort of released around the time where drifting was like the cool thing to do?
With the rollerblades?
Well, no, just you know, generally cars, but boats apparently in this
Yes.
case.
Initial D gone in 60 seconds.
I mean, this game probably came out like 6 months before Gran Turismo 3 and the PS2, right?
I think this actually came out after the PS2 for some reason. I think it released on PS1 after the PS2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I think the PlayStation 2 released in what, end of 2000 in Japan? And then 2001 worldwide?
That's about right.
Was it something like that? And I think it was actually the same with this game. Like, I think it released in November of 2000 in Japan, and then later in 2000, maybe March or May 2001 in Europe and America. Roughly. Might have the date slightly wrong, but I think it was something like that. But definitely a very, very late PlayStation 1 game. Yeah, once again, Drex has just picked up the fire gem, so he's now also able to transform into Wyvern/Were when he chooses to do so. So very important pickup to get that. Like, if you don't pick that one up, well, your run is kind of effed, to be honest. Not quite sure how you would go from there, so very important to pick that one up. Excuse me. On Countdown side, we are making our way through the salt flats now. Yeah, we're like in the very northern tip of the western continent, trying to make our way like basically into the mainland, so to speak, to get into the Empire. But to get there, we have to go through this little chain of islands, or chain of little islands, rather. And you can only make that track, you know, when the flood has receded. So you have a very sparse time window to make the track through these parts. Which definitely won't be a plot point at all. Nuh-uh. But also all the enemies around here are just kind of nasty. Like, they can put all kinds of status abilities on you and whatnot.
Yeah, they're also like
kinda
starting to
tanky.
catch up to you in levels. So like the bot grind is starting to wear off in terms of just always being able to run. There's a little bit after that, like a couple of dungeons where you just always run pretty much. And now that's not the case. Because we mastered with Abyss, so she gives us lots of wisdom, but no agility. So we don't have anybody that's particularly fast. I think Ursula, maybe Nina is faster than Ursula at this point. I'd have to check. But Ursula and Nina are definitely the two fastest.
We're definitely starting to approach like the last fourth or so of the game here.
Yeah, we are getting there. Chapter 3 is a long one.
Good, I got enough time to finish up this practice run. It's a great time to waste all of my good luck before the run.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that the end of chapter 2 is like the halfway point nearly to the whole run, like just after.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
given
then
that
again, you have to
chapter
keep in
4
mind
is
that chapter 4, yeah, is basically just a fly handle dungeon.
it's like 40 minutes long. Yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, chapter 3 is like half the game.
Yep, pretty much.
But yeah, oops, the tide set in, and we are now trapped on an island. Great. Good job, guys.
So I guess if you're on really like world record pace, you're starting to make up some time then, right?
I can't keep track of how close I am in comparison. My mind is not capable right now.
Oh, well.
I've also never run the GOG version, so I don't even have like a PB based comparison. And I didn't use Live Split today, so.
Got it.
Yeah, I mainly used Live Split as a way of being like, yeah, I've got this much time left until the end of my run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when we get to like the what would normally be like the hour or 30-minute mark, I can let Rex know. And of course, I'm right here, so I should know when the run ends.
I
Hopefully.
kind of wonder whether the quarterstaff here would even be enough just to make Cray kill himself later on.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we're at the point now where money isn't a big deal. Well, I am. I guess you need a little bit more to go.
I mean, the only thing I'm really going to buy now is the wolf skin things and
And the flintlock and
gems.
the biter for Sias.
And so in that little cutscene we just saw, we saw that Faolu has actually, managed to make it to the capital. Like, keep in mind, the last time we saw him was when he just absolutely got blasted by the hacks from the cannonade. He somehow survived that and, made his way now to the capital.
And he's still feeling that. Trust me, you'll see.
Yeah,
he's limping.
He's not doing so great, like mentally as well as physically.
He's doing his best, and that's all he can ever do.
Mm-hmm. On the other side, Drex is making his way through the world right now, doing a little bits and bobs, picking up some abilities and whatnot before he also goes into the bot grind.
So Ursula, Cray was trying to apologize to Ursula for getting them stranded, and Ursula, sensing Cray's weakness, was like, basically, shut up. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be the leader of this ragtag group? And Sias and Urshan, of course, watch this happen and cite the what will be from the the motto of the Pab Pab, or Puka Puka, or whatever they're called. The little Karibo guys.
I think if there's one thing to really criticize about the game's story is that characters in the main group outside of Nina and Cray and, to a degree, of course, Ryu, really don't get a lot of character growth ability. I mean, I guess you can make a point about Urshan, but at least like Ursula and Sias are kind of just there. Like, they have like one thing that they do, and that's kind of it, I want to say. So they're sadly left in the dust a bit. And also at this point, like, Ryu, Nina, and Ursula just go try and find a spot where Ryu can maybe go fishing so he can, get a bit of food for the group because they're stranded here for a while. And you'll find this fishing hole that you could go to, but, with speedrunners, we don't really have time for that, so we just immediately exit it and tell the gods that, nope, weren't able to catch anything. Tough luck. Guess we go back to the others. Bye-bye.
Yeah, unfortunately, this Breath of Fire speedrun will not feature fishing.
SMH. Wait.
I won't tell you which encounter I got my bots on.
I was just about to ask.
Was it one?
It was my first encounter.
Wow, well, you made up. You probably made up about 10 minutes just on that.
That's a good 10 to 15 minute save, I'd say, yeah.
That's pretty good.
was gonna say, I just saw you walk into those ruins. I look over to Countdown for a little bit, look back, and there are the bots. Right? Like I said, whenever I'm gone, they're there.
All right, and Folu is back. The king has returned.
And he wants that throne. Also, you might remember from way back at the start of the game, Paulo didn't emerge alone from his tomb. He had his little guardian puppy with him, Wong Fu. And there's another, which is the golden boy over here, Artur, who guards the palace. And, despite the Empire itself not being loyal to Paulo anymore, his dogs still are. And at this point, Paulo has had a bit enough of everything, being against him. And he basically orders Artur to just, burn the capital to the ground. He doesn't care. So Puppy goes on a rampage. Also, there's a question in chat for the runners here. If you had to learn another Breath of Fire game, which one would you want to learn?
Honestly, it might be 1. 3 or 1, kind of up there.
And 3 + 1 = 4, so good pick.
Yeah, 1 more so than 3, but I like 3 a lot as a game in general. I just think the speedrun is super harsh, and so I don't know. I would probably pick 1 first. It's also shorter.
Bear with me.
Draxus is sort of busy, so why don't we come back to that?
Yeah.
I don't want to lose track. If I lose count here, it gets very sad.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, no. What's interesting thing coming up here, Nina and Rio are going back to the fishing hole, and they're actually doing some fishing there, which you are not in control of, so I guess it's okay. And Nina kind of has an open conversation to Rio about her feelings and whatnot. At which point she confesses to Rio that she is in love with Cray.
Yeah, it's a little weird, and I often wonder if that's like a translation thing, because she immediately walks it back and is like, I like him more as like a brother in like the next text box. And so I wonder if that wasn't just a translation of like love, the different Japanese kanji for that, or terms.
That's exactly what I was what's gonna go at, because in Japanese the word is like daisuki, which on the one hand means love, but on the one hand can also just mean like very much.
Right, and like I love pizza.
Depends on the context. Yeah. So it's a bit debatable if she's actually in love, romantically with Cray or not.
I don't think so, because Cray and Alina are together romantically, right?
I mean, they are, but like Nina and Cray have been on this whole journey, and I guess not too big of a stretch to imagine that she has developed feelings for him, despite knowing that he is in love with her sister. So it is feasible, not necessarily probable, but
All right, Cabo is just gonna miss every attack, so I will not get any counters. But I did get either 1 or 0 run fails in Salt Flats, which is incredible.
Also, we are technically fighting General Yom again, and of course, he sends out his little demon thingies to try and stop us, because it's really the only thing that he has left at this point, because we are in the castle, where the Emperor is. We basically have reached our goal as Follow at this point, so he's just basically throwing everything in the kitchen sink at us to try and overpower us, even though he kind of knows it's futile, because at this point Follow is basically at full power again, more or less.
Yeah, at the end of this, after this battle, you're not going to see it because I'm going to turbo through it, but Yom basically says to him, like, I know this was a futile effort and because of your great power or whatever.
Mm. So he knows it's a lost cause, but, he is loyal to his cause, to
That's
the
right.
Emperor, and, being a general in the army. So, like, he's a pawn in the game, so to speak. So he's just following orders. That is what he's good at. That is why he is a soldier, and that is why he's doing that.
Nice. Love to see Samoon. It's a very nice, short animation.
But yeah, it's basically just a matter of transforming to Peist, which is Balu's evolved form of the water dragon transformation, whose original name I am forgetting. And then just using Frost Strike and charges, and
Night.
both fights are gone.
Because we pick up the blue dragon. I think it's Knight. Knight. We pick up the blue dragon gem in one of the after Papan sacrifices himself and smashing himself into the stone. Wouldst thou kill a god?
Oh, they were certainly trying.
And so even after Yom sacrifices himself to make this elevator work for Folu is like, mortals are so weird and stupid. Also, the elevator, it says, do you want to take this to the bottom? And the default answer is no for some reason.
I mean, don't you rather want to walk?
No, it's a long walk, man.
Like, the one thing that always strikes me as odd about the way this castle is built is that the throne room is like all the way at the bottom for some reason. But then later on at the end of the game, when you obviously get here with Ryu and the gang, you go into the throne room and then it continues, and then you take this elevator up to another cliff, and it's like, what is the height of all of this?
Yeah, there's a little bit of weird consistency issues there, especially like going to the battlefield at the end, where you go, you take a moving platform down, and then it cuts to the final battlefield, and you're taking a platform up out of the ground.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll point it out when I get there.
But hey, here he is in all of his glory. Emperor Soriel the 13th? I think it is. Yeah, there we go. Sonia. 13th Emperor of the Fu Empire.
He's got a grand plan here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how it plays out. He was planning on Folu making it back here. We'll just say that.
He is prepared.
Also, check out the faces on the little lanterns that are on either side of his throne. I always thought that was kind of funny. They look like Moonanites. So here, what's this guy's name? Yuna is going to try and...
Yuna. Yeah, one more attempt at stopping Folu here.
Oops, I did the wrong thing.
Oh. Yeah, supposed to transform into Tyrant here.
Yeah.
And then just use Dark Wave.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is just that Dark Wave is like one of those breath attacks with a really long animation that you just have to watch because ultimately he's gonna use it on you in the final battle.
Unfortunately, there's no other move that kills in one attack anyway, so...
Well, we're gonna find out if Eraser works.
Oh, I mean, if it does...
I still have to watch the animation in the final battle, so I'm still losing
Yeah, but the
time.
animation's shorter in the final battle because you don't see Faolu actually do the weird bit with the big sphere turning into
Oh,
a curse.
interesting. That's a good point. Okay, I failed to kill the Evoker.
We might just be able to charge him and be done with it.
That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, it's
I'll
probably
try
not
and
shorter
block.
because he goes through an attack and then you have to, finish him off somehow. But hey, at least it's not a boss or anything.
Because that had been something I had been considering is whether there's any other move that can kill them in one hit or not.
Yeah, you can use Pa Binga twice, I think. Which is like ultimately faster than the Dark Wave animation, but then you still have to watch the Dark Wave animation, even if it's shortened in the final battle. You still have to watch the whole
Yeah.
thing.
And of course, if you take more than one attack, they're probably going to get a turn in between. It just gets slow.
Yeah, I also messed with that timing quite a bit ago. So here is his grand plan, which is to stab Folu with the Dragon Slayer, which has the ability to kill gods, purportedly. Now, one of the other big cutscenes that was cut from this game is where Folu pulls the Dragon Slayer out of his leg and, in one swift motion, beheads Emperor Soniel. We don't see it though. It just implies that it happens. Anyway, back to Ryu and Nina.
Yeah, so then now having the conversation that we alluded to earlier where Nina is pouring out her heart, so to speak. And her
He's been like a
feelings,
brother
and
to me.
Ryu just falls over, either because of the revelation or because the fish was pulling so hard. We never know. Also, keep in mind that, since the very start of the game, Nina and Cray have been looking for Nina's sister Elena, and we still haven't found her. She's still out there, somewhere.
It's a little awkward, right? Because at this point, like, we've been searching for so long and we kind of haven't really talked about her, had any update on her. So, like, run into anybody who's seen her, anything like that.
I think the last update really got her was when we were in Sinestra, doing the thing with the orphans and Marlock and whatnot. And after that, we got captured at the end of chapter 1. And ever since then, that story thread has kind of, just been going on in the background, I guess.
Yeah, they sort of shift focus to Ryu for the next chapter and a half.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
he is supposedly the main character.
It's more than an hour, correct? For to finish.
Until the end,
Yeah,
yes.
but not
Okay.
much.
Okay,
Not
so
much.
it's getting close to an hour. All right.
Yeah.
Commentators and Rex, I should let them both know then. Okay, thank you.
I think probably when we are at the tomb, probably when we're at the tomb, it's like an hour-ish. Roughly. Just still a bit away.
God, this game's long, man.
Yeah.
Again, it's like
thanks.
the third...
Yep,
third chapter that not necessarily drags on, but it's just, a very long stretch of game that you have to get through. It's like a lot of different story beats that you go through. It's starting in Czech, you're going a little bit around the eastern continent, trying to find a way to the western continent. Then you have the whole ship business, you have the jungle. Then you have the sulfates that we just were, and then a bit more, and then you have the tomb, and it's like, ooh, a lot of stuff to go through there. Drax is now proving the sailors that he's strong enough to go on the boat with them. Nicely done.
Yeah, I got the first jump slightly wrong and just flew off the side of the mast, but never mind.
Yeah, happens. But yeah, Drax, the question to you as well. If you were to learn another Breath of Fire game, which one would it be?
See, I'm torn whether I'd go with something like one of the early SNES ones or whether I'd want to go with like either 3 or 5. 5 possibly just because it's short and I haven't actually played it before.
Oh, really?
I played part of it. I own it. I played part of it, never got into it as a kid. I kind of feel like I'll enjoy it more now than I did as a kid. Because the whole roguelike style to it just didn't make sense to me as a kid. I had the same issue with Majora's Mask as well.
I think that was a lot of us back then. And, looking back at Dragon Quarter specifically from now, right? It's like that game was just so ahead of its time with its systems. Like if it would be released like today, right? I think it would be way better received than it was back in the day.
Yeah, I think they just released it at a bad time for what it was.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of want to go through and play the other Breath of Fire games. I'm not going to lie, 4's the only one I've ever completed.
Well, at least you played the best one. And I won't hear any counter arguments from you and Chan. Nope. I said it. True. Okay, so we made it, to the outer fringes of the Empire at this point, and we kind of don't know where to go. So we talked to this peddler there, who only builds information of where to go once we give him like a special item. There's a couple of different things that you can give him to satisfy that. And the one that we opt for is that we go to some ruins and get another dragon crystal that we can
Burn it, dog.
Trade for the information. So we have to go through a little dungeon here. It's not a big one, which will give us the... Oh god, I forget what it's called. But it gives you the punk transformation. Yeah, just a little bit of side questing going on here, basically.
Well, so much for skipping that encounter.
Yeah, my movement's always bad in that place. I don't know why.
You can skip the encounter in that room before the gem. But you also, it relies on you just getting lucky too. My movement has been pretty good, except for that like one segment jumping down. Took like 3 extra steps, it was over. Run luck has really turned around, though. I have not had an escape fail in a really long time.
Now that you said it.
Yeah.
Jinx it yourself.
It wouldn't be the first time I ate my own words, but so far so good.
So I was talking with Shawnee about figuring out how to salvage the VODs. We should be able to just highlight the runs that were being streamed from your end. And if we're lucky, Ghoul can cobble those together with the live footage that we have. And very least, we'll be able to give you your VODs back from the stream. So if you PB, you have a video of it.
Nice.
This is the river. Pretty much every screen you can skip an encounter at the end if you move well and or get lucky or both. In this case, I did not move well, so I did not skip the encounter. But there's always next screen.
Meanwhile, Drex is getting stalked by a very weird-looking fish in the water there. Not quite sure what that was all about. Yeah, so the river, as you can see, is just a lot of, using these levers to alter the water level and then pushing boxes around, form bridges so you can walk across them. There's also very short dungeons, like only, like 3 or 4 screens or so?
Yeah, I'm already done.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. It's about time.
Remember that one minigame that I was hyping up earlier? Well, we are very close to getting it, and oh my god. I guess that's the point where Team Nina can make up a lot of time if things go wrong. But yeah, first off, we are doing a little bit of shopping here. We're selling a lot of the, unneeded equipment that we have accumulated in the last couple of hours, which is basically everything that we have in our inventory. Let's be real here. Except a couple of things like the manly clothes, for example. But all the accessories, the weapons, armor, and whatnot just get sold off. We won't need them. We need better stuff. And that better stuff specifically at this point is armor, because we are starting to be very, very squishy. So our free frontliners here will be getting some wolf skins.
Oh well, Sire self parry number 1.
Oh no!
Let's go.
Like he did the same exact thing when Countdown was there earlier. The Con 3 fight. Like what the hell?
Oh, I probably shouldn't have gone with that move actually.
He's
Not that it
just
matters,
showing
'cause
off
he's
at this
just
point.
Stunned Cray from killing himself as well.
Oh, damn it, Khan. Stop it. So yeah, here is the chicken corralling minigame, because once again, we're looking for directions because we don't know how to navigate the Empire, and the local village chief is heartbroken because his favorite chicken escaped the coop, and so we are getting tasked with corralling that chicken again. So, he will lighten up and tell us where to go. And oh my, ooh, nice. That was pretty fast.
Yeah, practice paid off, man.
Yeah, that chicken can just go off the rails wherever it pleases to, and it can be such a pain to try and get it back into that coop. Can't be understated how hard this actually can be. Gotta get in that quickly. Ooh, that's good.
You know what I was thinking, man? How much faster would the speedrun be with an escape dungeon spell? An outside or an exit or whatever you want to call it. Breath of Fire 2 had it, but they never brought it back.
I mean, are there actually that many dungeons that we have to backtrack through?
There's
in
quite
this
a
game?
few, yeah. I took note as I was playing through my last practice run. It would definitely shave off multiple minutes. I don't know if it would be 30 minutes, but it would definitely be some.
Kind of weird that was a really popular sort of spell to put in SNES era and Mega Drive era games, and then they just never did it again.
Hmm. Also, hey, you remember this area from, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours ago?
There's the run fail.
Because Team Ryu, like literally Team Ryu on Team Ryu, has made it to the start point of Faolu. We are approaching his tomb.
Yeah, that enemy, that giant dinosaur enemy that just attacked me, is the first enemy you run into
Mm.
once he revives.
And if you remembered who stayed behind to guard the tomb, yeah, we are about to meet a not necessarily angry puppy, but who he can give you a run for your money. So this is Faolu's guardian dog, Wongku.
This is also an incredibly difficult fight to get optimally. It's very random.
And he's also a definitive step up from everything you faced before, because he has around 32,000 health, if I have that correct. He has like a bunch of abilities that hurt.
Frost Breath is great to see first, though, because now Cray will die turn 1.
But yeah, our strategy will basically be the same from here on out, mostly. Like, you know, first turn, try and kill off Cray, Sias, and Ryu transforms. And then we just do our usual spiel of comping with Ursula, Ryu, and Nina. And then just keep doing that until the fight is over. It'll just start taking a little bit longer from here on out. Yeah, this is also the point where you really want to see Nina start comboing with the other members of your party for that extra damage.
Lost a bit of time there to forgetting which way I was going for that Wisp minigame thingy. I don't know why my brain went blank where I was going there.
It like turns red when you're about to basically fall down to the lower floor.
Oh yeah, I blew it right at the end and took the wrong fork and fell. I had to do the whole thing again. It's like 20 seconds or something. It's not bad.
Yeah, I got close for a moment.
I didn't have an extra encounter too, which is great.
Yeah, now we have Drexus fighting Gleb. Basically, same setup, honestly, as we just saw Countdown do on one crew. Sias and Cray killing themselves, Ryu transforming, and then we're into Combo Town. Maybe Nina's behaving better on Team Nina? We'll see.
Alright, this should be my last turn. Pretty optimal Wonku fight. I know I said right before that it's hard to optimize, but that was about as good as it can get. Frost Breath on turn 1 to get Cray dead. And then mostly physicals for the rest of the fight. That's pretty good. No miss combos so far. If this doesn't kill, that would kill. It's good.
Yeah, I think quite a few bosses from this point on also have Sanctuary, which is an ability that basically nullifies all buffs that are on your party. Which sounds bad until you realize it also means that you're not taking damage that turn. So it can actually be kind of beneficial if they even spam that. But yeah, I don't think we actually saw it this way, did we? No. All right, Chad, got a question for you. If you remember from the start of the game, right, this is the tomb that Faolu emerged from at the start of the game. Because, you know, he was down there for his 500-year or so slumber. If anybody is able to tell me which room was his quote-unquote bedroom, or what the hell he was doing down here for 500 years, I will award you a metaphorical cookie or something, because that's something that I just never can figure out. Like, this tomb is so weird.
I mean, I was always under the impression that he just straight up was like in cryostasis or whatever. So, but I kind of see the room.
Yeah, but where? Like, was he just hanging out on the staircase? Like, was it before the elevator? Was it on the elevator? Was it down here in the elevator in this weirdly like central room that goes off into multiple directions? Like,
none of the above. He was hanging upside down like a bat from the rafters.
I mean, maybe it's just you go through this tomb and none of these rooms in a tomb look like rooms you would expect in a tomb. If that makes sense, like none of them like look really like, you know, quote unquote comfy and resty and whatnot, like a room where you would go to lay down and have a sleep or, you know, forever sleep, whatever it is. It's just like, who designed this? I mean, it's a very interesting looking place in a way, because it's just so, I don't know. It looks so out of this world, if that makes sense, through the world that it's in. With all these, you know, moving blocks and elevator kind of blocks moving around and whatnot. Like, it's very interesting that it fits into this world somehow. I mean, the good theories and chat, but, you know, keep in mind, even though it is a tomb, the goal was for him to emerge from it at some point, because, you know, he's immortal, and they kind of knew that when they built the place. At least I think so. So this tomb is not necessarily a tomb that would, you know, be there to hold somebody, I guess, in place for the rest of their existence. However short-lived that existence might be after.
Well, that's incredibly unlikely, but fine. Fine game. First encounter off the boat and we failed to run away.
They were just taken by the sides. Although this is the boss fight that we talked about earlier, where we're actually going to use the Kaiser Dragon transformation that I forgot about. Because as we established, this is 1 and 2. One of them is immune against physical attacks, the other immune against magical attacks, but the Dragon Breath attacks kind of pierce both of them.
Yeah, depending on what face they show when they roll the die, which is also, judged by what you do to them, it determines their attacks. But if you do the same thing every time, it's pretty easy. Otherwise, this fight can get kind of hectic. But mainly, they'll just use stasis and other like physical stuff that isn't terrible. Thank you, Urshan.
Punch.
I got a physical on Ursula, which is good because, as we talked about earlier, Dragon Breath attacks they scale less when you have less than max HP, which is bad. So I want to keep Ryu at full here.
I guess that's the second time Dragon Breaths have scaled, because off 2 scales off of max AP.
Yep.
I mean, I guess for the mid dragons anyway.
But you also gotta keep in mind, and I think this is a first in the series, if I'm not wrong, that when Ryu is transformed into a dragon, you cannot heal him unless you have a special item to do so. So you can't just target him with a healing spell and heal him up again if he has been damaged.
That's right.
So it's actually a bit more of a bother than it is in the other games. Which makes especially the last boss fight or boss fights like very dangerous, because you need your dragon transformations with Ryu, but the fights are also pretty long. So it can be quite a bit of a pickle there.
Yeah, and before I entered the tomb, I actually picked up one of the 2 ambrosias I'm gonna get in this entire run.
Yeah, because I think even in Dragon Porter, you can heal him. He just can't heal himself when he's in dragon form because he doesn't have access to the item command anymore. That's actually like a huge thing that can get you caught up, because there's a couple of fights where you want to use an item and or change your weapon before you go dragon mode to buff your attack, and then lead off with high speed and then swap to a high damaging weapon. It's a very likely point that could trip me up. I'm sure Rex won't make that mistake, surely. It's funny. Rex pretty much knows it inside and out, but he had to relearn any percent because he's been exploring other categories that aren't as cookie cutter.
Oh, that is smart. Going from the other harbor.
Yeah, and then all you have to do is... I don't think anyone else uses that menu, and I don't know why.
Yeah, no. The first time I've seen it. Huh.
Which one?
You can literally just choose from a list where to go.
Oh, when you get on the sailboat, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just manually sail. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, with the shift command, you can actually open a list of everywhere you've been as well, and just select it in the list and just teleport there.
Oh yeah, no. Or at least I knew that, but I never thought about going back to the other harbor, so not the one on the western continent, but the one on the eastern continent, to use the ship from there to get the plant for the pop-up. I was like, That is interesting. Because the distance looked way shorter than it does from the other side.
All right, now everybody's about to get their head cut off. Ready?
Yay?
Blech.
Perspective. But it's also another thing, like, you know, why is there a second entrance to a tomb that is accessed by this weird block thing moving you through this corridor out of this obelisk that splits in two? It's like, the hell is going on here? Such a weird area.
I am not going to get lost on the salt flats today. No, on the whatever you want to call it.
I say that every time I go to this area, but it's just so hard to navigate because it's such an open field compared to everything else in the game you go through that it's kind of hard to sometimes remember where you have to go.
I'm opting to kill this mob instead of running, just because it's 6 enemies, and if I fail, it's a long, long time.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Nina carried a little bit in Breath of Fire 2 due to the switch glitch. She's like the only one with a decent weapon for 2 or 3 boss fights, I think. Nina's a good cleaner for Dragon Quarter, though. If Ryu fails, Nina's usually going to bail you out. Hopefully.
All right, back in Astana. We came here briefly before the aqueduct to talk to one guy and immediately leave. And now it's like the focal point of the entire story, as we're about to find out.
We're so close, yet so far.
That's right. Who's going to figure out how to skip the King's Sword? Or the Dragon Slayer?
Dragon Slayer. Yeah, so remember Ursula basically joined us to, not out of friendliness or anything, but she wanted to keep an eye on us and, escort us back to the Empire because her orders as a soldier are to, find the Yore dragon, Ryu, bring him back to the Empire, which, she technically did now, just following us around because we wanted to get here as well, because we needed to. And she's now going back into the headquarters. However, they are surprisingly empty. And also, they are the place that we snuck into way back at the end of chapter 1, if you remember. You know, the place that Rio had that dream about, where we would find Elena. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Also,
Say no
this
more.
is the one fight that we picked up the Mud Dragon ability for, like, I don't know, an hour or two back, when we had our little go around the world before we did the bot grinding, in order to get rid of this guy, or this encounter.
Yeah, I don't know if we picked it up specifically for this, but I mean, the reason we pick up the Mud Dragon in the first place is because we can't apprentice under Abyss unless we've picked up at least one of Ryu's extra dragon forms.
Also true.
Yeah, so that's like a hard requirement, and Abyss just gives everybody so much wisdom on level up that it's not really worth apprenticing under anyone else. And it's only like a 45-second detour, so.
But it's also like a nice backup to Kyrie, because I think it can miss.
Yeah,
Doesn't it?
Kyrie misses a lot. It misses more than it hits, for sure.
It was definitely kind of nice to see it actually hit or, you know, kill most of the enemies from that encounter.
It hits
once.
every enemy. It's because those all have 100%. It's the one guy in the back that it doesn't hit 100% of the time.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I think I've always used Mudflow before Curie in this fight, so I guess I never noticed.
See. Now you gotta go for the Gamba.
Yeah, I don't even use either of those. I just combo it to death. In the
That is
time it takes to
interesting.
watch that Mud Dragon animation, you could have probably done 2 combos.
I just use the Mudflow and call it a day.
Fair enough. I have been tempted to Kyrie and maybe do whatever else and then take the risk it works, but so far I just essentially
Also, look at this room.
Inferno and Typhoon.
So first of all, gross. What the hell is all of this? Second of all, apparently our whole progress is impeded by this loosely draped over tendril artery kind of looking thing. It's like, come on guys, just step over it. I know it's weird, I know it's gross, but you can do it, I believe. Thirdly, we have found Alina. Oh my god. She is right up there. However, we can't reach her because, you know, this tendril thing is apparently in our way. Like, honestly, step over it, go around it, whatever. Like, it's so thin. But no, the game sends us out. And apparently we have to go find the Dragon Slayer, you know, the sword that Soniel stabbed Fulu with a little bit earlier, if you remember. Because apparently it's the only thing that can cut this tendril thing, so we can continue and finally go meet Alina here. So yeah, we have to go all the way out of this building again. And then also come back later once we found the Dragon Slayer. Great, huh?
That's awesome. I didn't know you could even get an encounter in this room. Also, shoutouts to Breath of Fire 1.
Yay,
Because,
gong heads!
Gong heads, yeah. Although they're just called gongs in that version, aren't they?
That's a good question. But just remember, they're also in Breath of Fire 2. Like, at least you're fighting one at the start as young Ryu. Game.
Yeah, I think they're in every game.
Are they in 3?
I don't know. I said that and I immediately thought about 3, and I don't know.
Like, I mean, it would make sense if they are on 1 and 2 and then 4, so it would just be weird if they are on 3, but I'm really hard to remember if they are. Whatever that may be, we got the hot info that the Dragon Slayer is held by Yuna, and so we go to this town here, and I'll meet the sleazy little slime ball and get it out of him.
Yeah, as I said about 4 hours ago, Yuna's a pacifist, so
Yeah, he just hands it over to us more or less freely.
yeah.
Now we just threaten him with a bit of violence, and he just gives it to us. Which is actually, I guess... Yeah, see? There it is. That's very kind of him, because, yeah, he could just done that, just weasel his way out of the situation like he always does. Wasn't fast enough, I guess, this time around. So we are able to get the Dragon Slayer. And now that we have the Dragon Slayer, we can just go back all the way where we literally just came from. Isn't that great? Yeah, but you see, he doesn't do the torture himself. That is what he has all his underlings for. But yeah, we're also about to enter, I guess, one of the darkest scenes in the game here. So I guess a bit of a trigger warning for everybody.
I just used Tyrant by accident instead of Pest on the first one.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
New strats incoming. Let's go.
Gonna keep this interesting.
I mean, I should have enough AP still anyway. It should be okay. Oh no, because we don't have Frost Strike. We have... Sod it, Dark Wave.
In
Good luck.
Pabingo, maybe?
Time to become one with the darkness.
You also have wisdom fruits, so you can go ahead and blow a bunch of AP.
Hmm. Also, yeah, that room we just came from, as you can tell, it's undergone a bit of a drastic makeover, I guess, with the color. Somebody spilled a bucket of purple around here. I think the music has also gotten a bit more ominous at this point. I mean, it seems to do good damage, it just takes a bit longer.
Hey man, if it gets you through the fight, it's a, what's the saying?
Push
Whatever
every
gets you to
forward.
sleep at night.
I don't think Aura Smash would have done enough, otherwise I just Aura Smashed it. Alright, cool. Two Dark Waves killed it.
It's not too bad.
Nope. I don't think Team Nina could have withstood another catastrophic failure.
Yeah, we actually also have to go ahead and equip the Dragon Slayer here so we can actually cut through this. And we get a little bit of a reaction of all of this around here, which is just
Yeah, that is a bit.
And it regrows immediately. That's a bit ominous.
There's an eyeball following me. What could that be?
Gross. That's all I'm saying. But hey, there's Yuna again. What is he doing here? That's almost as if he knew where we were going. But on the upside, we have finally found Alina! Hooray! And the sleepyhead has been in bed this whole time. What the hell? Would it have killed her if she would have gone, you know, a little bit outside from time to time? Make it a bit easier for us to find her?
This right here is so wrenching.
Yeah. So there's a reason she hasn't really left bed, and we are about to find out. Because, you know, obviously everybody is elated that, hey, we finally found her, but it's also a bit weird that she's just staying in bed like that the whole time.
Yeah,
And
now
she
she's
kind of
requesting us.
ominously, tells Rio and Nina to leave the room, but leave the Dragon Slayer behind, and only Cray is allowed to stay. I was like, huh, what's going on here?
Yes, pretty dark one.
And yeah.
Her legs
Ray's
are
also
just
like,
a
you
little
know,
bit
let's
numb. She just
just-
wants a massage. It's fine.
On which part of her body, though? So yeah, like Cray's kind of asking, okay, like, you know, why don't we just go? I know we found you. Let's just leave. And then Yuna comes in and reveals the, truly horrible truth here. That while Elena was in his care, so to speak, he had a little bit of an experiment going on. And he was trying to turn her into an endless. Now, keep in mind, you know, the endless, as we have learned, are basically otherworldly beings that have been summoned to this world and have basically godlike powers. And, you know, since Yuna is a bit of a scientist himself, he was trying to, you know, create God himself. And this right here is, the end result of that. Like, he has technically managed to turn Alina into an endless, but all these weird organ-looking growths that you saw us climb earlier, yeah, all of that stuff is part of Alina's body now. She has basically become a perfect experiment for Yuna, because what he's able to do is he's basically able to cut off pieces of her body, potentially use in the cannonade for the hexes that they're shooting around all the place. And, you know, he doesn't have to use other sacrifice anymore. He has like an infinitely regenerating endless that he can just pack up whenever he pleases and shoot around with a cannonade. And yeah, some grim stuff. Grim stuff.
Yeah, this is some like extra evil.
Yep.
This particularly like is one of those ones that sticks out in the back of my mind whenever I think about like this is a really evil thing to do.
Yeah.
This comes to mind.
And yeah, obviously, you know, Alina is not very happy to go on living like that. And she basically asks Cray to, you know, use the Dragon Slayer here, because only the Dragon Slayer is able to kill an endless. And, well, use it to end her life with. And, you know, he loves her, he tells her as much, she knows. And, yeah, only he emerges from that room. And as Nina narrates here, you kind of had a feeling, you know, what happened, but Cray didn't say anything, and they just continued on their way. And that finally like bookends the whole search for Alina, which basically started the game, right? Like this is the first thing that we set out to do when we loaded up and began our journey. And that also bookends the third chapter of the game. As we venture forth into chapter 4, which is the last chapter of the game. So we are getting close to the end of the game here. It's about another 45-ish minutes.
Okay.
I'd say, depending on how we get through this. Incidentally, and I guess it's a little bit of a spoiler here, this is also the last time that we will see Yuna in the game, apart from a short cameo in the credits. So, and this, I think, drives a lot of people that play this game like up a wall. Like, Yuna technically gets away with all of this. And the reason he does is because the game got released in a bit of an unfinished state where, you know, they were not able to do everything they wanted with it. Because initially it was planned to, at least, you know, in the ending cutscene, have something happen to Yuna. So, you know, he gets a reckoning for his actions, but we never got to see that. So he literally gets away with all the stuff that he does throughout the game and before, which leaves a lot of us very unhappy because, by the gods, I think everybody of us like wants to get their hands around that guy's throat at one point or another. Hey, here we go. We also did a little bit of shopping, sold a couple things, and we loaded up on soul gems. Now, you might know soul gems from the other games. It's basically an accessory that you can equip, and what it does is whenever one of your characters, or one of the character that has a soul gem equipped gets killed, they automatically get revived again. And that is basically the saving grace for the end of the run, because we are starting to be very underleveled again, so we are very easily killed by basically anything the bosses will throw at us. So we really need something to be able, you know, to survive the fight still. And the soul gems are literally the only thing that are able to keep us alive throughout the encounters here. So we loaded up on them, bought as many of them as we could, and they are the only thing getting us through the last couple of boss fights that we have to do from here.
Oh, thanks for letting me know it was 45 minutes out. I got distracted when I went over there to say something.
I mean, it's a good point. Instead of, you know, experimenting to create an endless, you know, could have just bought a lot of soul gems for the people he sacrifices to the cannonade. I guess that could have worked as well. But you think about it. I guess his high intellect never thought of that. Like, you know, I mean, it's like the whole thing of, you know, trying to create God and getting the quote-unquote recognition and fame and whatnot, or the satisfaction of being able to create unending life as a scientist that drives that particular guy. Because even though it would have technically been possible in a way, I guess, you know, I think Yuna just wouldn't have been satisfied with sacrificing a person over and over that would just use a soul gem to come back.
Yo, Gonger's
That
up.
would not have tickled his scientific portfolio or whatever. But yeah, we've now finally made it to Chedo. Chedo being the capital of the Empire.
Nice, I got the right.
Looks a little bit destroyed, and if you remember, when Faolu finally made it here, he told Artur, one of his two dogs, to go ahead and basically wreck the capital because he's had enough of humanity. And that is basically what we're witnessing here, you know, the destruction of Chedo, the imperial capital, at the hands of Artur. A very important item that we picked up here, it's an ivory dice, if you remember, ivory dice, sorry. If you remember, Breath of Fire 3, we also got some of them there. What they basically do is they double the experience that you get at the end of a fight. So we use that to, you know, get a little bit more out of the boss fights that we're facing here.
Nice.
So we're just gonna use. Hell yeah! Love to see that.
Second Sias self-parry of the stream. Well, third, because Drax has got one too.
I
He
have no
just
doubt I'll
keeps
get another
being
one.
too god. Yeah, so we use the arrow dice like immediately at the start of the fight. And yeah, the usual things happen. We try to kill off Sias and Cray, transform Ryu, and after that, blast him with the magic. And just re-equip the soul gems as necessary.
This is not good, man.
Oh my god.
I need him to physical Sias right now.
Like, why are they so tanky? Like, one time you want them to die and they just don't? So obviously, you know, we're attacking with Ryu to start getting the damage in on our tour, but ideally we would like to bring in Ursula and Nina as well, but for that, Sias and Cray have to die first. Alright, there's Cray going. Yeah, there goes one soul gem. Wait, did she use it soul gem or did she revive on her own?
She revived on
She
her
used soul
own.
gem.
Sias is still alive on turn 5.
Oh my god.
I also appreciate that we
Like-
have the same doggo, just a slightly different shade.
Yeah.
Because
Reuse
Ursula
those
has an
assets.
ability.
Go for it, sorry.
Ursula has an ability that sometimes she just auto revives, even without a soul gem. Which you know
Yeah,
can
that's
save
something
you
that-
some of them.
It's something that Ursula has, like, that's unique and innate to Ursula.
Doesn't one of the masters give you the ability to as well?
Oh, that's a good question. Been a while since I played the game casually, so I honestly can't remember. But hey, Sias finally bit the dust.
Oh, I forgot to put a soul gem on her. She's gonna die.
It would have been funny if Draxus was in the Wonku fight right about now.
Getting
Can I have
close.
both the puppies on
Sort of.
screen? Oh, it's not that far off. Making the way through the river. Come on, Ursula, just get up. Damn it.
Oh crap! Did I forget to put that back? Oops.
Nice. We love to see shield. This is probably one of the worst auteur fights I've had pretty much ever.
Really feels like the game is just pulling out all the stops now for the finale. Like, oh my god.
Oh, I missed. So soul gems, I guess, are like the manly clothes from the previous entry. How did we end up getting such a massive amount? Do they just sell them in a store?
You can just buy them at the start of chapter 4.
You buy them, you sell one really expensive accessory at the beginning of chapter 4, and then you can buy 29 of them.
I see.
Now, you would think that that is a lot, but tell me, at the end of the run, we probably will have barely any of them left.
I mean, yeah, when you die to a stiff breeze, they do kind of go quickly.
Yep.
Well, the other thing is that we're not healing. Like, that's the more important part, is that they're also so that I don't have to spend time healing anybody. They just always auto-revive.
True. Yeah, I guess your levels are high enough that if you did bother healing, you could stay alive, but it would just take longer to burst the bosses down since you're going for combos.
Yeah, and it's also like on
point...
in the final boss, there's the AP becomes a huge factor for both Nina and Ryu.
Yeah.
So.
And you don't really have the resources to regenerate the AP, so it's really just, you have a set amount of turns basically to get that fight over. Otherwise, you run out of AP, and then you're like in a huge pile of poo.
Oh, don't.
Hey, that was our tour. Oh, chicken coop. Drex's side. Let's see how he does. Oh god. Yeah. That's the chicken crawling that I remember.
It could have gone worse, but my goodness, it didn't want to go where I wanted it to at first. I thought I was going to be threatening to eat chicken tonight.
I am going to be eating chicken tonight. And mine was great. That was one of the best chicken coop minigames I've had ever.
I was way too tired. Pizza it was. Pizza it will be.
The other thing I don't understand is, why does this guy here ask Nina, why do I recognize you? Like,
I think that's supposed to be... I think it's actually supposed to make sense, but I've never figured it out. Like, maybe it's an NPC that we talked to or ran into or ran past at a certain point in the game.
Lost in translation type thing, yeah.
I feel like at one point I might have known, actually, but it seems like something Zeal might know.
Fair. Zeal probably would know.
well, luckily Cray's on 1 health at the moment, so whatever happens, he's dying first turn.
Silver lining?
Especially if I keep going the wrong way.
It's a good feel against 1 and 2, yeah.
So we're having a little bit of character development for Ursula here. This is her grandfather, who was like one of the generals in the army as well. And he basically just tells her to, there's more than the army and war and whatnot.
Yeah, because he's a general, he knows pretty much the entire plot line of like the Imperial Army was trying to capture Ryu. He's the Yore dragon.
All right, final dungeon time. We have made it to the castle. You know where Follow is? We're just gonna take the elevator all the way down, and we'll be done in 5 minutes.
Just kidding.
Just trying to give me a slight heart attack. It's okay. 5 minutes? What?
We're still like half an hour or so out.
At least. The final boss itself is probably about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I've been kind of like trying to keep tabs by looking at El Magus's run and comparing.
Okay, well, he had like the god final boss, so don't
did
use
he?
that. Yes.
Okay.
That's why his splits suddenly go. They're like -2 minutes, -2 minutes, and then it's -5 minutes, -8 minutes.
Gold.
on
Yeah,
the last 2 bosses.
the thing has been buffering so bad, I really wasn't able to look at the splits. I was just kind of looking at the timer on it. I'll disregard that information. Oops.
Yeah, like the final dungeon itself isn't too bad. Like it's long-ish, and obviously we have to run from a couple of fights because of course we do. But it's really like what is at the end of it that instills dread and fear in everybody running this game. But we'll get there when we get there. In the meantime, Drexus is fighting one crew. Maybe it's a gander at how that fight is progressing over there. Missed the start of it. Seems to be
going
going
relatively
fine.
well at the moment.
Yeah. Sias and Kreia down.
Yeah, both Cray and Sias died first turns, so made life slightly quicker.
I mean, quite literally, seeing as they are dead.
Oh, Sanctuary, free turn. Don't mind if I do.
Nice. Yeah, again, Sanctuary is an ability that I want to say that nearly all bosses from here on out can use. It basically cancels all kinds of buffs that you have applied to your party. Which you would think is bad, but we really don't put any on anyway, so it's basically like a free turn for us. So if anything, you really just want to see more bosses use Sanctuary all the time.
And like that. I don't want no Blizzard.
Well, too bad, because it's getting cold.
Oh yes, she didn't use a soul gem for it. Nice.
Yeah, that ability on Ursula can trigger quite a lot, actually, which really saves you on the soul gem usage. Which, again, we have a lot of them. But they will quickly start to run out once we get into the actual final bosses of the game.
It's just a bit painful this one, because I only have 3 of them to play with at the moment until I get to...
Chapter 4.
There we go. 1 coup down quick.
Nice. The reward is you get it to go into a tomb. Yay! Don't forget the ambrosia if you haven't picked it up yet.
Oh, I grabbed it before the boss today just because I was paranoid I'd forget it.
Yeah, like ambrosia is really like one of the most important items you want to pick up for the final boss gauntlet. Because again, it's like the only thing that you can use to heal Ryu's dragon forms, which is kind of important for the last boss fights. But yeah, back on Countdown stream, we are now into the Dragon fight. Dragon is a interesting boss where he regenerates all of his HP every turn until you disable that regenerative ability.
I've just made casual players very, very jealous.
I got a Chopam.
Yeah, Chopam.
The bane of collectors everywhere.
Unfortunately, Okay, good. I was like, please tell me my microphone actually muted properly, because sometimes I hit that button on the front, it doesn't do anything. Oh, neat. I just ranted on stream.
Ooh, I'm meant to wisdom fruit and Ryu here. Let's definitely do that. There was something in the back of my mind, just like, I know I've forgotten something.
Yeah, going to the next boss fight without any AP on Ryu, bit of a tough call. Yeah, Kato has been able to disable Dragon's healing ability. You can kind of see that by every time you get a hit with a little star icon on it. You need to get 5 of those, and that will disable the healing ability, and then you can actually, start properly fighting the boss and dealing damage. Oh, yeah, right. It also has 30,000 HP. Sorry, I said 15,000. 15,000 is what he regenerates every turn. But he actually has 30,000, so pull that. Other than that, pretty straightforward fight, though. It's not a lot going on. Also like a boss that's, on the way to like the final boss gauntlet. Just kind of have to get through.
Thank you, Urshan.
Thank God it is.
Very close.
It's like, it's kind of cute when Urshan tries to assist you and deal a little bit more damage to it, but like in the speedrun, it really just wastes time because you actually get no real benefit out of the assist. I mean, in this incident, it even dealt 0 damage, but even if not, like the damage is so pitiful that it really makes no difference whatsoever. Oh yeah, back from Drax. Oh man, we're just ping-pong bosses here. We're now into the 1 and 2 boss fight.
So somebody in chat is asking why the party members have to be killed every time. I believe it's for EXP, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes. We are basically trying to funnel all the experience we get into Ryu, Nina, and Ursula, and depending also into Urshan. But Prey and Sias like really fall off very quickly when it comes to the speedruns, so we really don't use them a lot. And since the XP that you get at the end of a fight gets distributed to all the party members that are alive at the end of a fight, we're just killing off those two so that the others get more experience. Because again, we are very under-leveled throughout most of the run. Like we do that one grinding session against the bots roughly at the start of chapter 3. But other than that, we basically take no extra encounters other than, the ones that we have to fight, like the bosses. So whenever we do get experience on those fights, we want to try and funnel that towards the characters that we're actually using. That is why we kill off some of our party members in the boss fights. As you might have noticed, but Countdown is collecting these differently colored charms. They kind of act like keys around the castle. You need them to be able to break certain barriers that impede your progress. You have to find 3 of them: the blue, the red, the yellow, and the red ones. And then you can make your way to the bottom of the castle here.
Funnily enough, you don't actually have to pick up the blue one.
I was actually kind of
past it.
debating if you really need to after I said it, and I was like, wait, do you actually need to pick it up? I was like, yeah, no, you actually don't. It's
No, I just pick it up out of habit, which is a bad habit, apparently. Because I'm
Yeah, I
always
think you
like,
really only need.
if you're in
ahead.
PvP, you're like, I can't remember if I need this or not.
True. Yeah,
You
I
don't
think
wanna
you
be
actually
without
only need
it.
the blue charm, so you can go easily back to the start or something, if I remember correctly.
I think it's also to get the dragon equipment.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Actually,
Because
don't know if
obviously,
there's
this
a
being the
shortcut
last
back.
dungeon of the game, of course, it has the dragon weapon for Ryu in it somewhere. But I just find it so funny when you get the red charm, or how you get the red charm. Like, you know, you're basically opening that door from the other side with it. It's like, huh? He's just there, and then you go to this double door down there where the seal is on the other side of the door. And it just opens it. It's almost like it wasn't intended to be opened that way. I don't know. I find it a bit weird. But yeah, sorry, because of that rant, I kind of forgot about the boss fight happening on Drax's side, who is still fighting the two dice, 1 and 2. One of them is immune against physical attacks. I think that is 2. And one of them is invulnerable against magic attacks. And I think that would be 1 in this case. So that is why we're transforming into Kaiser Dragon here. So we can use Kaiser Breath that kind of bypasses those immunities and is able to damage both of them. And then we just do the usual magic shenanigans to kill off the other one. And then Wonku comes back and gives you his beat. You can actually use the elevator. Or, not really an elevator, is it? That weird block that you're riding there. But kind of elevator-ish to get out of the tomb on the other side. But yeah, final boss gauntlet approaching for countdown here. So I want to say like, I don't know, 20-ish minutes? 15 maybe?
It's probably 20 to 25.
Yeah,
Depends how much violence Paolu chooses.
Yeah, there's still the cutscenes before all of that. Yeah. But yeah, we basically made it to the throne room finally, and Faolu just immediately blasts all of your party to oblivion because obviously he only wants to meet with Ryu. So he can be made whole again? Because remember, the Yori dragon is, you know, the deity that the Empire was trying to summon to this world like 500-ish years or so ago. Didn't go quite as they planned. That is why the Yori dragon got split into 2. You know, one half being Faolu, the other half being Ryu, who just got to this world. So, you know, Faolu just wants to go ahead and connect with this other half, become whole again, and then just, I guess, wipe out humanity or something because of all the bad experiences he's had so far. Whereas Ryu is like more of a pro-lifer, I guess. It doesn't really give in to Faolu's demands and plans and whatnot. But also, yeah, this is this inconsistency we were talking about earlier, where you're riding down this elevator block, you know, down.
Yep.
But then the very next scene, you're riding it up. It was like, huh? How is this architecture working, actually? All right, so final fight number 1. This is the one-on-one duel between Faolu and Ryu. It's really not as much of a duel as it's more like an endurance test. You have to survive, I think it's 5 turns until Faolu uses a specific ability and basically ends that fight.
That's right.
But you have to survive until that point, and that is the hard-ish part.
That's why I've been carrying the manly clothes this whole time, so I don't have to blow through 3 or 4 soul gems.
Exactly. So yeah, it's kind of weird that, you know, you have to survive until a certain point. Like, basically every other attack would be able to kill you, so why doesn't it just end the fight then and there? But no, you have to see this one specific move from Faolu. Oh, parry is good. Parry is very nice in this fight, actually.
Only if I can get 3 more.
Oh yeah, Faolu is just going ahead monologuing. Oh, that was 3 turns. A rip from manly clothes. He will be missed.
Nice counter.
That's gonna make a difference. Yeah, he uses white out, and that ends the fight. And now this is the part where you can technically screw up your speedrun, because, you know, if you've seen which category we're running here, we're running true ending. So we're not going for the bad ending, because that is something that you could do at this point. Because what's happening now is Faolu and Rio are having a little bit of a conversation here, you know, what they have experienced leading up to this point in time. And, you know, they're reminiscing about what they've done, you know, what events they've experienced here. Like, Rio a little bit more on the good side, whereas Faolu probably more bad experiences he's had so far. So Faolu kind of has lost hope into humanity, if you will, and just kind of wants to go ahead and eradicate the place. And it is up to Ryu to, you know, does he want to stop this, or does he just want to go ahead and fuse with Faolu and become the Yori Dragon again under Faolu's command, if you will, and go through with his plans. And you get to choose through dialogue options what you want to do, but it's not really clear what they mean. Like, I think none of this is just yes or no. It's like a maybe, and I think just a ... And you have to go ahead and select the maybe 3 times. I think 2 is actually enough.
You just have to do it the one time, and it gives you the option to slap away his hand.
Yeah.
Actually, that I think if you only do it once, you don't slap his hand away. You just kind of shake your head and don't grab it.
Mm.
Anyway,
But
I
yeah,
like the
if
slap
you
animation, so I'm just gonna make sure I say I don't know every time.
But yeah, basically, if you don't do that, then Rio would fuse with Faolu, and then you would be on the bad ending track. And what would happen there is you would be the Yori Dragon, and obviously your friends can't have that happening, so they would stand up against you. But since you are this absolutely powerful, godly being, you would just go ahead and completely obliterate them. The Yori Dragon has like 10,000 HP, or, you know, quadruple 9, and he regenerates as much HP every single turn. So he's literally unkillable. Like, your whole team can't dish out that much damage. And you would just kill off your whole party. And that would be the end. That would be a very bad end. And because it's also a little bit too easily achievable, we don't speedrun it, because, you know, we've come this far. So obviously we want to have the true ending experience. And that is obviously why we are going to go into the last 2 real boss fights, which are actually quite hard. Not gonna lie, they are a thing.
The thing about the bad ending too is, like, it's pretty deterministic. You can pretty easily, I'm sure we could figure out a way to consistently kill off our entire party, such that you could just, like, add a chunk of time, you know, like split for the last room and then add a chunk of time and, like, basically calculate. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind.
When you said "oh," I was like, wait, what did you select?
He's just about to demonstrate what happens if you do the good with the bad ending.
That would be, oh my god, like, what would we even do at this point? Like, Would we switch to Dragon Quarter or would we reload the last save to come back here?
I saved right before the final boss.
Okay.
It's kind of really weird at this bit here. If you change to Ryu before climbing the ladder, you can skip having to wait until Cray climbs up.
Time save?
Yeah. Micro time saves. So otherwise
Honest-
you've literally got to wait until everyone climbs the ladder before it will let you actually cut at the thing.
You know what they say? They add up over a run.
I think I'm going to take it
Yes.
slow and steady with what we got. So
Second out of the 3 last boss fights, Tyrant. Oh my god, what Ooh, yeah, this guy can put you through the ringer for sure. Now, Tyrant actually has, I want to say, an ability where he cycles through his elemental weaknesses every turn. Now, of course, the game doesn't tell you what that elemental weakness is, so you have to manually keep track of it. But it technically doesn't matter that much until one very specific turn where we might opt to swap out some party members to make use of it. But generally, we're just, going through the motions on our side here. But it really depends on what Tyrant is throwing our way in terms of damage that we have to deal with. Because keep in mind, once Ryu is transformed into a dragon, there is no way for us to heal him. Unless we use one of the 2 ambrosias that we have. So we basically have 2 heals for Ryu throughout this fight and the next one, which is important. So we kind of want to go ahead and end this fight as fast as we can. The problem is, of course, that Tyrant has about 60,000 HP, which is double the amount of, one crew that we find earlier. And even Dragon. I think Arthur has like 43,000, so he's a little bit closer to that. But what I'm trying to say is it's a massive amount of HP that we're trying to go through here. So we also want, of course, for Nina to go ahead and combo off of the other 2 so we can deal even a little bit more damage, which she kind of doesn't do as often as we would like her to. Yeah, Malefication inflicts a couple of status ailments on your party if it hits. So luckily it didn't here, which is good. It's nice to see. We are hoping for a lot of sanctuaries.
So we want Malefication and Sanctuary as much as possible.
Yeah.
Mainly Malefication, because Ryu is inspired right now, which gives him plus 20% wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, like we said, Sanctuary basically eradicates all buffs that are on your party, which, it isn't too bad, but then again, Ryu would lose out on a little bit of damage at this point, which over a couple turns, of course, can add up. But you want to see either of those 2 moves and hopefully none of the others that you can use because they deal a lot of damage. Or, you can just physically attack somebody and instantly kill them. Also possible.
Hello.
Hello. But you're really just hoping that he doesn't damage Ryu as much, so the Dragon Transformation gets into the next fight in good shape. If you have to use, you probably have to use 1 Ambrosia here nearing the end of the fight, which is fine. But if he just keeps on focusing Ryu, things can turn sour very, very quickly.
I went for Supernova, but he outsped me. Way to go.
Yeah.
God game.
Supernova.
On the first turn here, Tyrant has a Earth weakness, which we can make use of by swapping in Urshin, because he has a Earth Elemental spell at this point to try and squeeze in a little bit more damage. But it is kind of risky because Urshin is kind of slow, so there's a high chance of Tyrant going first and then messing up the combo by either killing somebody or things happening. So sadly, Urshin didn't combo into Ryu. As also that was missing. But then after that, we just go back to the usual combo of Ursula, Ryu, Nina.
Okay, will I hit a full combo? Turn
that's
4,
always
still
the
haven't
big
hit a full
question, isn't
combo.
it?
Nope.
I'm
You're
gonna
getting
say
3
no.
quarters. Yeah. My money's on 3 quarters.
Like, I think the
Nina!
worst thing that really can happen. Oh, did
You
do it?
mean Nanya combo? Yeah, that is her name now, isn't it?
I mean, like we established, she is a sleeper agent of Team Nina.
Hasn't done a good enough job.
She's saving up her strength for Dragon Quarter.
I think the worst thing that Tyrant can actually do is like physically attack Ryu at this point, because I think it deals the most damage to him.
Whenever
So
we're
the
getting close to
magic-
time, just let us know as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's still another fight after this, so I think we're like a good 10 minutes away from that. For Team Ryu.
I'll be chilling here regardless. Can't get rid of me that easy.
I'm still learning Dragon Quarter.
Yeah. I get to do quarter of a game, isn't it neat?
Oh my god.
Lucky you.
Imagine if it was a quarter of a marathon.
With the way that some things have happened, it has felt like a quarter of a marathon.
I mean, I think a thing that we can all agree on, like, if your Dragon Quarter run takes up a quarter of this relay time, things have gone astronomically bad.
I would literally have to not save and die on the final boss.
I think 6 times.
If yeah. And I think I'm just gonna grab some extra save tokens, and I'm gonna take this extremely safe. Considering what I've seen happen to other people, I'm like, I'm gonna bonk something really dumb, and it's gonna kill me.
So far, I get to see any of the footage for the tutorial of Frog, so I think you're safe.
Yeah, that tutorial is really good.
It is.
But we can we'll big ups it during the Dragon Quarter section, because I learned this in like 2 months, so you can do it too.
Trying. Oh, not 2 months.
Kind of. Yeah.
But one thing that you really have to remember in the fight here is, like, always have your soul gems equipped on your characters. Like, you do not want to waste time, trying to revive any characters, especially because you probably also don't have that many ammonias at this point. So forgetting to equip a soul gem on a character can be kind of catastrophical.
If you remember all the way back to the light beam puzzle, the room after that, there's a hidden treasure chest with 2 ammonias in that I get as a backup.
There's a couple of safety chests of ammonias I could have picked up, and I haven't.
Gotta risk it to get Nina back on track.
Looking for the biscuit.
Okay, show me one full combo, please, before my dragon runs out of HP. Or MP. Both.
Oh, blimey. Yeah, running out of MP on that first one's kind of rough.
I think at this
Okay,
point we
he's
have
done.
like 1 wisdom fruit that we can use.
Yeah, I have one.
I meant to use it at the start of the astral form.
Yep.
Alright, that is Tyrant down, so we have still 1 more boss fight to go through.
That wasn't terrible, even with the terrible combos. It was only
I mean,
a
you
couple of
still-
turns slower, but just lots of like having to check soul gems, and
You still have both Ambrosias too, don't you?
I sure do. Well, you get I have the 1 ambrosia. You get another one for beating Tyrant, but yeah, now I have 2.
I mean, yeah.
So I'm gonna
Yeah.
probably need to like start the fight ambrosia.
But yeah, it is not completely uncommon for Tyrant just, absolutely botting you and you using at least, the 1 Ambrosia that you have at this point, and then also dragging Ryu's HP down so far that you basically have to use the second one immediately at the start of the next fight. So you're really in bad shape if that happens. But yeah, here's Astral. He is the final boss of the game. And for some reason, they changed his design from the earlier transformations when you were controlling Fulu. of, I guess, because he has become more evil or more powerful, over the course of the game, and that is why it changed. But yeah, final boss time. And, well, technically, we're just doing the same thing we did so far. Where we're using Ursula, Ryu, and Nina for the combos. And then just hope and pray.
Not a full combo, at least. I think Nina has anything to say about it.
Yeah, right. I had purposely had Cray act first because Cray is extremely slow, and so the boss always outspeeds him and uses a spell that puts everybody at 1 HP. So I had him use Moon Tears and guaranteed that he went after the boss. Just as like a, easy first turn.
Yeah, so Moon Tears are like a full heal and status restore. So since Soul Rend puts everybody at 1 HP, that just immediately gets them all back up into a fighting condition, and then just use the Wisdom Fruit with Nina on Ryu, and now it's basically a race against time. Like, we don't have any AP regeneration items at this point anymore, I think.
I have an extra Wisdom Fruit somehow. I don't know how that works.
Oh, okay. I mean, that is very good. That is very good, actually.
Might be worth mentioning I'm probably under an hour from the end of the run myself now.
I'll give Rex a little poke. Right.
So yeah, Rex is already in chapter 4 now as well. On his way to the end. Wait, it's probably more like 45-ish minutes maybe.
We'll see how well this goes.
Actually making some good time here in the run. Although if you compare this to the start.
Yep. I'll have to focus on my run though and get one of my two commentators to keep Rex abreast of the situation. Thankfully, Ashen's doing the restreaming, so all I gotta do is pull Rex in here. And then he'll probably run away because he wants to actually focus.
I don't know anything about the story, but I can do it.
But Astral can use Soul Rend again over the course of the fight, which can be a little bit dicey if he keeps doing it. But more importantly, it doesn't kill you. It just sets everybody at 1 HP, which that was well. But I think the big thing to look out for is like Power Flux, which deals a bunch of damage to your whole party. Hello.
Yeah. Hello, indeed.
Oh, wait, there we go.
Just waking us up a bit, making sure we're gonna go down. Yeah, that's right. I don't have to add Rex. He's a mod.
Oh, I didn't even realize this stream was in here too.
Yeah, we're using this to get the commentary out.
I don't have to get. No, I don't have to get 2 minutes of ads.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we've been restreaming it in here for most of it. Every once in a while, I forget to ping it.
I'm about 5 minutes from the end, by the way, guys.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the fight is looking pretty good so far.
Maybe
I don't think I've
less.
seen a single Power Flux so far.
No, I wasn't going to say anything, but this fight's going really well. That's why I reminded myself to say something.
He has been very, very amicable. Like, you normally don't see a fight go this, but I'm probably just jinxing it if I say anything more at this point.
I mean, I'm just chilling on the start screen, and then I'll wait out the minute and start up. So,
go.
But I think it's safe to say that like really nothing really bad can happen anymore at this point, because he's still stocked up on soul gems. He still has both ambrosias. He still has another wisdom fruit somehow. So
no, plenty can go wrong.
Pretty good shape.
The problem is he's baton passing to me, so that's where all of it's gonna go wrong.
All right. Well, I managed to only lose like 40 minutes, so you still have another 40 to go, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be playing pretty heavy on the saves, so that if I do get dunked on, I only lose like max 5 to 10 minutes. luckily there's enough save tokens to be pretty liberal with them if you're willing to go out of your way for a couple extra.
And they don't sell for anything either.
Yeah. The save tokens are a whopping 5 Xenia pop, so...
Oh my god.
Yeah. You can't even buy a meat for that. The only reason you'd sell them is mainly to just get them out of your inventory so something else can be in that slot.
Well, actually,
Mhm.
if you get the Duke's pattern for the first danger room, let's see, it's 10, 30, 30, 50, and
Oh, the money
the
drops?
30s, the 30s, those Dukes can drop bombs, so that's 30 per. And like if you sell the save token, that puts you at 270. And that
I see,
30 brings you down to 240, which means you can spend the entire 240 on the last 3 bombs. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you'd mentioned
kind of
it, but I didn't quite understand the math. I was like, whatever
Yeah,
you say, Rex. You're right,
math,
but I don't...
the math can line up so that 5 matters. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the one time that 5 Xenia actually matters.
Yeah, I think I'm going to grab a couple.
Just so Astral actually go ahead and use Soul Rend there, which actually also sets Ryu's HP to 1, which can be very dicey because, again, keep in mind, we have 2 Ambrosias maximum at this point, which are able to heal Ryu. Otherwise, if you are out of Ambrosias at this point, like, he is very much in death territory. And if you don't have the Dragon transformation anymore, and you're only halfway through the fight or so, you are in a rough spot. But yeah, luckily not too bad. Kanda was just immediately able to use that Ambrosia to get Ryu back up. And I think we're like in the last quarter of the fight, roughly, HP-wise. I haven't been counting, so I'm not completely sure. But I think the fight has been going on for a little while now that we are almost done with it.
Yeah, I think one or two more full combos.
Yeah,
So,
it should do it.
get ready.
Meanwhile, Drax is over at Archer.
There's the power flux. When it doesn't matter.
And that's like the thing that you have to be mindful of because it deals a bunch of damage to your party. If you could just keep spamming that, it's like very easily. You also have to use an ammonia early, Ambrosia early. I think it's his most damaging attack overall. Apart from Soul Rend, which obviously just sets your HP at 1, but that's a bit of cheating. I still got 18 soul gems left, so looking very good over here. You can kind of see the damage difference it does when Nina actually joins in on the combo. It's like almost doubles the damage you do with that last hit. Well, not doubles, but yeah, it adds a good chunk.
Nice malification, man. This is the easiest Astral of my life.
Gotta happen sometime.
Ursula's at 20 MP. I think this should be it. Definitely getting close.
It's unfortunate. Ursula's probably dead. I know. Hopes and prayers. That's keeping her alive. Okay.
All right. Gonna wait out the 1 minute timer, and we'll start at 9:29.
Woo!
All right.
Run.
GG's to countdown.
GG.
Ursula lives.
Rapid fire
GG.
for done. Well, for Team Ryu.
Yeah, That was a wild run. A lot of escape fails. Losing probably 3 minutes to the Phantom that put me to sleep. 21st or 22nd try bot encounter.
Yeah, that was rough. But yeah, it was like a solid second half of the run.
Yeah, the second half was
Overall?
pretty good. Yeah, after the bot grind, I felt good about that.
Yeah, quickly talking over the end there for Breath of Fire 4 is like, at this point, like Faolu basically rescinds his powers to Ryo, who becomes like the full Yori dragon. And he basically goes ahead and banishes all of the Endless out of the world so they can return to wherever he strips them of their powers so they can actually die and move on and not just, hang around this otherworldly plane for them. And that's established earlier. Yuna gets away because the ending is kind of unfinished. And then Ryu just lives out the rest of his days as a normal person. Yeah. The end.
The end. I am.
And then we can
Michael
watch it all again on Drex's side.
Yeah, we get to watch it all again on Drex's side. We see Sid start up. This goes pretty quick, but in short, Ryu is this is a big case system. Ryu's 8,192nd. So he is a small ratio. He works for the local ranger outfit, and this is Bo, or rather Bosch, that we meet. He is our first NPC companion, and then we run right back out, and you'll see this kind of, gritty industrial sort of thing because we are a full kilometer underground here in Dragon Quarter, as Sid runs to the slums to go buy some stuff.
Yeah, the game is nice enough to start us with a free revive item. We spit in its face and sell it for explosives and food.
Yes, much fresh meat.
Yep. This game has an overworld combat system where you can use traps. It's called pets. And the meat and bombs are tools that will help us pretty quickly with regards to manipulating monsters. You can see all your encounters. And like any game like that, if you swing your weapon or kick at or what have you a monster, you get the initiative. And so you will see, once we start entering combats in a bit, you will see us using those tools to try and make sure that we start.
Yeah, you'll see me try. Rex will be doing it right. I'm gonna be like whiffing at air.
Yeah, so I
Stupid
already have a
hitbox.
criticism. I already have a criticism.
Oh, no.
You have to go. You want to go left around the pillar in the low sector burrow, not the right side.
I started pivoting to the right for. I don't know why. I just started doing it without really thinking about it.
Maybe that's your low sector burrow 2 muscle memory.
It's
you have to go on the outside in low sector burrow second time.
Nuggets. Are we off to a good
Nuggets.
start? Yes,
Yeah,
we
great
are.
start. We got a nugget fight.
Oh, come on. You could at least hit Bosch. Blech.
Nope.
Stupid enemies are stupid.
So the game has a runaway system.
Give me that back.
That we don't want to use because it takes away a chunk of our money. Thankfully, we have no money because of what we bought at the beginning. So it's nice the first few times, but it can start to hurt us. And obviously,
you lose 10% of your money when you use penalty retreat.
I'm more worried about the HP I lost getting kicked in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've spent all your money already, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah. The first couple is fine.
Of course.
Another extra fresh feat.
Being a little bit greedy here, trying to pick up some extra party EXP because sometimes I mess up the initial fights.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that escape is worth exactly a bomb.
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
It's actually at 1.5. I think it sells for 120.
I thought it was 80. I know AP Plus is like 1 1/2 or whatever.
There's that extra party EXP.
125 or something.
Mm-hmm. So, in terms of routing, where like this isn't an RPG with step routes, this is not, but this is an RPG where there are 2 monster layouts for each floor, and 2 item box layouts / content sets for each floor. And so the skill in managing the game tends to come from being able to recognize and take advantage of those two differences. But there and like things will wiggle around inside of that space. So, for example, the monsters can either be on the left, hunt around that thing, or they can be in the way here. And so you see, you have to manage them. It's a little close there to manage not to get in a fight, but manage. But
And also,
it does it
and,
fine.
and also their behavior can be completely different.
Yep. In one set, a group of enemies can be there, and in one side they'll rush you, and the other side they'll run away. And it's just like, which enemy pattern did you get? So this is the more involved pattern for this floor. And unfortunately,
I do not want him dying.
Yeah, we're gonna have coming up is one of 7, I believe, danger rooms in the run where the game does not let you out until you've killed everything. And that means this is why we bought the resources, because we don't have a choice but to kill everything. For optimality, we're trying to kill everything in the first round of combat, right? Like with them eating a meat, right? Like that is the ideal. Obviously, that doesn't always happen. But
yeah, I switched to Bosch here because he can actually do damage, where Ryu is like, huh?
Yeah,
this is why I wanted the extra EXP, so that when I screw these up eventually, I can still hit level 6, and the first boss isn't super awful.
Yep. This is Bosch is definitely the carry for the first dungeon. Now we're going to see some more meat management, and also kind of trying to herd these enemies into place.
Okay. I might get a nice chunk of EXP out of this.
That
assuming
looks good.
I can. Yeah,
can you get the bombs? Okay. Yeah, enemies have physics, as do the stuff you place down. All right. No, that wasn't bad. It wasn't great. It wasn't perfect, but
it's a good start for me. I'll take what I can get.
I'm getting experience from big enemies, so it's all good.
This one is actually pretty important. Normally, that other little fuzzball stays to the side, and you get like 47 party EXP out of that. But with that setup, I get 70 instead. So I'm up on party EXP. I might even be able to hit level 7.
Yeah,
which isn't super important, but it does give me some extra gas.
So with the nugget pattern on that danger room, if you get like any other XP drop, you are hitting level 7.
Yeah,
if you do everything right anyway.
I got like a 10 drop somewhere, and I think I got it twice too.
Yeah, that might not be enough with how the first group went. I'm not sure.
I did. I think I lost like 5 to 10. I can't remember how much cycling the turn is.
But this cutscene we're about to skip is kind of the lore important one. Despite Ryu being very low class, he connects with the being in this room, which is a massive hulk of biomass. That kind of looks like a dragon.
Yeah, it's the remains of Ajin, as they pronounce it.
Yep. But yeah,
it's technically linked. It is technically linked with him right now, but for some reason it doesn't like truly kick in until later.
Yeah, you can see in the upper right we've gained something. We've gained something that will consternate us later.
We got a glowing block.
It's a secret tool that will help us later and hurt us later.
I ask a question about that. Actually.
When
I was going through the tutorial that Rexton made, what happens when you hit 100% before?
Oh,
you die.
Insta reset.
So the game will give you 3 choices. It will let you go back to your last save point. It will let you go back to your last save point in one way. Go back to your save point go back to the beginning of the game instead, right? Like keeping, in both those cases, you keep some of the resources you had, or the game's over, right? Like, so additionally, this game does not let you actively copy save files. This is a game where in concept, you get one run at a time. So like if you die to something or you overuse your meter, you are put in a position where you have to go back to your last save or not. Now, like I said, you keep some of the resources from that. Like the game's actual intended grind loop, which we won't be using. It's a roguelike style grind where you make a save point, use your meter, bank some of the experience you got, reset to the thing, and that the reset part is
Okay.
free. So it's just like you're supposed to, and this was like in 2002. Nobody knows how to do this if you aren't a computer, like a wizardry player, right? Like you're supposed to grind, reset, and take small advantages until you're powerful enough to get past the next segment. That is the built concept of the game. We absolutely won't do that. We don't have the time. So
in short,
yeah.
in short, you die.
Yeah, in short, you die. Right, like that's
Your
like,
run's done.
For our purposes, the run would be done for sure.
Okay.
There's we don't save generally. But yes, it is a complicated way to say you die. Now that said, Sid is coming up on the first boss. What happened was we were supposed to, Cyclops. We were supposed to, plot-wise, we were supposed to help carry a package from point A to point B. That's what we were doing. We're doing escort duty, right? We get level 7 here. That's good. That's better than the lowest possible. So that gives us a little more safety. Not as good as level 8, but it'll do. But that plane was raided by revolutionaries, right? Like, and so we have all crashed out. We are all alone, and this big genic, they're called biological creations, has decided that it's really angry at us, and possibly that little girl on the ground with red wing-like things coming out of her back. So
yeah. That Cyclops is actually like one of Trinity's genics.
Okay.
They call it a war genic. Like in that cutscene with the train, she chases them down, shoots them down, and then the Cyclops that they have,
right. And we see
because they want her.
Yeah. Later we do see that Trinity has more war genics, so that makes sense. Fight wise, this is it's 1v1, so we're trading blows, but the game has a secret weapon, right? Like I know it's more complicated.
I got a lucky drop here. Normally this is a lot more complex. I got the power boost. Yeah,
I got the power boost. Okay, so we're gonna be.
That's why I went because I got it.
So normally,
that's
if you don't
even
have
better
any
for
other
us.
tools, So normally, if you don't have any tools, you the enemy will switch the way that they do damage. They start kind of like charging, then hitting, and so we in turn kind of counter by charging and swinging. But then if you get them below half health, they switch into murder mode, and you don't have much time to kill them. With extra power, we were able to do that quickly. We gained access to an actual capability. This is the D-dash. We will be using it liberally for the next 5 minutes, and after that it will become a tool that will still be useful, but we have to be careful because it uses up our meter.
It's free for now, so we're gonna take advantage of it.
Control wise, this is actually a little sticky. You have to let go of the button before you hit the door. Right, like as a speed tech. Here we beat Lynn, which is to say cat. Right, like the cat of this game. She was a Trinity. She was one of the Trinity people that raided our train, but right now we're all kind of working together to survive. So it's Ryu, Nina, and Kat are here together as the team, and we are going to dash through a bunch of stuff, hopefully get some resources. Money is fairly tight early.
Money EXP.
And it is spider time.
And it's spider time. This is the second danger room of the run, and it has two patterns, and it's one of the hardest. All right, we got the possible task pattern, but we're not interested in that game. So we.
Oh no, the throw!
I'm gonna have to buy extra. Seriously?
Oof.
It used the
bomb.
Footloose on the floor. I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, that's a super rare thing.
I'm gonna. I think I either didn't know or forgot about that.
Oh, what am I doing? Why did I let go?
God.
Oh dear God.
Why'd you let go?
I know
I can survive this. It's just gonna take
survive
a couple
this.
of turns.
It just takes some time. That's a time loss, but we'll manage.
I kind of trapped myself in it. Yeah. Oh, good. Nina got a really quick turn here.
Good thing you had that footloose.
Yeah. I can move.
That
also, it saves your camera when you reset, so it's like really obnoxious.
Yep, it's a little obnoxious to do an exit.
Can
because
you
of the camera.
Get in there, buddy?
Yeah,
there we go.
This is honestly the worst danger room in the game. This is technically the better of the two patterns, but
only if you perfect it. Otherwise, it's kind of the same thing but worse.
Even if the road to perfecting that particular room is still like a grind in itself. And even when you like get good at it, it's still like you can still bump one and it's like it can mess you up, but it is recoverable because you just try to pay attention and like get get one of their attention again and then drag them into the other room. But yeah, that room, particularly the other pattern, is the worst thing in the game.
Yeah, I have focused a lot of my save state practice on that room.
The big struggle is the spiders devour meat at a speed that is
unparalleled.
It is the fastest in the game, and it makes it very difficult to manage them.
I think the only thing that comes close is like the snail enemies, like the hermits. Like those actually eat pretty fast.
Yeah.
One of the other things is you'll notice that I'm chucking meat or bombs sometimes, and other times I'm putting it on the ground. So if you're holding like forward a little bit, you throw, and if you're standing neutral or still, you'll set it. So I was intending to set the bomb and slap him with a sword, and I ended up throwing it because I was still moving forward. So some of that can make it a bit hard.
Yeah,
that's like the absolute class. That's like the absolute classic mistake that I will still make.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Never mind.
Sensitive.
I was looking at that like I should open that.
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know about that one.
200 zennies.
That one it usually drops fresh meat. That's what I'm after because I'm a little bit low. But
you poor thing.
But,
I know, right?
With 200
I only got
zennies,
like
you can
6
buy
bombs
25
instead.
meats. Yeah, you can buy 25 meats. Zenny can be exchanged for goods and services.
During my practice run, I got greedy with bombs and like bought 30 bombs and had like 16 meats, and I'm like, I think I've made a grievous error in judgment here.
All right, so this is if you thought the early slums were slums, like these are the more slums.
Yeah, this is called end sector for a reason. It's the end of like the entire shelter. Also, there's a giant ant in the background for some reason.
It's very cool. You're not going to see it, and here's us re-meeting up with the Ranger team. But the Ranger team is this is the twist. The Ranger team wants Nina, and Bosch is willing to fight to take her from you. But at this point, Ryu goes Super Saiyan, which is to say he turns into this game's version of a dragon, which is this biotechnical monstrosity. And it makes him unreal powerful. Oh, that's not great.
I forgot to heal her.
Okay.
No, that would have been good. Oh wait, no, because then
Lynn,
up.
Yeah,
not for me.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. So we see Bosch try to damage you and fail. Right, like
his beast blade just doesn't work.
Yeah, his beast blades just not work. Impossible. We finally see Nina in combat. One of the things she can do is set up traps. You see that there's 3 stars for map and 3 stars for magic and 3 for traps. She's the one that gets to burn those magic stars on traps. We will be using these traps to great effect during the run in various places. They are not, however, fast. Lynn gets a bunch of kind of combo-ish capabilities, but really we're we're just using her to manage positioning and to knock Bosch back into our traps. And Ryu can move as far as he wants. He has access to a bunch of powerful strikes and a breath weapon. And that breath weapon, using that line capability, is going to be important for us. But Sid said perfect because every frame you hold the button down, you use meter. You use 0.05 of your meter.
That's how that works?
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
It is terrifying. It is horrifying. Right? Like, but it means that you have to get those breath feels right. It used to be that the old emulators weren't good enough, and like you can see in docs, like people discussing back in the day, the old emulators weren't good for breath. Now it's on, but it used to be.
So that was me. That was me who said that. My opinion has already changed. I don't know if it's because my computer sucks and when I stream I lag more, but like my breaths suck now.
Suck on Emu? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It still feels pretty close to me. But anyway, so we have now rebelled against the Ranger Corps. And so now we're trying to go get Nina back to the laboratory where she came from. The medical laboratory, right? Like that is our current plot quest. The game explains to you that yes, you have a dragon meter now, and you can use your run, but it costs you. And you can use the dragon, but it costs you. And turning into the dragon, every turn as the dragon costs 1%. Turning into the dragon costs 1%. Using your strong attack is 1.5. Using your weak attack is 1. You'll never use the medium attack. breath
Not
is
even worth-
0.05.
not-
Yep, not
I
even
thought
worth
about
it.
it.
Not
like
even
I,
worth
not-
talking. But it's
I
like
shouldn't have. No, you're
It's,
right.
it's like we're not even going to talk about how much it costs. It's that useless.
Yeah, it's not worth discussing. You can figure it out. You charging up costs you 2 meter, which is the most expensive thing on that list, and we'll be doing it quite a bit because it's very powerful. But that is the dragon form. It also has high other stats. It has infinite movement that doesn't cost AP. Yet otherwise movement costs AP in this game because it's a tactical movement game.
And you have like complete free range.
Complete free range. You have full like pull out the tape measure and measure your distance style.
Yes.
Tactical stuff.
This is usually where people stop playing the game because of the D counter.
This is where you get introduced to it as a concept, and it can be.
So just to interject here real quick, Drax is just finished the first of the final boss gauntlet, so he's in the last two boss fights now. So about 20-ish minutes, I want to say, from the end.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, no, Drax is getting there. This is our third danger room.
Still in this.
Still in this. Okay, we got the easier pattern, I think, for this room. And
that spooked me.
We're going to manipulate all these monsters to try and get to that meat, but they can't go over the cliff. Lay down some bombs, start the fight.
Should hit. Good.
Clear out, get some dents on the enemies, and then this room we have to hybrid approach it. Bombs into dragon. And here's another one. We want to hit an exact number. Let's see how we do.
Way over. Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
garbage.
that's a bit over. That's a bit over. Yep. Just a bit outside.
I saw how tight it is during the 80% tutorial. Like, you should only be at this percent. You're using up a lot of leeway.
I have a lot of places where I can recover 0.5, like 2 or 3. If I get really lucky, I can spike a 7 cents right before Bosch 2. Mm-hmm. And that can save anywhere from 0.5 to 1.5, depending on how high my damage roll is. Right. It's a bad idea, but
the safeties in this game, always cost time, but also you have that dragon meter is an ironclad restriction. You need to have this much dragon meter by the end of the game, or you cannot power through the last bosses with our stuff.
The final bosses are impossible to kill without dragon. Absolutely.
In a speed run scenario.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, so here we're going to do a little more inventory stuff. We're going to sell our extras. We're going to ID stuff that drops. The ID is almost always worth it, but technically you can find something that costs less than 100. Right. We're back we're back where we started. Great. Right. The medical area is just to our right on the screen there. Right. So we buy up, we go to the medical area where life is great. So yeah, we are proceeding, in Dragon Quarter. We need more bombs. We need more meat.
Grab a couple of extra there since I got the cash. Oh wait, whatever. I could have bought antidotes there, save like 12-ish seconds, but I guess I'll show it off. There's another little room over here that actually has 2 antidotes, and that's actually the perfect amount. If you get
there's another room. There's another room over here that has quite the cutscene that you don't want to run into.
Yeah, there is like a hundo category that's called 1/4 because when you actually get the 100% from this game, that's what it's classified as on your save file. You would have to go in there because you need to clear out the mini games to get into the secret dungeon. It's a pretty cool category. I might pick it up at some point, but it does not look like it's very
big fan of the 1/4 category. It's one of those things where people are like, you're supposed to get to 1/4 in multiple runs. This game has a new game plus. As you can kind of imagine from the system I described on Death, right? Like, why not use that for a new game plus? It does, but you can do it in one go if you are prepared. Unfortunately, some people have decided to hit us down here, and they brought along enough gas for the entire town. They
really, for Lynn and just Lynn.
really want you dead. They have gassed this entire town to try and retake Nina from you. So yeah, every round of combat, you can get any of your characters can get poisoned. For Ryu, it's not a problem. For the other 2, that becomes their new life. Deep breath. We're looking for 600.
Yeah, this should be fine. I still have everybody else too.
Oh yeah, so this is one of the backups. You can cool down out of dragon form, and then you're back to like your normal moves and your normal AP bar. And
it does shave a little bit of AP.
Yeah.
Considering how heavy I went over on the previous one, I figured it'd be better to undershoot.
You're fine with
here.
that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Totally. Right. So yep. What we skip over here is Nina sucking up all of the gas into her wings. Like Nina clears the town of poison gas via her wings. Like
the burn line gets weirder every game, doesn't it?
It sure does. Yep. But yeah, we got an ID, so now we can go into the medical sector, the corporate lab, which is where we wanted to go anyway. So that's what we'll be doing here. Meanwhile, on the right side, we're into that tyrant phase of the last boss sequence. So yeah, you have another chance to chop here. We're not going to take it. The game points you in the wrong direction here. Like you're supposed to go back. You're supposed to go back towards the camera here, like to proceed. The game absolutely it's just like, hey, yeah, you want to go forward, right? And that leads to an optional section.
It threw me off for a long period of time. You can get 1 quarter in a single playthrough. It's just pretty tough.
Yes, it's tough. There are 110 points of like good. Yeah, you played the game wellness. If you get 100 of them, you can do it. And so it's that extra 10 points of slack that make it possible.
The cool part is you get a lot of extra attacks, weapons. You're not as heavily dependent on Dragon. It's a much cooler showcase of what the game has to offer.
Yes,
any percent just also, much easier to learn.
Yeah, it's also right. Like what is an hour IGT becomes 3 hours IGT and 3 hours and change, right? Like real time, right? Like that quarter adds a lot of time.
There are a couple on the leaderboard as well. Dine's run is a really good one. I was watching it the other day. Super cool watch.
That said, we're entering an important room. This is the easy and simple pattern for this room. This is where we're going to solve most of our money problems. These enemies are like the gold bugs in 2, right? Like, and in this game, right, like you want to kill them in essentially 1 hit to get the maximum amount of money. Right,
unfortunately, I'm going to miss out on Jolt, and I'm going to have a little bit lower of a money curve here.
Yeah, so the other pattern is harder, but gives you 2, 20,000 zenny for the pleasure.
Of it, yeah.
But yeah, like that.
The reason that missing Jolt stinks is a lot of these enemies, Frost is our backup spell, but a lot of the enemies that we're coming up to, either Frost animation is really long and doesn't do a ton of damage, or the enemies straight up absorb Frost, so it's a very bad backup.
Yep, this game, the elemental triangle is fire is weak to ice, is weak to frost, is weak to fire. Right, so like we're about to go when we will go through a cold area where everything's weak to lightning. So here is where the quest of the game is set. Essentially, the guy tells us, yeah, like she's a product. We made her. Is she not performing up to specs? And Ryu, understandably, loses his shit. And he's like, okay, nope, like none of this. We're taking her to the sky, right? Like we're taking her away from you all, away from this sort of, bio-slave kind of setup, right? Like we're going somewhere else, right? Like where you are free, right? And so that is the arc of the game is now set. Ryu has fully left normality and is headed for the sky to save Nina from being an air purifier slave.
When you phrase it that way,
he's a Dyson.
It's like that's what it is. Like it's just she has giant air filters on her back, right? Like it hurt her to take up all that poison. Like that was an effort for her, right? Like,
can I ask one other question for the mechanics?
Sure.
The tactical and rating bonus, how important is that to the run?
Pretty important. So the tactical, like I said, like if first strike gives you 5% on the tactical, if they're still eating meat, you get another 3%, and first strike gets you 2%.
The real big
something
one
like that.
How many monsters you have in each encounter?
The second number is a combination of how fast do you do it and how many monsters are there. Right.
Okay.
And so like you'll you'll like we try and get them in packs of 4 in the danger room, not just because the bombs indicate doing that, but like just picking them off gives us less experience. So we tend to try and get enemies in big chunks. You'll see us do it over and over again. And that second number being, the maximum of 10 enemies gets like 200% there, right? Like
Okay.
it's a lot. It's a big deal. It's a lot of experience. That experience goes into our party bucket as well, so we can spend it anywhere. You could theoretically spend it to level any of the characters.
No, not this one. That's my backup. I want to save on the not backup.
Right.
one.
And so there you saw the save interface and you saw 2 slots. Like those are your 2 slots. You have one slot that's back at the beginning of the game, and you have one slot that is your current active save. Right. Like it's like that is it. Right. Like the temp data. Well, you can you can stop your run. Like you can just like I'm going to stop playing and start again. Like on a DS. Right. Like in DSs, you could always like suspend your running and come back. Like that is what that bottom slot is for. Right. Like it's like you can suspend your run and come back. Right. But that's it. Like that is your save slot for this attempt.
So
Right.
like, I can honestly see that this game being very frustrating to a lot of players who like, I love Breath of Fire, pick it up.
It's
It becomes
rough
basically a
casualty.
roguelike.
It had a very difficult reception at the time in 2002 because of that. Like it's such a tone change. It is such a flavor change. It is such a mechanical change. And there's nothing that's like that in the RPG space, right? Like on consoles. Like again, right, this draws very heavily from kind of a wizardry tradition, or like roguelikes or NetHack, right? Like if you weren't that sort of player, this was new, alien, disconcerting, and frankly unfair, right? Like punishing, right? In a way that you wouldn't be like nowadays, right? Like we have nowadays Souls likes are like 15 years old. Everybody knows what a roguelike is, right? Like this is much more grokkable nowadays, right?
Yeah, when I was going through the speedrun tutorial, I run a mystery dungeon game. This would be right up my alley if I were to actually have the game, but also like I understand the mechanics and see how this goes. But damn, that meter's scary though.
Yeah, no, I mean like mystery dungeon games, like we didn't get a ton of those either. Right, like Square did a Chocobo dungeon thing on PSX, right? Like, but we didn't have like Sheeran, right? Again, that stuff's also the wizardry tradition, right? Like we didn't get those back, right? Like there's all right, this is the 3rd floor of ice, and it's a very important one. We're going to pick up stuff we need, and we have to deal with 3 different rooms of enemies. This is the first one where we're trying to set up a kill. So we're using bombs the other way you can use them, which is put them on an enemy. They do less damage if you throw them on the enemy, but it also means they're not on the map anymore. So like you can use more of them, right? So that's why we bought a ton of them. We're going to try and initiate the fight so that we can kill them with the final bombs.
You're trying to get the treasure key here, right?
Yes. We also need the treasure key here because we need a tool for sorry, I realized Drexus is done. For Lynn, Drexus is done.
No, Drexus is on to the final boss now.
Yeah,
so there's
the
one
final
more
boss.
fight, so about 10-ish minutes depending on how it goes. Like Tyrant was pretty okay.
Yeah, it was a little bit
really
rough.
good turns there.
Having Dark Wave for a while.
Yeah, but made it through all right. I think you still have both Ambrosias as well going into the fight, so it should be fine. I don't know. How many wisdom fruits do you have? Do you also have 2?
Used them yet, so it should be fine.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Right.
Nice.
Meanwhile, Sid is in one of the other kind of bad danger rooms. You have to deal with these bats that can wait for quite a while to come down. You have to use this meat to keep them from approaching you. Right, like, and again, we're going to try and corner trap them and kill them in a big chunk, and get a bunch of experience for our trouble.
We're gonna have to do this manually. This
Yep.
is where Jolt would be very nice because I could Jolt all 3 of them at the same time.
Yeah, and Frost isn't going to do it here.
Oh, that's a bad damage roll, unfortunately.
Yep.
We're gonna want to move her away. So they try to go after her.
Yeah, she doesn't actually start
Fudge.
with a direct attack, unfortunately. That's not
That should be
great.
enough. Luckily,
Lynn go first, yeah. Okay.
not optimal, but
Manageable.
This is going to be a little bit annoying, actually. I got to wait this out.
Oh, yeah, confusion affects you on the map. Right?
Yeah, because I got
Ooh,
one bat
yuck.
left. If
Very
I
traditional.
Right, trigger the fight now. It's
Yeah, in theory, you can lead that other bat to water as well, but it's harder. You have less room to work with, and you're managing more monsters in the corner. So Sid is choosing, but yeah, you have to wait out he's waiting out the confusion here.
Let me double check and make sure I didn't get him. Nope, I didn't get a multi-med. Frost won't do anything. Yeah, there's not much I can do here.
Yep.
Just giving Rex a chance.
Yeah, just an unfortunate piece of the puzzle. And yeah, you can see as well, like we're going to sky like that in the lower right hand, and we have our map, and we also have a depth meter, right? So as we proceed, you'll see that depth meter.
Well, I guess we're just gonna do it the hard way.
Oof. Yeah. All right. Just have to take the aggressor. He's gonna bite down a few times.
Just in case Lynn gets her turn, I can push him into the fire.
Yeah.
Unfortunate way
Waste
of
of
having to deal with this.
Ambrosia.
Actually,
Power flux time.
Oh dear, no.
That's sad.
The dragon form die?
My dragon form might die to this. Oh, not quite. Close.
Ooh.
His sketch.
Right, Ambrosia time.
And that's like what we were talking about when Countdown was here earlier, right? Like you can enter the astral fight in a pretty weakened state, so you might have to use the Ambrosia kind of soon. But then again, he can just go ahead and use Soul Rend like more or less at any point, which immediately puts you back at 1 HP, so you have to use the second one already.
Yeah, I'm
So
hoping
it can be
not.
very dicey.
Please don't. Please be kind to me, Astral. If it's kind to me, I beat my world record on this.
Nice. A segment or whole run?
The whole run. Oh, I power fluxed again. That's not nice.
That's rude. Yeah.
I'm literally
But that is
17 seconds behind my PB and my world record, and I know I've got like 3 minutes of time save in this one fight.
This fight, right?
Yeah,
no.
like Astral and Tyrant can be really hard if they want to be.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Meanwhile, the Cid is coming up on the fight that defines the run, and so to speak. Right? It is the point at which we are at our weakest against what the enemies are presenting. And so this is why we picked up the cleaner. We're going to have to manage a series of fights and try not to use too much D-meter in solving them. Right, like we're dealing with a situation where we do not outspeed the enemies to a significant degree, and that is going to be a problem because like we just don't have the levels, we don't have the armor, we don't have any tools here except for kick and like kick the dragon and the cleaner. So like this fight is very much kind of like the inflection point in the run.
At least. Oh no, we didn't even hit 17. Yeah, that's my fault for splitting up the fight. It massively nerfs the EXP you get from that set of enemies in the previous room.
Yeah, ideally it's 17 Ryu, 13 Lin. That's not where we are.
It's 17 is what you're looking for.
Yep.
Buy an extra one of these. I don't have any
Prox bombs, yeah.
Prox bombs. Yep, Prox bombs are a new type of map tool. They detonate after a time when enemies get close.
Okay, and then
we will be using quite a few of those as well.
Good,
save token. There's a save both before and after this fight. There's a phone book before and after this fight, which tells you something.
Yep. The big one is we grabbed cleaner in that room that we went out of our way to pick up that blue chest. That will suck the enemies towards us, and if we combo it, it will suck a wide range of enemies towards us. And that's basically the only way to do this room. So that's one of my safety saves, was just in case I sold the cleaner there, which I have done in practice, and it's pretty much a GG. There's no way to handle this fight without it.
You barely care about identifying anything else. It's easy to kind of get in the pattern. But this plot-wise, right, like this is the Rangers catching up with us. Again, right, like we are doing what they don't want us to do. And so
what's our turn order?
How bad is the turn order?
It's
Ooh,
as
it's as bad
bad
as
as it glitz. Yep.
So you didn't see us use this before, but we actually have like a tactic style turn meter where we can move people, right, like up and down it, right, or down it rather, inside of our capabilities. And so
That
here
won't hit
we kind of manage the meter. We move Nina down a little bit at a time, try and save time, but we want her to be able to heal in case either her or Lynn gets pounded.
See how that works.
We'll
Okay.
gamble one more. If she dies, then Lynn can't die. It's fine.
Yeah.
Or, you know what? Okay, fine. If you're going to be like that, then you obviously want her to live.
Roll the dice again.
I'll take it. No, I want my
right.
EXP.
All right.
Yeah, I can't move her turn because she did something.
And yeah. Yep, and yeah, Lynn has a whole complex combo system with a ton of different options. Again, we're only really going to see the cleaner gives us the one thing we really need here, which is line everything up for Ryu to lay the hammer down. Oh no, Nina can't move. Right,
Yeah.
Equip the cleaner. We move into position so we have 40 AP
Here.
or more.
Yeah, normally I
And then-
set for 40, but I
Yeah.
decided to turn back a little bit here.
And here
I
you see-
probably that's bad.
You
I'm gonna
see
have to
Hey
pick
Hey
twice,
into
I
come
think.
here. All right. Yep. Normally come here pulls one, as it says. We get multiple people with that, and that's how we put everybody in the middle of the map to try and get them in a line for Ryu's breath. Because there's no other way we're going to be able to do the amount of damage we have to do to these
Gonna have
things.
to do this.
This fight has something like 8,000 HP in it. We are not capable of doing that much damage.
I'm gonna have to actually kick you over a little bit more. That should get me where I need to go. Hopefully.
Kick. We picked up kick from that first danger room. It's a safety that can be very useful here because it is, lining up, 8 enemies is not the best situation. You're missing one.
Yeah, we're trying here.
I
think
that's
we're
not
gonna have to
better.
let the gunner go. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
44.
All right, they'll have to deal with that guy. I'm coming over here. Shouldn't have kicked the other guy again. This is going to be a bit of a drawn-out fight, but we're in a winning position at this point.
Yeah, 800
Just not a
power.
quick one.
One 7 to 800 person mook is much easier to deal with than 8 of them. Funk.
But quickly coming back to Breath of Fire 4, is it me or is Nina comboing more with this team than it was on Team Rio earlier? Just going back to that whole sleeper agent because it looks like she is. She's barely missing any of those combos. But yeah, Astral is definitely putting up a bit more of a fight than he did earlier for Team Rio, which is... But we are getting to the end over here.
We're probably just short of the next combo killing. It's probably about a combo in a bit until he's dead.
I think you still have a Wisdom Seed and the Ambrosia, so we should be fine on resources. Also still a bunch of soul gems, but you kind of saw how quickly we were wasting through those because of all the attacks that Astral was looking out there. And yeah, this is like basically the worst thing that could have happened. Physically attacking Rio's Dragon Form. This is literally what you do not want to see ever. Like, it's fine if he uses his...
This could be bad. I didn't use
because only
Ambrosia
Rio can use the Ambrosia. No other team member can actually use them.
Right. So if you lose Dragon Form, you have to Ambrosia with Ryu, and then thankfully he comes back at full health, but it just slows you down.
Apparently, that is actually it.
You were there.
Oh,
wait,
GG.
Was it enough?
I didn't think that was going to be enough. I guess the combo before did slightly more than I thought it did.
All of that being so combo heavy earlier got you down.
For Team Nina.
GG.
Rip 1,000 EXP there.
That is like a 2-minute world record.
Oh my god, what a finish.
Wonderful.
What a finish for Team Nina. Holy hell.
Yeah. They made you sweat it by knocking out Ryu in the last cycle.
Doesn't matter.
All right.
That was a bit of a clutch.
I mean,
too.
I
Like,
totally
again,
knew
it
that
would
was
have been
gonna
fine
kill.
on the
That's why I
resources.
didn't use the Ambrosia. Yeah, I knew that was going to kill.
Yeah. All right. So over on the Sid side, we see one of the best things about this game tactically is that you can use as many items as you want for free, AP wise, and it's fantastic. But we're in the second fight now, which is they brought along a giant robot. Here we're going to see our charge.
Asimov, right?
Yep, Asimov. This is Asimov. We charge up and we attack him in the back for a higher chance of critical. We succeed. Asimov will explode if not defeated within 3